Section 1 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Mobley. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 1, The Ostrich and Its Kindred, by W.P. Pycraft. The ostriches are a very ancient group of birds, and judging from what we know of their anatomy, they must be regarded as representing the most primitive of living birds. With the exception of a single group to be discussed presently, all have lost the power of flight. In some, in consequence, the wing has become reduced to a mere vestige. It is a rule in nature, we may remark, that whenever an organ, such as a wing or a leg or a tail, ceases to be useful, it undergoes forthwith a slow process of reduction or degeneration, growing smaller and smaller in each successive generation, till at last it may even disappear altogether. The loss of flight has been accompanied by a degeneration in the quality of the feathers, that is to say, their serviceability as aids to flight has been entirely lost. The size of the members of this group varies much. The largest of all is the African ostrich, the smaller of the flightless forms, the New Zealand apteryx. The ostrich-like birds which have retained the power of flight are known as tinamous, and are natives of South America. All these are smaller than the flightless apteryx. Tinamous. The tinamous should perhaps be regarded as standing at the head of the ostrich tribe, since they have reached a higher degree of development than any other of its members. They have also preserved the power of flight. In their general appearance they bear a singular resemblance to partridges, though a little careful observation will reveal many points wherein they differ therefrom. They are very confiding and unsuspicious birds. Some persons call them stupid on this account, and in the early morning the species inhabiting the Argentine pampas will, observers tell us, come right up to the isolated houses of the settlers, so that the boys knock them down with stones. The delicate quality of the flesh has caused these birds to be highly esteemed as food, and their trustful nature renders them as easy prey, so much so that in some districts they have been almost exterminated. Large numbers are caught by riding round them in a circle and securing them with a noose. Mr. Hudson, who lived many years in the Pampas, assures us that the great tinamou is one of the sweetest voiced of the native birds. The song is composed of 5 modulated notes, flute-like in character, and very expressive, and is uttered by many individuals answering each other as they sit far apart, concealed in the grass. The eggs of the tinamous are to be reckoned among the wonders of bird life, being so highly burnished as to look like beautifully glazed porcelain. The color varies according to the species, ranging from a wine red, blue-green, and brown to black. The young are almost as remarkable as the eggs, being clothed with a peculiar down of great complexity of structure and resembling in some respects the nestling down of the true ostrich. The rhea. The rhea is a native of South America. It is frequently referred to as the South American ostrich, and also as the nandu. The resemblance which it bears to the true ostrich is striking, but it may at once be distinguished therefrom by the fact that it has 3 toes and a feathered head and neck. Furthermore, it is smaller in size and lacks the conspicuous white wing and tail plumes. The tail, indeed, as may be seen from the photographs reproduced, is wanting. The rhea must be regarded as standing at the head of the flightless members of the ostrich tribe. Its wings, though are not large enough to raise its heavy body from the ground, are yet of considerable size. In Buenos Aires, rheas are hunted with dogs. If a breeze is blowing, the birds raise one wing which acts as a sail. This done, they can acquire a speed which makes it absolutely impossible for either dog or horse to come up with them. The only chance of ultimately capturing them is by wearing them out by ceaseless pursuit. A chase of this kind may last an hour and a half. Needless to say, for sport of this kind both horses and dogs must be the best of their kind and in good form. The natives and Indians hunt them on horseback with the bolas. The bolas, or balls, used for this purpose consist of 2 round stones covered with leather, and united by a thong of about 8 feet long. One of these is held in the hand, and the other whirled around the head and suddenly released, when both go whirling madly round till they strike the rhea's legs, around which they instantly twist, and the victim is a fast prisoner. The rhea is in danger of disappearing altogether as a wild bird, owing to the ruthless slaughter which is made upon it for the sake of its feathers. For some years back, Mr. Harding tells us, the number of birds killed has averaged 400,000 per annum, and as a consequence, the species has already disappeared from nearly half the territory of the River Plate. On some estates in Argentina, the wild birds are driven in and plucked. Like most of the ostrich tribe, the male alone performs the duties of incubation, hatching some 20 eggs at a time, the produce of several different females. There are 3 different kinds of rhea, but they do not differ much one from another. The young are curiously striped, the egg is very large, of a cream color, and deeply pitted. Darwin, in his Voyage of the Beagle, tells us that when he was at Bahia Blanca in the months of September and October, the eggs in extraordinary numbers were found all over the country. They lie either scattered and single, in which case they are never hatched, and are called by the Spaniards huachos, or they are collected together into a shallow excavation which forms the nest. Out of the 4 nests which I saw, 3 contained 22 eggs each, and the 4th 27. In one day's hunting on horseback, 64 eggs were found. 44 of these were in 2 nests, and the remaining 20 scattered huachos. The gauchos unanimously affirm, and there is no reason to doubt their statement, that the male bird alone hatches the eggs, and for some time afterwards accompanies the young. The cock, when on the nest, lies very close. I have myself almost ridden over one. It is asserted that at such times they are occasionally fierce and even dangerous, and that they have been known to attack a man on horseback, trying to kick and leap on him. My informer pointed out to me an old man whom he had seen much terrified by one chasing him. I understand that the male emu in the zoological gardens takes charge of the nest. This habit, therefore, is common to the family. The gauchos unanimously affirm that several females lay in one nest. I have been positively told that 4 or 5 hen birds have been watched to go, in the middle of the day, one after another, to the same nest. Although this habit at first appears very strange, I think the cause may be explained in a simple manner. The number of eggs in the nest varies from 20 to 40 and even 50, and according to the Zara, even 70 or 80. Now, although it is most probable from the number of eggs found in one district being so extraordinarily great in proportion to the parent birds, and likewise from the state of the ovarium of the hen, that she may, in the course of the season, may lay a large number, yet the time required must be very long. If the hen was obliged to hatch her own eggs before the last was laid, the first probably would be addled. But if each laid a few eggs at successive periods in different nests, and several hens combined together, then the eggs in one collection would be nearly of the same age. If the number of eggs in one of these nests is, as I believe, not greater on an average than the number laid by one female in the season, then there must be as many nests as females, and each cockbird will have its fair share of the labor of incubation, and that during a period when the females probably could not sit, from not having finished laying. I have before mentioned the great number of huachos, or deserted eggs, and that in one day's hunting 20 were found in this state. It appears odd that so many would be wasted. Does it not arise from the difficulty of several females associating together and finding a male ready to undertake the office of incubation? It is obvious that there must at first be some degree of association between at least 2 females. Otherwise, the eggs would remain scattered over the wide plains, at distances far too great to allow of the male collecting them into one nest. Some have believed that the scattered eggs were deposited for the young birds to feed on. This can hardly be the case, because huachos, although often found addled and putrid, are generally whole. The ostrich. The ostrich is the giant amongst living birds, the full-grown male standing some 8 feet high and weighing about 300 pounds. It is flightless, the wings being smaller, in proportion to the size of the body, than in the rhea. But the energy which in other birds is employed in sustaining flight in the ostrich is expended in running, so that it has reached a high degree of speed, no less, in fact, than 26 miles an hour. When at full speed, it is generally believed the ostrich derives no small help from the wings, which are used sail-wise. Nor is this belief by any means a modern one, for all of us must be familiar with Job's observations on the subject. What time she lifteth her wings on the high, she scorneth the horse and his rider. The wings are never used in running at full speed, but are of much service in turning, enabling the bird to double abruptly even when going at top speed. In justice to the older observations, however, it must be remarked that ostriches do run with raised wings, but only at the commencement of the run, or in covering a short distance, when the pace may be considerable. But if the circumstances demand full speed ahead, they are held close to the body where they offer the least resistance to speed. With the gradual perfection of its running powers, there has followed a gradual change in form of the leg. This change has taken place by reduction in the number of toes. Of the original 5 with which its ancestors began life, only 2 now remain, the third and fourth. The third is of great size, having apparently waxed great at the expense of the other toes, a growth which seems to be still in progress, inasmuch as the fourth toe is undoubtedly dwindling. It is very small and gives unmistakable signs of growing smaller, since it has now become nailless. When it has quite disappeared, the ostrich, like the horse, will have but a single toe on each foot, the third. The dainty, mincing step of the ostrich is a delight to watch, and, thanks to the zoological gardens, this can be done even in smoky London. The ostrich, like its cousin of South America, the rhea, commonly associates with herds of the larger mammalia. On the South African veldt, the companions of the ostrich are the zebra, wildebeest, and hartebeest. Just as on the pampas of South America, the rheas are found associated with herds of deer and guanaco. The egg of the ostrich weighs about 3 pounds and is of delicious flavor. The empty shell, it has been found by experiment, is large enough to hold the contents of 18 eggs of the common domesticated fowl. It takes about 40 minutes to boil an ostrich egg hard. About 15 eggs represent the clutch. The nest is a mere depression in the sand. The hen sits by day and her mate by night, but the eggs are never left, as is sometimes stated, to the heat of the sun, so as to lessen the duties of the parent. Such a course would infallibly destroy the eggs, for the sun's rays, especially at noon, are very powerful. The male and female ostrich differ much in coloration. In the former, the trunk is clothed in a vestment of richest black, whilst the quills of the wings and tail feathers are of pure white. They form the much prized ostrich plumes. The female is much less splendid, being clothed in a sober gray. But these colors are not merely ornamental. They render the male by night and the female by day invisible, owing to the perfect harmony they make with their surroundings, thus affording an interesting illustration of protective coloration. All ostriches, says Mr. Cronwright Schreiner, adults as well as chicks, have a strange habit known as waltzing. When chicks are let out from a kraal in the early morning, they will often start away at a great pace. After running for a few hundred yards, they will stop and, with wings raised, spin round rapidly for some time, often till quite giddy, when a broken leg occasionally occurs. Adult birds, when running in large camps, will often, if the veldt is good, do the same, especially if startled in the fresh of the early morning. A troop of birds waltzing, in full plumage, is a remarkably pretty sight. Vicious cocks roll when challenging to fight, also when wooing the hen. The cock will suddenly bump down onto his knees, open his wings, making a straight line across his breast, and then swing them alternately backwards and forwards, as if on a pivot, each wing, as it comes forward, being raised, while that going backward is depressed. The neck is lowered until the head is on a level with the back, and the head and neck swing from side to side with the wings, the back of the head striking with a loud click against the ribs, first on the one side and then on the other. The click is produced by the skin of the neck which then bulges loosely under the beak and for some distance downwards. While rolling, every feather over the whole body is on end, and the plumes are open like a large white fan. At such a time the bird sees very imperfectly, if at all. In fact, he seems so preoccupied that, if pursued, one may often approach unnoticed. I have walked up to a rolling cock and seized him by the neck, much to his surprise. Just before rolling, a cock, especially if courting the hen, will often run slowly and daintily on the points of his toes, with the neck slightly inflated, upright and rigid, the tail half drooped, and all his body feathers fluffed up, the wings raised and expanded, the inside edges touching the sides of the neck for nearly the whole of its length, and the plumes showing separately, like an open fan, on each side of the head. In no other attitude is the splendid beauty of his plumage displayed to such advantage. The males are very fierce while guarding their eggs or fighting for mates, and kick with an extraordinary violence with their powerful legs. As an example of their fierceness when aroused, Mr. Cronwright Schreiner, who knows much of these birds, relates a story told him by a railway guard, of an old male who charged a goods train coming at full speed down a steep gradient. The bird, as soon as he caught sight of the train, at once got on the line and advanced fearlessly to fight the monster. As the screeching engine approached, he rushed at it from straight in front, hissing angrily, and kicked. He was cut to pieces the next moment. The Bedouin tribes hunt the ostrich on dromedaries, so also do the natives of Somaliland, and when near enough shoot it with poisoned arrows. In the Sahara, Canon Tristram tells us it is ridden down on horseback, a method of capture which the Sahara sportsmen regard as the greatest feat of hunting. The Bushmen, says Mr. Harding, like the Somalis, kill the ostrich with poisoned arrows, or catch it very cleverly in pitfalls or with the lasso. And the Sukari and Hadendawa tribes likewise use the lasso, with which the bird, when once fairly caught, is strangled. A favorite plan is to wait for the birds in a place of concealment, as near as possible to the pools to which they come for water, and then, with a gun loaded with swan shot, to fire at their necks as they stoop to drink. Then perhaps half a dozen are laid low at once. Another plan, to which the bushman often resorts, is simpler still. Having found an ostrich's nest, he removes all the eggs and, ensconcing himself in the nest, quietly awaits the return of the bird, which he shoots with a poisoned arrow before it has time to recover from its surprise at finding him there instead of the eggs. In Sennar, the Abu Roof bring it down by throwing a curved flat stick from 2.5 to 3 feet long, not unlike the Australian boomerang, and made of tough acacia wood or hard ziziphus. Mr. Arthur Glynn of Ladenburg gives a graphic description of an ostrich hunt, his quarry being a troop of 20 birds, on sighting which, he tells us, we immediately gave chase, discovering directly afterwards that a single bull wildebeest was among them. After a stiff gallop, he says, of half a mile, we got within 70 yards of the troop, so reining in, we both dismounted and fired, bringing down one ostrich and the wildebeest bull. We quickly mounted and continued the pursuit, the ostriches never running away for any distance in a direct course, but always turning and twisting, which made it difficult for us to keep them in sight. We went sailing on, neck and neck, regardless of holes or anything else, only thinking of the grandly plumed birds in front of us, our horses straining every nerve to overtake them, as only old stagers know how to run when in pursuit of game. We had now approached within 50 yards, and, jumping down, we fired at 2 cockbirds running separately from the troop, bringing them both down. Hastily mounting, we continued on after the retreating troop. But at this juncture my friend's horse trod in a hole, sending his rider over his head, thereby completely putting him out of the run. I now continued the chase by myself. For a mile the ostriches gained on me as they continued to run in a straight line, thereby not enabling me to cut off any point. but obliging me to keep in at their rear all the time. If I got off twice and fired several fruitless shots, and then continued the chase for certainly 2 miles without dismounting once, I now got within 100 yards and jumped down. The first shot I fired brought down a fine cockbird, but the second struck the ground over the others, turning them to the right along a low ridge. They appeared very much exhausted and ran with their wings spread out. I saw that they were coming direct for me, and waited until they were close. When the ostriches approached within 15 yards, I selected the best-looking bird and put a bullet through him. He ran on for about 20 yards and fell dead. Cassowaries and Emus. With the cassowaries and emus, we have come as near as we can get at the present day to the representatives of the ancient type from which the ostrich tribe has sprung, but both these forms are to be regarded as having passed the prime of their development, for, like their allies which we have already considered, they have lost the power of flight. Both emu and cassowary possess, when adult, one character shared by no other living adult bird. They have what may be called double feathers, each feather possessing 2 shafts of equal length. They appear to follow a custom of their own in the matter of the coloration of their eggs, since these are never white, like those of the rhea or ostrich, but green with a very rough surface. The young, like those of the rhea, are striped with alternate black and white stripes. The emu is found only on the continent of Australia. The cassowary occurs both in Australia and on the neighboring islands of New Guinea, Ceram, and Aru. The lot of the cassowary appears to have been cast in pleasant places, making it possible to indulge in the luxury of personal decoration, a decoration, moreover, shared equally by the males and females, both sexes having the head and neck most brilliantly colored. In some species, all the hues of the rainbow are vividly reflected. To show these colors, the feathery covering, still worn by their relatives on the distant continents of Africa and America, has been cast off and the skin left bare. To these gorgeous hues they have added yet other features, for the head is surmounted in many species by a huge casque or helmet, whilst from the neck depend curious fleshy lobes, or wattles, colored in accordance with the rest of the bare, colored skin of this region. Then, too, they have effected quite a novel transformation in the quills of the wing, for these project on either side of the body in a series of shining black spines. Nor is this all, for over and above the energy which they have to spare for personal decorations is a very large reserve to be expended in fighting. The males are very pugnacious, and to give point to this pugnacity, they wear a very formidable weapon on the inner toe in the shape of a huge nail, which can inflict a really dangerous wound. It is used in kicking, the foot being brought forwards and downwards with incredible speed and great force. When wounded, these powerful birds are very dangerous to approach. On more than one occasion, a wounded bird has caused a naturalist to take to a tree. The sharp nail of the inner toe is a most dangerous weapon, quite equal to the claw of a large kangaroo, and capable of doing quite as much execution. Although forest-haunting birds, wherein they differ from their allies, which are plain dwellers, the cassowaries are adepts at swimming. There is a danger that these beautiful and interesting birds will slowly be exterminated by greedy and thoughtless settlers. The Australian cassowary is already decreasing sadly, being persecuted for the sake of its skin, which is used for rugs and doormats. The emu, though a sort of cousin of the cassowary, boasts none of its splendor. On the contrary, it is a dull, dowdy-looking bird. In size, however, it is much larger than the cassowary. The wings, which are exceedingly small, have numerous tiny quill feathers, not long hard spines as in the cassowary. When in captivity, it exhibits great curiosity. Furthermore, it is swift to realize symptoms of fear in the faces of any visitor who it may have under inspection. Occasionally fear turns into flight, and then, thoroughly entering into the joke, the emu pursues at top speed. Needless to say, hunting of this kind can only be done in fairly large paddocks or parks, but emus are frequently so kept. A very remarkable and quite unique structure in the emu is a curious bag or pouch, formed by a sort of out-pocketing of the inner lining of the windpipe. Emerging through a long slit caused by the incompleteness of some of the rings near the middle of the windpipe, the pouch comes to lie between this tube and the skin. Strangely enough, it is found only in the female, and is used by her chiefly during the breeding season, when she utters a peculiarly loud booming note, which, it is supposed, is caused by the manipulation of the air in the pouch. When moved by any gentle excitement or pleasure, especially on damp evenings or in the dead of night, she also becomes musical, giving forth a note which has been likened to a gong or muffled drum. The male, which is smaller, fleeter of foot, and more docile and inquisitive, is mute, or at most gives forth a suppressed hiss when angry, or a kind of grunt when distressed. At one time the emu roamed over the whole of the mainland of Australia, but now, alas, it is almost exterminated, being found only far inland and in steadily diminishing numbers. Swift of foot and of great powers of endurance, the emu has afforded in the past much sport to the hunting man, who followed the dogs, doubtless making comparisons the while between his two-legged prey and his four-footed friend Reynard. The hunt does not end till the bird is thoroughly exhausted, when it must be seized at once by the neck, in order to prevent it kicking, for the legs are so powerful that a blow from the foot is dangerous. Incubation is apparently performed by the male, which sits from 54 to 64 days. Practically no nest is made, only a shallow hollow being scraped in the sand. The eggs, from 7 to 13 in number, are of a dark bottle green color, sometimes lighter, and have the surfaces curiously roughened. The male is smaller than the female, a fact which has led to some confusion, the larger female having at one time been regarded as the male. It will be noted that the emus not only lack the brilliant color of the cassowaries, but also the helmet or casque. The late Mr. Gould's remarks on the edibility of the emu are interesting. He says, "Its flesh has been compared to coarse beef, which it resembles, according to Mr. Cunningham, both in appearance and taste. It is good and sweet eating. Nothing, indeed, can be more delicate than the flesh of the young ones. There is little fit for culinary use upon any part of the emu, except the hindquarters, which are of such dimensions that the shouldering of the two hind legs homeward for a mile distance once proved to me as tiresome a task as I ever recollect to have encountered in the colony. I may remark that its flesh proved of the greatest service to Dr. Leichhardt and his intrepid companions during their overland route from Moreton Bay to Port Essington, in the course of which, but more particularly between the head of the Gulf of Carpentaria and Port Essington, the sight and capture of the emu was almost a daily occurrence. So abundant, in fact, was it that he states that he saw in the short space of 8 miles at least 100 in flocks of 3, 5, 10, and even more at a time. On the continent of Australia, the emu was formerly abundant about Botany Bay and Port Jackson Harbor, but is now only to be seen in the plains of the interior, over whose solitudes it roams in great numbers, and where it breeds depending on the strength and swiftness of its legs to avoid the pursuit of the stockmen and their dogs. Farther and farther back, however, it will be driven until it be extirpated, unless some law be instituted to check its wanton destruction. In a wild state, emus take readily to the water, and have on more than one occasion been seen swimming across a wide river. The South American rhea is also known to be a good swimmer. The common emu is restricted to eastern Australia. The opposite side of this great continent is inhabited by another and very distinct species known as the spotted emu. The apteryx. To see the apteryx at home, we should have to travel to far New Zealand and to hunt with infinite patience when we got there. Apteryx hunting, it has been found, to be successful, must be done by the help of dogs. Sir Walter Buller has written some very spirited accounts of such hunts. Europeans, indeed, have been singularly successful in this hunting, whereby they have done much to enhance the value of this bird by hastening its fast approaching and inevitable extermination. The natives call this bird the kiwi, from its call note, ki-iwi. These cries are uttered during the early hours of the night, ceasing after midnight. They appear to have great penetrating power. End of section 1.
Section 2. Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, by Dave Currier. DaveCurrierMusic.com, from Brevard, North Carolina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 2, The Game Birds and Rails, by W.P. Pycraft. It is not easy in a few words exactly to define a game bird. Anatomical details aside, the most characteristic features are the small head and moderately long neck, and a compact body in which the wings, when folded, are almost entirely concealed. The hind toe is always present, and the claws are adapted for scratching purposes, that is to say, for scratching up the surface of the ground in the search for seeds as food. The wings are hollowed so as to fit close to the body, and the flight, which is noisy and never long sustained, is nevertheless often exceedingly rapid. The young are hatched covered with down and able to run in a few hours after birth. Grouse and ptarmigan. The birds of this group are distinguished by the feathery covering which clothes the feet. In some grouse, however, the toes are bare. This causes them to resemble the pheasant group, from which they may be distinguished by the fact that the toes are fringed with horny processes forming a sort of comb. Ptarmigan. The red grouse is the only game bird which is not found outside the British Islands. It is the bird which perhaps heads the list in the estimation of British sportsmen, who travel north in hundreds every year for the pleasure of the sport it affords. It is furthermore remarkable for the wonderful variety of the seasonal plumages. Both sexes change their dress twice during the year, the female in spring and summer, and the male in autumn and winter. Its continental relative, the riper, has no less than 3 changes, spring, summer, and winter. For the last season, a white dress is adopted to correspond with its snowy surroundings. The winters in the British Islands are neither long enough nor severe enough to render such change necessary with the red grouse, which is sufficiently protected by its ordinary dress. Capercaillie. The largest and perhaps the most interesting of all the European game birds are the capercaillies, or capercailzies. The British species is also known as the cock of the wood. He is a handsome black bird, nearly as big as a turkey, weighing from 9 to 17 pounds. Common partridge. In the spring, the capercaillie, like the blackcock, indulges in a remarkable love song, or play, as it's called. With outstretched neck, tail expanded like a fan, drooping wings, and ruffled feathers, he commences his call, peller, 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 increasing in rapidity every moment till he works himself up into a perfect frenzy. At this time he is perfectly unconscious of all around him, and poachers, knowing this, sometimes take advantage to creep up and shoot him. On hearing the cock, the hens assemble from all parts of the forest. The male then descends from the tree to the ground, when he and his female friends join company and march away. The capercaillie is jealous of trespassers on his domain, and instances are on record where people have been attacked when so infringing. Like the capercaillie, the blackcock must be sought in the woods, whence he sallies forth to the moors and stubble fields to the feed. The gray hen, as the female of the species is called, lays from 6 to 10 eggs, of a buff color, spotted with rich brown. Both in number and color they resemble those of the capercaillie. The naturalist Brehm gives a delightful account of the lovemaking of this bird. During the spring, he says, the bird utters almost continuously the strangest noises. He holds his tail up and spreads it out like a fan. He lifts up his head and neck with all the feathers erect, and stretches his wings from the body. Then he takes a few jumps in different directions, sometimes in a circle, and presses the under part of his beak so hard against the ground that the chin feathers are rubbed off. During these movements he beats his wings and turns round and round. The more ardent he grows, the more lively he becomes, until at last the bird appears like a frantic creature. At such times the blackcocks are so absorbed that they become almost blind and deaf, but less so than the capercaillie. North America is very rich in large forms of grouse, and one of the most interesting of these is the prairie hen. remarkable for the possession of a pair of curious bags of a bright orange color on each side of the neck, which can be inflated with air at will. Texan bob white, about half natural size. Early in the morning, writes Captain Bendier of the Prairie Hen, you may see them assemble in parties from a dozen to 50 together on some dry knolls, and their goings-on would make you laugh. The air sacs are their ornaments, which they display before the gentler sex by blowing them up until they look like two ripe oranges, protecting their long black ears right forward, ruffling up all the feathers of the body till they stand out straight, and dropping their wings on the ground like a turkey cock. Then it is said that the proud cock, in order to complete his triumph, will rush forward at his best speed, through the midst of the lovesick damsels, pouring out as he goes a booming noise, which may be heard for at least 2 miles in the still morning air. Every few minutes this display is repeated, but they seem careful not to run against each other, for they have not yet got to the fighting point. After a little while, the ladybirds begin to show an interest in the proceedings, by moving about quickly a few yards at a time, and then standing still a short time. When these actions are continued by a large number of birds at a time, it presents a funny sight, and you can easily think they are moving to the measure of music. Golden pheasant. The prairie hens of America possess great economic value, as great indeed as the red grouse of the British Islands, enormous numbers of prairie hens being exported to Europe every year, whilst still greater numbers are consumed by the American people themselves. It is said that American grouse will sometimes eat the shoots of a plant called kalmia, which renders the flesh poisonous. The sage grouse is a rather large bird, attaining a weight of 8 pounds, found in the western United States. It is, indeed, the largest of the American grouse. Its courting habits resemble those of the prairie hens. From the book containing the above lively description, we cull the following: silver pheasant, English pheasants, Reeves's pheasant, golden pheasant, Amherst's pheasant, peacock pheasant. Early one morning in the first week in March 1877, I had the long-wished-for opportunity to observe the actions of a single cock while paying court to several females near him. His large, pale yellow air sacs were fully inflated, and not only extended forward but apparently upward as well, rising at least an inch above his head, which consequently was scarcely noticeable, giving the bird an exceedingly peculiar appearance. He looked decidedly top-heavy, and ready to topple over on the slightest provocation. He then proceeds to describe the further preparations designed for conquest. The tail is spread fan-wise, and animated with a peculiar quivering motion, whilst the wings are trailed upon the ground. When the correct position has been assumed, he advances with stately, hesitating steps towards his mate, uttering, as he moves, low, grunting, guttural sounds, resembling those of a purring cat, but louder. This, apparently, is the prescribed method of courting. Of many suitors, he is selected who performs best. Temminck's tragopan. The ruffed grouse, like the prairie hen, has the neck, in the male, ornamented with a frill of long feathers. Like many other birds, the female, when danger, in the shape of prowling beasts, threatens her eggs or young, simulates lameness. So soon as the enemy approaches near enough to be dangerous, up she gets with a great noise of wings, and then flutters around the ground as though wounded. The would-be captor is thus led far from the jealousy-guarded treasures, and when a safe distance has been covered, an end is speedily put to this will-o'-the-wisp chase by the bird suddenly taking wing. Partridges, quails, and pheasants. The birds which come under this head are so many in number they may be reckoned by the hundred, and include several forms of exquisite beauty. The legs of many are armed with formidable spurs, with which the males, who are exceedingly pugnacious, fight furiously with their rivals for the possession of some coveted female. Chinese tragopan. One of the more conspicuous forms we may mention the red-legged and common partridges. In England, the former is known more generally as the French partridge. Why? It is hard to say. It is a native of southeastern Europe, whence it was introduced toward the end of the 18th century. It is a handsome bird, but not in high favor with sportsmen, since it prefers to escape by running rather than by flight. The common partridge is the more abundant of these two species. Though more sober in coloration, it is still a beautiful bird. The horseshoe mark, born on the breast, so characteristic of this bird, is not confined to the males, as is generally believed, yielding, says Professor Newton, perhaps an economic importance to the red grouse. What may be called the social influence of the partridge is greater than that excited by any other wild bird. Himalayan monal. This bird displays great courage and affection in defense of its eggs or young. A story illustrating this is told of a gentleman near Spilsby in Lincolnshire, who, whilst superintending his ploughman, saw a partridge glide off her nest, so near the foot of one of his plough horses that he thought the eggs must be crushed. This, however, was not the case. He saw the old bird return to her nest the instant he left the spot. It was evident that the next round of the plough must bury the eggs and nest in the furrow. His surprise was great when, returning with the plough, he came to the spot and saw the nest indeed, but the eggs and bird were gone. An idea struck him that she removed her eggs, and he found her, before he left the field, sitting under the hedge upon 21 eggs. The round of ploughing had occupied about 20 minutes, in which time she, probably aided by the cock-bird, had removed the 21 eggs to a distance of about 40 yards. The red-legged partridges, their allies, the francolins, and the gray partridges are all ground birds. The tree partridges, as the name implies, are not, or at least less completely so, hence their mention here. They are natives of the Indo-Chinese countries and the islands of Java, Borneo, and Formosa. The quail is a little-known British bird, very much like a small partridge in appearance. Enormous numbers, Professor Newton tells us, are netted on the continent, especially in the spring migration. The captives are exposed in the poulterers' shops, confined in long, cloth-covered cages with a feeding trowel in front. The bulk of these are males, which are the first to arrive. An advantage is taken of this circumstance by the bird catchers, who decoy hundreds into their nets by imitating the call note of the female. It has been stated that in the small island of Capri, in the Bay of Naples, 160,000 have been netted in a single season, and even larger numbers are on record. An idea of the vast numbers which travel together in migration may be gathered from Canon Tristram's statement that in Algeria, in April, he found the ground covered with quails for an extent of many acres at daybreak, where on the preceding afternoon not one was to be seen. These are the birds which were so eagerly seized by the Israelites as a welcome change in the diet which had become so monotonous in the days of their early wanderings. The story, so vividly told in the book of Exodus, is, of course, familiar to all. Red cochins. The quail lays from 9 to 15 eggs in a feeble apology for a nest. It is said that the curious metallic note click, click, click gave origin to the Spanish castanet, for these birds are much esteemed in Spain, being kept in cages for the pleasure their notes afford. There are 5 or 6 other species of quail closely related to the above. The British bird enjoys an enormous range, being found almost everywhere in Europe, Asia, and Africa. The so-called American quails, some 40 species in number, are generally regarded as belonging to a distinct group. That ornament to all rural scenery, the pheasant, is said to have been introduced from the banks of the river Phasis in Colchis, Transcaucasia, by the Romans. At least, the original form of pheasant was. Late during the 18th century, a Japanese and a Chinese form were introduced, and these have freely interbred with the original form, so that purebred specimens of any of the 3 are rare. The speed of a pheasant on the wing in full flight has been estimated at 38 miles an hour. Occasionally, pheasants will take to the water and are said to swim well. The number of pheasants reared by hand at the present day is prodigious. In 1883, Professor Newton tells us, 134,000 pheasants' eggs were sold from one estate in Norfolk, while 9,700 fully grown birds were killed upon it. In olden times, pheasants were taken in snares or nets by hawking and by the crossbow, but on the introduction of guns, these methods were superseded. Yet another form of pheasant has been introduced into Britain of late years. This is Reeve's pheasant, a truly magnificent bird with a tail fully 5 feet long in adult males. These birds also interbreed with the more common forms, but not freely. Brown leghorn cock. Beautiful as these pheasants undoubtedly are, they are eclipsed by many of their relatives. Among the most noteworthy of these we may notice the magnificent tragopans. Rich in coloration of the feathers, these birds have added an additional feature in brilliantly colored areas of bare skin on the head and neck, which are furthermore rendered conspicuous by being developed with horns and wattles. These horns can be erected at will, a process which causes them at the same time to be greatly increased in size. The bird, with a proud consciousness of his beauty, displays his charms to the full when wooing. Mr. Bartlett tells us that after walking about rather excitedly, he places himself in the front of the female, with the body slightly crouching upon the legs and the tail bent downwards. The head is then violently jerked downwards, and the horns and wattle become conspicuous. The wings have a flapping motion, and the bright red patch on them is fully displayed. The whole of the neck appears to be larger than usual during this action, so do the horns, which, moreover, vibrate with every motion. This scene is concluded by the bird suddenly drawing himself up to his full height, which, with his wings expanded and quivering, the horns erect, and the wattles fully displayed. Silver-spangled Hamburgs, dark Brahmas. Silver Wyandotte hen with pheasant chicks. Equally splendid, some think more so, are the 4 species of pheasant known as monals, or Impeyan pheasants. The plumage in this case looks like burnished metal rather than feathers. The head is adorned with a crest either of long or beautifully curled feathers. Monals are found in the same haunts as the tragopans, the highest forest regions of the Himalaya. But the most gorgeous of all the pheasant tribe are perhaps the golden pheasants. The crimson body and exquisitely beautiful collar of gold barred with black constitute a perfectly royal livery. Since, however, these are amongst the commonest occupants of the aviary, we need not describe them further here. They are natives of China and Tibet, jungle fowl and their domesticated descendants. These birds, of which there are 4 distinct species, are close allies of the domesticated fowls. The descent of these latter, indeed, is traced from the red jungle fowl of the Himalaya and central India. The characteristic features of the group are the naked head, bearing the familiar wattles and fleshy comb, and the formidable spurs on the legs. The varieties of the domesticated jungle fowl are numerous. The pugnacity of the members known as the game breed is well known, and in the days of cockfighting large sums of money changed hands over the fierce battles waged by rival gamecocks pitted one against the other. The gamecock, it should be remarked, being the little modified descendant of the red jungle cock. Peacock. The modern gamecock is purely a show bird. Breeders have changed the type by selecting characters which would render the bird quite unable to hold its own if matched in battle with one of the original breed. Very different from the wild ancestor is the huge, much-feathered Cochin. This was introduced into England, not from Cochin, China, as is popularly supposed, but from Shanghai some 50 years ago. At that time, this bird enjoyed the reputation of being wonderfully prolific. This is, alas, no longer a feature of the breed. The show pen is apparently responsible for this, attention having been paid rather to external appearance than to useful qualities. Back view of peacock. The Plymouth Rock and Dorking are both well-known breeds. The former is of American origin, made by crossing Cochins with a native breed, the Dominique. The Black Spanish, Minorcas, Leghorns, Andalusians, etc., constitute what are known as the Mediterranean breeds. They are noted for their great prolificacy. This has been gained by carefully breeding from the most productive birds, but with the result that the instinct to sit has been lost entirely. This is a matter of no consequence, however, as when chicks are required, there are plenty of broody hens of other breeds which can be made to undertake the duties of foster mother. The Hamburgs are of 2 kinds, the spangled, which is of English, and the penciled, of continental origin. Black-chested crested guinea fowl. A very old breed is the Polish. It figures often in the pictures of the old Dutch masters. One of its chief characteristics is the huge crest of feathers rising from the crown of the head. The development of this crest has had a very extraordinary effect upon the conformation of the bones and skull, entirely altering the shape of the brain case. Perhaps the most artificial of all breeds of fowl are the sea-bright bantams. These are diminutive birds, the result of a cross between the Polish with laced feathers and a bantam. The feathers of this cross are beautifully laced, that is, they are white edged with black. Another interesting diminutive breed is the Japanese bantam. The cock carries a tail which is long, remarkably high, giving a very quaint effect. This breed is further interesting since it furnishes us with an instance of the breeder's power of localizing color by selection. The tail is black and the body white. Yet another interesting Japanese fowl is the remarkable long-tailed breed in which the tail coverts grow continuously, attaining a length of from 9 feet to, it is said, 18 feet. The birds are kept for show purposes. The greater part of their lives is passed tethered on high perches. Once a day they are taken down for exercise, when the long feathers are carefully rolled up and securely fastened out of harm's way. Black-chested crested guinea fowl. The Argus pheasant and peacock and their allies. The Argus pheasant most certainly demands notice on account of the extraordinary development of the wing quills, which are nearly a yard long, and the wondrous beauty of the pattern thereon. This pattern takes the form of a number of eyes, so shaded as to give the appearance, when fully displayed, of a number of balls lying in a socket. These enormous quills are borne only by the male, and used, like the ornamental feathers of its allies, in captivating the female. When fully displayed, the two wings are spread out to form one huge fan, producing an effect which words cannot adequately describe. The Argus pheasants are found in the forests of Siam, the Malay Peninsula, and Sumatra, and are excessively wary birds. The peacock is too well known to need a very long description, but a word as to the so-called tail. This magnificent wealth of plumes does not represent the tail, as is popularly supposed, but is made up of the feathers of the lower part of the back and the upper tail coverts. These gradually increase in length from before backwards, culminating in the long and exquisite feathers which form the circumference of the huge, outspread shield. This shield is properly called the train. The true tail lies behind it and acts as a support. When the bird is about to display, the train feathers are slowly and gently raised till the well-known fan-shaped glory of green and gold and blue is exposed to the fullest possible extent. Nest of brush turkey at Woburn Abbey. Turkey cock and hen. Watch the bird trying to do his best to persuade his chosen what a handsome fellow he is. He first places himself more or less in front of her, but at some little distance off, and then, watching his opportunity, walks rapidly backwards, going faster and faster and faster, till arrived within a foot, he suddenly, like a flash, turns round and displays to the full his truly gorgeous vestments. This turning movement is accompanied by a violent shaking of the train, the quills of which rattle like the pattering of rain upon leaves. Often this movement is followed by a loud scream. When the train is fully erect, it will be noticed that it lies so far forward that the bird's head and neck appear as if rising from its base. In a side view, the whole body, from the front of the wings backwards, appears to lie behind the train. This bird is a native of India, where it is held in great reverence by the Hindus, and in the Hindu states it is not allowed to be killed under any circumstances. There are 2, some say 3, distinct species of peacock, but they all closely resemble one another. Wallace's painted megapode. Brief mention will serve for the guinea fowls and turkeys, since they are well known to us all. Guinea fowls are African birds. The farmyard form, popularly known as comebacks, from their peculiar cry, "Come back, come back, come back," is a descendant of the common helmeted form, of which type there are 8 distinct species. Besides these are 4 crested species, one very beautiful species known as the vulture-like guinea fowl, and one, the rarest of all, known as the black guinea fowl. Even in the British Museum, writes Mr. Ogilvy Grant, there are only 2 examples of it, and neither of these are perfect specimens. It was discovered by M. du Chaillu. One day, he says, I went out hunting by myself, and to my great joy shot another new bird, a black wild fowl, one of the most singular birds I have seen in Africa. The head, where it is bare, is in the female of a pink hue, and in the male of a bright scarlet. Wild they are, and most difficult to approach, and rare even in the forests where they are at home. They do not travel in huge flocks like other guinea fowls, but a male and 2 females at most. The familiar form of the turkey scarcely needs description, but most people are probably puzzled by its name. Why turkey? The bird is a native of America, so it certainly cannot have anything to do with its place of origin. Professor Newton has it that it is on account of its call note, to be syllabled turk, 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 whereby it may almost be said to have named itself. The domesticated turkey is descended from the Mexican turkey and was probably introduced into Europe during the 16th century. This, according to Captain Bendire, is a mountain-living species and still abundant in the wilder portions of western Texas and New Mexico. It appears to attain greater bulk than its domesticated descendant, Captain Bendire having recorded a specimen shot by himself which weighed 28 pounds after having been drawn, and heavier birds are said to occur occasionally. The Mexicans say that the coyotes catch turkeys by running in circles under the tree in which they are roosting, till the birds get dizzy with watching them, and fall down into the open mouths below. There are 3 distinct kinds of turkey: the Mexican, American, and Honduras turkey. The last is a very fine bird, with a bright blue head and neck instead of red. The top of the head is adorned with numerous scarlet, berry-like warts, looking like holly berries. The bob whites, which belong to the group of tooth-billed game birds known as American partridges and quails, demand a brief reference here. The species represented in the illustration on page 399 is common in the lowlands of Texas, and is a very unsuspicious bird, and in consequence falls an easy prey to foxes, harriers, and rattlesnakes, the last being the worst enemies, as many as 5 of these unfortunate birds having been taken in one time from the stomach of one of these monsters, and on occasion a female and half a dozen of her eggs were similarly discovered. The megapodes and brush turkeys, though dull and uninteresting-looking birds, are, on account of the facts connected with the propagation of their species, quite remarkable. They do not brood over their eggs, as do other birds, but instead bury them, either in sand in the neighborhood of warm springs or in heaps of decaying vegetable matter. In the latter case, the material is often collected by several birds working together. Mounds of 8 feet high and 60 feet in circumference have been found, the work of the Nicobar megapode. Such have been many years in use, material being added each season. Into this mass the female digs down and deposits an egg every second day, covering it up as soon as laid. There it remains until hatched, when the young, probably aided by its mother, forces its way up to the surface and emerges, not a downy nestling, as one would expect, but clothed with feathers differing but slightly in texture from those worn in the adult state. Owing to the precocious development, young megapodes are able to fly within an hour after birth. Razor-billed curassow. There are many different kinds of megapodes occurring in Australia, Samoa, and the Nicobar and Philippine Islands. Crested curassow. The curassows and guans are very handsome birds, but probably quite unknown to most of our readers, yet they may always be seen in zoological gardens. They are closely related to the megapodes, which we have just been discussing, but their nesting habits are quite different. They lay their eggs in nests either on the ground or in trees, and brood over them like other birds. Many have brilliantly colored bare skin on the head and handsome crests. They are natives of Central and South America, where they are often kept by the settlers as they tame easily. It is said that one of the guans, which when crossed with a domesticated fowl, becomes intensely pugnacious and superior to the gamecock for fighting purposes. Bustard quail and plain wanderers. These are small and quail-like in appearance, though they are probably only distant relatives of the game birds. But they are, nevertheless, remarkable birds. A great authority, Mr. A. O. Hume, writing of the Indian bustard quail, says of them, "The most remarkable point in the life history of these bustard quails is the extraordinary fashion in which, amongst them, the position of the sexes is reversed. The females are the larger and handsomer birds. The females only call, the females only fight. Natives say that they fight for the males, and probably this is true. The males only sit upon the eggs, the females meanwhile larking about, calling and fighting, without any care for their obedient mates, and lastly, the males tend the young brood." The group has a wide geographical range, occurring in Europe, Africa, Madagascar, South Asia, the Indian archipelago, and Australia. The Hoytson. This bird is one of the puzzles of the ornithologist. Its pedigree is still a mystery, but is generally believed to have some relation to the game birds. Its whole life is passed in trees overhanging water, and its flight restricted to short journeys from tree to tree. In South America, its home, it is known by a variety of names, one of which means stinking pheasant. This is an allusion to the peculiar odor of its flesh, which smells, according to some, like musk, and to others like raw hides. Another remarkable feature of this bird is the fact that it's turned its crop into a sort of gizzard, whilst the true gizzard, having been relieved of its functions, has diminished to the size of a hazelnut. The unusual purpose to which the crop has been put has brought about considerable modification in the form of the breastbone, which is quite different to that of any other bird. Hoytson. The young of these birds are quite as remarkable as the parents, for almost as soon as they are hatched, they crawl out of the nest, along the boughs of the tree in which it rests, to meet the parents coming with food. In these crawling excursions they are aided by the wings, which for a time serve as forefeet. The thumb and first finger are armed with strong claws, with which a firm hold is gained on the bark of the tree. To render these claws effective so long as they are necessary, the quill feathers of the tip of the wing have their development checked till the others have grown long enough to serve the purposes of flight. The rails. The rails are all water-loving birds, developing in swamps or on the borders of lakes and streams. Although all swim easily, none have webbed feet. The flight is weak. Several species indeed have lost this power altogether. The body is much compressed, enabling them to pass readily through the narrow interspaces of dense aquatic foliage. The rails appear to be related on the one hand to the game birds, and on the other to the cranes. In size they vary from a bird as large as a fowl to one as small as a lark. One of the commonest of the rails is the corncrake, more commonly perhaps known as the landrail. Its curious grating cry is one of the commonest sounds which the summer brings with it, and one possessing a charm of its own. But rarely seen, it builds its nest in hayfields, and when the grass is being cut, sits so closely on its treasures that it is sometimes beheaded by the swinging scythe. In the autumn it falls not infrequently to the sportsman when partridge shooting. The corncrake leaves in the winter for the more congenial climate of Africa, a feat that seems wonderful when its feeble powers of flight are considered. Its near relative, the water rail, is a rather handsome bird, but of shy and retiring habits. The Weka rail, a native of New Zealand, is one of the flightless forms to which we have referred. It is about as large as a pheasant, but lacks its splendor, being soberly clad in brown and black. Unlike its relative, it breeds in a burrow, which it digs for itself by the aid of its bill. The name Weka was given it by the Maoris. Weka rail, water rail. The common water hen, or moor hen, is one of the most familiar birds of the London parks. Although frequent enough to be seen upon streams and broads, it is nevertheless shy and wary, but in the sanctuary of the public parks all reserve is thrown off. The water hen, like its allies, is an expert swimmer, in spite of the fact that the toes are not webbed. On the contrary, they are very long and slender. When alarmed, these birds will often submerge the body till only the beak projects above water. All the members of this group are easily recognized by the bare patch of skin extending from the beak on to the top of the head. In the coots, this is white. Gallinals, it is red. The coots and water hens are clad in sober colors, gray or black. But the gallinalos are gorgeously clad in purple, shaded with dark green, olive brown, and black. Mantell's gallinal of New Zealand is probably now extinct, the last bird having been killed in 1898. The finfeet. These are little-known birds found in Africa, South America, Southeast Asia, and Sumatra. They are closely related to the coots, but differ therefrom in many important particulars. Like the coots, they are river-haunting birds and have broad flaps of skin fringing the toes, which serve the purpose of a web, but they have much longer necks and tails than the coots and water hens. Not much is known about them. End of Chapter 2, recorded by Dave Courier, www.davecouriermusic.com, on July 14, 2020.
Section 3 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 3, Pidgeons and Sand-Grouse, by W.P. Pycraft. Pigeons, as a rule, are birds of wonderful powers of flight. The young, which never exceed 2 in number, are hatched perfectly blind and helpless, and but sparsely clothed. They are nourished by a peculiar milky secretion of the parent's crop, known as pigeon's milk. The operation of feeding is performed by the parent thrusting its beak into the mouth of its offspring and ejecting therein the secretion just referred to. The nest is a very simple structure, being composed of twigs, generally placed in a tree, but sometimes in a cave or hole in a bank. The eggs, which never exceed 2 in number, are pure white. Perhaps the most beautiful species occur among the large group known as fruit pigeons. Many of these are invested in raiment of vivid green and yellow, forming a little coterie by themselves, the green pigeons. Others, on account of their brilliancy, have been designated painted pigeons, of which perhaps the most beautiful of all is Eugenie's pigeon. Try to imagine it. The head is pure white, the upper part of the breast a purple-red, surrounded by a dull purple band. The underparts are grayish-green, shading into white, the flanks green, whilst the upper parts are also green, but of a rich bronze tint. Another group from the Fiji Islands includes a magnificent species, the male of which is clothed in a glorious orange, save the head and throat, which are olive yellow. His mate is scarcely less beautiful, her plumage being rich green. Another member of the group, the white nutmeg pigeon, is clad in creamy white with black quills, and a black tip to the tail. It is a native of Borneo. The fruit pigeons, it should be mentioned, include some of the largest of living pigeons. Whilst many of the pigeon tribe seem to have succeeded in dyeing their feathers with all the hues of the rainbow, others have secured equal glory by a covering which, at first sight, would rather appear to be of burnished metal than of feathers. The most striking instance of this is found in the magnificent Nicobar pigeons. There are 2 species of these birds, which occur not only in the Nicobar Islands, from which they take their name, but also in the Malay Archipelago and the Solomon and Palau Islands. The general tone of one species is black, but the upper parts are superbly glossed with bronze and copper reflections. The other, from the Palau Islands, is indigo blue in general tone. In one of the Nicobar Islands these birds occur in thousands. Furthermore, these 2 pigeons stand alone, in that the neck feathers are greatly elongated, forming hackles like those of the common fowl. The largest of living pigeons are the gurras, or crowned pigeons. There are 6 species, all of which are confined to Australasia. They are characterized by a huge and very beautiful fan-shaped crest of feathers which springs from the crown of the head. At the other extreme stand the namaqua and scaly doves. The former is regarded by Professor Newton as one of the most graceful in form of all the pigeon tribe. The latter are scarcely, if at all, larger than the sparrows. The power of flight of some forms is, however, extremely limited. They bid fair in course of time to become flightless, like the dodo and the solitaire. The most interesting of these is the gray-naped ground pigeon. Pigeons for the most part display a marked preference for a life among the trees rather than on the ground, but there are some which are essentially ground dwellers. The species in which this changed habit is most deeply rooted, and probably of longest standing, exhibit one very interesting point of difference from their neighbors of the woods. This difference consists in the very considerably longer legs which mark the ground-haunting bird. The gray-naped ground pigeon of southeast New Guinea forms an excellent example, inasmuch as the legs are much longer than in any other pigeon. These birds, for there are 3 species in all, resemble the megapodes in habit, and frequent hills or dense thickets. They lay 1 egg, which is deposited at the foot of a tree. Among domesticated breeds is the English pouter, a bird characterized by its enormous gullet, which can be distended with air whenever the owner wills. The carriage of the body is vertical, not as in pigeons generally horizontal. The carrier is a breed illustrating the result of long sustained selection to increase, amongst other characteristics, the development of the bare skin surrounding the eye and beak of all pigeons, wild or tame. In the short-faced tumbler we have a breed wherein those birds with the shortest beaks have been steadily bred from. Today so little beak is left that some individuals are hatched which, when grown up, are unable to feed themselves. An example of a radical change in the feathers is the Indian frillback. In this case the feathers all over the body are reversed or turned forwards, giving the bird quite an extraordinary appearance. In the Jacobin we have a breed, and we could cite others, wherein the feathers of the neck are much elongated, and turn upwards and forwards over the head to form a hood. In general appearance, sand-grouse are small, very short-legged birds, with small heads and pointed wings and tail. Their general tone of coloration may be described as sand-colored, and this has been adopted to render them in harmony with the barren sand wastes in which they dwell. But some may be described as quite highly colored, being banded and splashed with chestnut, black, pearly gray, white, and yellow, according to the species. Pallas's sand-grouse is the native of the Kirghiz steppes, extending through Central Asia to Mongolia and northern China, and northwards to Lake Baikal, and southwards to Turkestan. Here they may be met with in enormous numbers. In North China large numbers are often caught after a snowstorm. The snow is cleared away, and a small green bean is scattered about. Young sand-grouse differ remarkably in one particular from young pigeons, inasmuch as the former are hatched covered with a thick down, and are able to run about soon after leaving the egg, whilst the pigeon comes into the world very helpless and much in need of clothing. 3 eggs are laid by the sand-grouse, and these are double-spotted, whilst the pigeon lays but 2, which are white. The eggs of the sand-grouse are laid in a depression in the ground, without any nest. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Stenson, Huntington, Pennsylvania. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 4, by W. P. Pycraft. Chapter 4. Auks, Gulls, and Plovers. The Auk Tribe. The guillemot is found all around Britain, and breeds wherever the sea is fringed by cliffs affording ledges for the reception of the eggs. It breeds in colonies, often numbering many thousands, and lays but 1 egg, which is large and pear-shaped. Since the guillemot builds no nest, but lays its egg on the bare rock, this peculiar shape is advantageous, since it revolves on itself when disturbed instead of rolling off the ledge into the sea. At the same time, thousands of eggs fall into the sea every year owing to the birds leaving the egg whilst incubating in too great a hurry. At Lundy Island, one of the sources of amusement for the gaping tourist was that of firing a shot to frighten the birds, with the result that, at each shot, showers of eggs were knocked off the ledges onto the rocks below. The color of the egg varies infinitely, no two being quite alike. This, it has been suggested, is useful, as the mother is thereby enabled to identify her own egg, even when surrounded by hundreds of others. The young are covered with long down, and when big enough, but still unable to fly, are taken down by the mother to the sea, being carried, some say, on her back. Others say the chick is seized by the wing and carried down. The razorbill is nearly, if not quite, as common on the coasts of Britain as the guillemot, from which it may be readily distinguished by its beak, which is much compressed from side to side, hence its name of razorbill, and deeply grooved. In habits it very closely resembles the guillemot, but in one respect at least it is a more interesting bird, inasmuch as it is related to and closely resembles the now extinct great auk, the giant of the tribe. The smallest British representative, it should be mentioned, is the little auk, a species more nearly allied to the guillemot. It is only a winter visitant to Britain, breeding in huge colonies on the inhospitable shores of Greenland and Iceland. So quaint a bird as the puffin most certainly finds a place here. One of its most characteristic features is its enormous bill, which is rendered more conspicuous on account of its bright color. It is bluish at the base, yellow at the tip, and striped with orange. A very remarkable feature of this bill is the fact that it is larger in summer than winter, portions of the sheath being shed in autumn. Enormous numbers of puffins breed in Ireland. Myriads breed on Lundy Island. The Farne Islands, the cliffs of Flamborough, and Scotland are also tenanted by thousands. Puffins breed in holes, which they dig for themselves when occasion requires, but when rabbit burrows are to be had, they prefer these, dispossessing the owners without the slightest compunction. Might, with the puffin, is right, as well as with many other animals. Young puffins, like young auks and guillemots, are hatched covered with long down. The parents feed them on fish, which they deposit at the mouth of the burrow 20 at a time, and give them to the young bird one by one. When the female is sitting, her mate feeds her in a similar way. Puffins lay only a single egg, which differs from that of its relatives the auks and guillemots in being white. The white color enables the sitting bird to see it in the dark burrow. The gull tribe. To get at the real inwardness of the gull tribe, so to speak, we must examine their anatomy very closely. Then we shall be convinced that they are modified plovers, and have nothing to do with the petrels, to which they bear an undoubted resemblance. Terns. Terns are gulls in miniature, on which account it is probable that many a visitor to the seashore passes them unwittingly. But let him watch next time for what look like flocks of tiny, long-winged, and unusually active gulls, now hovering gracefully in the air, and now suddenly plunging headlong like an arrow to the sea, with a force and dash that will surprise him, now that attention is drawn to them. These are terns. From their vivacity and forked tails, they have been aptly named sea swallows. There are several species of tern. Like the gulls, they have a distinctive dress for summer and winter, but the sexes are both dressed alike. The general livery, as with the gulls, is pearly gray above and pure white below. In summer, in some species, relieved by a black head. One species, the roseate tern, has the breast suffused with the most exquisite rose pink, which fades rapidly after death, however. Young terns, in their first plumage, differ conspicuously from their parents, having much brown intermixed with gray. Terns lay about 3 eggs, which are deposited among the shingle on the beach, and so closely do the eggs, and later on the young, resemble the surrounding stones that it is almost impossible to find them. As a rule, terns breed in colonies, often numbering many thousand birds. There are exceptions to the rule just laid down as to nest building. One species of the knotty terns, for example, builds a nest of turf and dry grass, placed in bushes or in low trees. It seems to return to the same nest year after year. adding on each return new materials, till they form masses nearly 2 feet in height. Occasionally it appears to make a mud nest, placed in the fork of a tree, whilst the superb little white noddy often deposits its egg on the leaf of a coconut palm. Truly a wonderful sight, and still more wonderful when we reflect that it is chosen by one of the gull tribe. About 6 species of tern commonly occur in the British Islands, and some 5 or 6 other species occasionally visit them. Skimmers. The skimmers are tern-like birds, with a very wide geographical distribution, occurring in India, Africa, and North and South America, and remarkable for the very extraordinary form of the beak. The upper jaw is much shorter than the lower, and both are compressed to the thinness of a knife blade. The beak is associated with, and is probably an adaptation to, an equally remarkable method of feeding, which has been admirably described by Darwin, who watched them feeding in a lake near Maldonado. They kept their bills, he says, wide open, and the lower mandible half buried in the water. Thus, skimming the surface, they ploughed it in their course, and it formed a most curious spectacle to behold a flock, each bird leaving its narrow wake on the mirror-like surface. In their flight, they dexterously manage with their projecting lower mandible to plough up small fish, which are secured by the upper and shorter half of their scissor-like bills. The gulls. Gulls are larger and heavier birds than terns, with longer legs and shorter, thicker beaks. Furthermore, with one exception, the tail is never forked. Like the terns, gulls generally breed in colonies, and these are often of large size. Young gulls, when newly hatched, are quite active. Later, when their feathers have grown, they are found to wear a dress quite different from that of the parents. Sometimes the adult plumage is gained at the end of the first year of existence, sometimes not until after the 3rd year. Gulls feed on everything that comes in their way, from fish caught swimming at the surface of the sea to worms picked up at the plough-tail. One of the commonest and best known of all the gulls is perhaps the species known as the black-headed gull, which has become so common in the heart of busy London, where hundreds may be seen during the winter months flying up and down the river, or wheeling about over the lakes in the parks. The black-headed gull receives its popular name on account of the fact that, like some terns and some other gulls, in the spring, the feathers of the head suddenly acquire a sooty black color. All trace of this is lost in the winter, save for 2 patches, one behind each ear. The eggs of this bird are collected in thousands each spring, and sold in London and other markets as plovers' eggs. As many as 20,000 have been taken in a season from the extensive gullery at Scolton Mere in Norfolk. 3 or 4 eggs are laid in a nest of rushes, which is always placed on the ground in marshy and often inaccessible spots. The largest of the gull tribe is the great black-backed gull, which is, furthermore, a common British bird. Indeed, it is frequently seen flying, together with the last-mentioned species, on the Thames, doing its best to get a full share of the titbits thrown by interested spectators from the various London bridges. Unlike the black-headed gull, it has no seasonal change of plumage, but is clad all the year round in the purest white, set off by a mantle of bluish-black. The young of this bird has a quite distinct plumage of grayish-brown, and hence has been described as a distinct species, the grey gull. This dress is gradually changed for the adult plumage, but the process takes about 3 years. The kittiwake is another of the common British gulls, breeding in thousands in favorable localities on the coasts. Its eggs are deposited on the narrowest and most inaccessible ledges of precipitous cliffs. This species sometimes falls a victim to the fashion of wearing feathers. At Clovelly, writes Mr. Howard Sanders, there was a regular staff for preparing plumes, and fishing smacks with extra boats and crews used to commence their work of destruction at Lundy Island by daybreak on the 1st of August. In many cases the wings were torn off the wounded birds before they were dead, the mangled victims being tossed back into the water. And he has seen, he continues, hundreds of young birds dead or dying of starvation in the nests, through the want of their parents' care. It is well within the mark to say that at least 9,000 of these inoffensive birds were destroyed during the fortnight. Of the skua gulls, there are several species. Their coloration differs from that of the gulls just described in being confined to shades of brown. One of their most remarkable traits is that of piracy. They await their cousins the gulls coming shoreward from the sea with newly swallowed fish, and then, giving chase, compel the gull, in order to lighten itself and escape, to disgorge its hard-won meal. So swift of flight is the skua that the ejected morsel is caught before it reaches the water. The plover tribe. Birds of very various size, shape, and coloration are included in this group. That is to say, birds which vary much superficially, but, it must be understood, all undoubtedly closely related. In England they are to be met with almost everywhere. The seashore, the lonely moorland, the desolate marshes, the river's brink, or the woods, all these shelter some one or other of the plover tribe. Like the gulls, many adopt a distinctive dress for the courting season, which, however, is sometimes worn by the males only and not by both sexes alike, as in the gulls. One of the most striking and familiar instances of this change is seen in the gray plover. In winter, the plumage of the upper parts of this bird is dusky gray, that of the under parts pure white, but in the spring the former is exchanged for a beautifully variegated mantle of black and white, and the latter becomes uniformly jet black, save the under-tail coverts, which remain white. In the dunlin, again, we have a similar change, the upper parts being in winter gray, the under parts white. In the spring the former become black, with an admixture of rust color, and the latter black insofar as the breast is concerned, but the abdomen remains white. In many of that section of the plover tribe distinguished as wading birds, the changes which take place in the spring in the plumage of the upper parts resemble those already instanced, but the under parts turn to a rich chestnut instead of black. This occurs in the forms known as the godwits, knots, and sanderlings, for example. In all the instances so far quoted, both male and female are colored alike, but, as already hinted, occasionally the change of plumage affects the male only. This is the case with the ruff. The importance of this exception is still further increased by the fact that the change in coloration is accompanied by the development of a large frill around the neck, surmounted by two large tufts called ears, and fleshy, brightly colored warts around the beak. The colored picture of the male in its spring dress, which will be found on another page, gives an admirable idea of the typical ruff, but it must necessarily fail to give any indication of one very remarkable fact concerning this frill and the two ears, and for this reason. No two individuals ever have these peculiar feathers of the same coloration and pattern. The range of color is certainly not great, the changes being rung, so to speak, on black, white, chestnut, bay, and ash color. Diversification is gained by contrasting the ears with the frill, and adding bars or streaks to the light coloration, and purple, green, and violet reflections to the dark. These ornaments are donned in a surprisingly short space of time, and are discarded as quickly, for they are scarcely completed by the month of May, and are thrown off again at the end of June. During the time that this resplendent livery is worn, the males engage in mimic battles, which may occasionally develop into real ones, arranged apparently for the edification of the females, which, it seems, select as partners, at least for that season, those which please or excite the most. The power of pleasing must certainly be considerable, for the ruff is a polygamous species. Formerly, the ruff was a common bird in England, but the drainage of the fens and persecution have practically brought about its extermination. At least two groups of plovers have succeeded in reversing the usual order of things in the matter of sexual plumage. These are the phalaropes, which are British birds, and the painted snipe, in both of which the female is more brightly colored and somewhat larger in size than the male. As is the case where this reversal occurs, the duties of incubation fall mainly or entirely upon the smaller and duller male. It is interesting to note, furthermore, that only in the phalaropes is there a seasonal change of plumage. In the painted snipe, the same livery is worn all the year round. Many of the plovers have no seasonal change of plumage, but both male and female wear all the year round some a more or less markedly bright-colored livery, as the dotterel and turnstones, others a more sober vestment, as the curlews and snipe, for example. The snipe and woodcock may be cited as especially instructive forms in this connection, showing, in regard to the beak, for instance, undoubted proof of this structural modification, the result of adaptation to the peculiar method of seeking their food. This beak constitutes an organ of touch of great sensitiveness, and is used as a probe to thrust down into the soft soil in the search for hidden worms. Of the 3 species of snipe which occur in Britain, probably the one known as the common snipe is most familiar, but it will perhaps be new to some to learn that this bird ranks as a musical performer on account of a very extraordinary bleating or drumming noise which it gives forth, especially during the spring of the year, the season of courtship. We cannot describe this noise better, perhaps, than as an unusually high-pitched hum, produced, it is generally held, by wind driven between the outer tail feathers by the rapid vibration of the wings as the bird descends, or rather pitches, at a fearful pace earthwards. These feathers have the shafts peculiarly thickened, and it is interesting to note that the characteristic sound may be artificially produced if they be fastened to a stick and rapidly whirled through the air. The snipe and woodcock are not the only members of the plover tribe whose beaks have undergone marked structural modifications. But 2 or 3 must suffice. In the avocet, the beak turns upwards like an awl, and the bird is in consequence known in some places as the cobbler's awl duck. In one particular, however, the beak differs from an awl, tapering as it does to an exceedingly fine point. When the bird feeds, it walks along in shallow water with the curved tip of the beak resting on the surface, and the head moving swiftly from side to side, the jaws meanwhile being opened and closed with exceeding rapidity, and seizing instantly upon such small crustacea and other organisms as come in their way. Although all the plovers might be described as long-legged birds, the stilts are quite exceptionally so, and afford evidence of modification in another direction. Relatively to the size of the body, the stilts have the longest legs of all living birds. They seek their prey by wading in shallow water, like the avocets, to which they are closely related. One species, the black-winged stilt, occasionally appears in Britain. Some other members of the plover tribe, the jasana of Brazil and the water pheasant of India, Ceylon, and China, for example, have enormously long toes, as well as claws of great length. These birds are furthermore remarkable for the possession of formidable weapons of offense, borne on the wrist joint of the wing, in the shape of long, sharp, and powerful spurs. Similar weapons are carried by certain plovers, the Egyptian spur-winged plover, for instance. End of Section 4. Recording by Catherine Stenson, Huntingdon, Pennsylvania.
Section 5 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 5. Bustards and Cranes, by W.P. Pycraft. The plover tribe, bustards, cranes, and rails, form a large group of diverse but probably closely related forms. Of the bustards, the most interesting and important species is the great bustard. About 100 years ago this magnificent bird might have been seen any day in such favourable localities as the Yorkshire and Lincolnshire wolds, the Norfolk and Suffolk brecks, the heaths of Newmarket, or the downs of Berkshire and Wiltshire. It owes its extermination to several causes, foremost among which must be reckoned the reclaiming of waste land and improved methods of agriculture. The bulk of its body, says Professor Newton, renders it a conspicuous and stately object, and when on the wing, to which it readily takes, its flight is not inferior in majesty to that of the eagle. The expanse of the outstretched wings of a great bustard is 8 feet, or even more, and the weight of the male may even exceed 35 pounds. The female is smaller. To see the great bustard in a wild state today, one would have to travel to Spain, and if one could make a pilgrimage for this purpose during the bird's courting season, some very wonderful antics on the part of the male would be witnessed. These antics make up what is really a very elaborate love display. In this performance the bird inflates his neck with wind, draws his head closely down onto the back, throws up his tail so as to make the most of the pure white feathers underneath, and sticks up certain of the quill feathers of the wing in a manner that only a great bustard can. Certain long feathers projecting from each side of the head now stand out like the quills of a porcupine, forming a sort of cheval de frise on either side of the head, and complete the picture, which in our eyes savours of the ludicrous. The inflation of the neck is brought about by filling a specially developed wind bag between the gullet and the skin with air through a small hole under the tongue. For many years it was believed this bag was used as a sort of water bottle to enable the bird to live amid the arid wastes which were its chosen haunts. We now know what its real use is. Visitors to the Natural History Museum in London will find, beautifully mounted, a male bustard in the act of showing off, as it is called, and hard by a dissection of the head and neck, showing this wonderful wind-bag. Cranes. One of the most beautiful of this group of peculiarly handsome birds was once numbered among British birds. Now, alas, like the bustard, it is one of the rarest visitors. Till the end of the 16th century the common crane reared its young in the fenlands. In Saxon times we read of a request being made by King Ethelbert to Boniface, Bishop of Mayence, begging him to send over 2 falcons, suitable for flying at cranes in Kent. In one case, at a feast given by Archbishop Neville in the reign of Edward IV, as many as 204 cranes figured in the menu. Later, it is interesting to note, they seem to have fallen somewhat into disfavour, since we read of a Dr. Muffet of Wiltshire, somewhere around 1570, declaring cranes to be distinctly unfit for sound men's tables, yet being young, killed with a goshawk, and hanged 2 or 3 days by the heels, eaten with hot gelatine, and drowned in sack, it is permitted unto indifferent stomachs. The nest is placed on the ground, and contains from 2 to 3 eggs. The young are covered with down, and like plovers and bustards, run as soon as hatched. The cranes, like many other birds, notably some of the plover tribe, occasionally indulge in spirited outbursts of dancing. Mr. Nelson, writing of the birds of Alaska, tells how one day he was watching 2 cranes enjoying themselves in this manner. The male suddenly wheeled his back towards the female and made a low bow, his head nearly touching the ground, and ending by a quick leap into the air. Another pirouette brought him facing his charmer, whom he greeted with a still deeper bow, his wings meanwhile hanging loosely by his side. She replied by an answering bow and hop, and then each tried to outdo the other in a series of spasmodic hops and starts, mixed with a set of comically grave and ceremonious bows. Cranes vary much in general appearance. Some species have much of the skin round the head bare and brilliantly coloured, such as the Sarus crane of India and the crowned crane. The white and whooping cranes are birds of wondrous beauty. The first named species has not been inaptly called the lily of birds. The whole plumage, with the exception of the black quills, is white. The legs are red, as is also the face. Dr. Cowes, an American ornithologist of great repute, relates how he once mistook one of these birds, the whooping crane, for an antelope. He and a companion saw what they took to be an antelope standing quietly feeding, with his broad white stern toward us, and only about 500 yards off. we attempted for at least 15 minutes to flag the creatures up to us, waving a handkerchief on a ramrod. This proving unavailing, my friend proceeded to stalk the game, and crawled on his belly for about half the distance before the antelope unfolded his broad black-tipped wings and flapped off, revealed at length as a whooping white crane. Another very remarkable species is the crowned crane. This is an African species, and takes its name from the tuft of curiously modified feathers on the top of its head. The colored plate gives a good idea of its general appearance. The Suriama. This is a very hawk-like looking bird. Indeed, by some ornithologists it has been regarded as closely allied to the hawks and eagles, and more especially to the secretary bird. Really, however, it is a very ancient kind of crane. The trumpeters, the corlins, the kagoo, and the sunbittern are other ornithological puzzles. Concerning the precise affinities of these birds, much is yet to be learnt. They are, however, undoubtedly related to the cranes. The last mentioned is a small bird with wonderfully beautiful wings, which it displays with great effect to its mate during the courting season. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gaunce. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 6, Grebes and Divers, Penguins, and Tube-Nosed Birds by W. P. Pycraft. The Grebes and Divers. The grebes and divers are representatives of an exceedingly ancient type, and are in many ways besides very interesting. Both are common British birds. The greater part of their lives is spent upon the water, and to suit this aquatic existence, their bodies are specially modified. One of the principal features of this modification is seen in the position of the legs. These, by a shortening of the thigh bones in the grebes, leave the body so far back that when the bird walks, the body is held vertically. With the divers, walking has become an impossibility, and they can only move on land on their bellies, pushing themselves along with the feet. Both grebes and divers are expert swimmers, and dive with the greatest ease, remaining long underwater. The grebes haunt ponds, lakes, and broads. The divers prefer the open sea. Both feed on fish. Grebes. Of the numerous species of grebe, the most familiar are the great crested grebe and the little dabchick. The former has suffered grievous persecution for the sake of its beautiful breast feathers, which fashion decreed should be worn by the gentler sex in the form of muffs or hats. Thus a price was set upon the head of this beautiful and harmless bird, and its ranks were speedily thinned. Some species wear during the nesting season beautiful chestnut or golden ears, horns, or frills on the head and neck. The eared grebe is especially magnificent at this time. Divers. These, as already remarked, are sea-loving birds, but they breed inland on the shores of lakes. There are not many species of divers, but, like the grebes, they assume a special dress during the nesting season, more beautiful than the winter dress. The penguins. The penguins may justly be called wonderful birds, and they are undoubtedly of very ancient descent. For countless generations the sea has been their home and refuge, and, in consequence, flight has been abandoned in exchange for increased swimming powers, which have been gained by transforming the wing into a paddle. This transformation has resulted in flattening the wing bones, and so increasing the surface of the hand and arm whilst reducing its thickness, and the suppression of the quill feathers. The result is a blade-like paddle closely resembling the paddle of the whale, the turtle, or the extinct fish lizards. With this organ, they cleave their way through the water, often far below the surface, in pursuit of food, just as of old their ancestors did through the air. In other diving birds, the wings are kept closely pressed to the side of the body when underwater, whilst locomotion is effected by the feet. The penguin's legs, in consequence of diminished use, have shortened considerably. But besides the wings and legs, the feathery covering has also undergone a certain amount of change. This has been effected by increasing the size of the shaft of the feather and diminishing the vein. As a result, on the front part of the wings, these feathers look more like scales than feathers. Professor Moseley has vividly described the appearance of a flock of penguins at sea. He writes from Tristan da Cunha, As we approached the shore, I was astonished at seeing a shoal of what looked like extremely active, very small porpoises or dolphins. They showed black above and white beneath, and came along in a shoal of 50 or more, towards the shore at a rapid pace by a series of successive leaps out of the water and leaps into it again. Splash, splash went this marvelous shoal of animals, till they went splash through the surf and onto the black, stony beach, and then struggled and jumped up amongst the boulders and revealed themselves as wet and dripping penguins. Like their relatives in other parts of the world, penguins breed in huge communities known as rookeries, a rookery being peopled by tens of thousands. Their nests, made of small stones, are placed among the tall grass and reached by beaten pathways, exceedingly difficult to walk through. Professor Moseley thus describes a rookery. At first you try to avoid the nests, but soon find that impossible. Then, maddened almost by the pain, for they bite furiously at the legs, stench, and noise, you have recourse to brutality. Thump, thump goes your stick, and at each blow down goes a bird. Thud, thud you hear from the men behind you as they kick the birds right and left off the nests. And so you go for a bit. Thump, smash, whack, thud, caw, and the path behind you is strewn with the dead and dying and bleeding. Of course, it is horribly cruel thus to kill whole families of innocent birds, but it is absolutely necessary. One must cross the rookeries in order to explore the island at all, and collect the plants or survey the coasts from the heights. Penguins feed principally on crustacea, mollusks, shellfish, and small fish, varied with a little vegetable matter. Although the legs are very short, penguins yet walk with ease, and can, on occasion, run with considerable speed. It would appear, however, as if the largest of the tribe, the emperor penguin, had become somewhat too bulky to run. For when speed is necessary, it lies down upon the snow and propels itself with its feet, traveling, it is said, in this manner with incredible speed. Penguins, though confined to the southern hemisphere, enjoy a wide range in every variety of climate. They are found on the Antarctic ice, on the shores of South Africa, South America, Australia, New Zealand, and inhabit many islands of the southern seas, notably the Falklands, Kerguelen, and Tristan da Cunha. In size, penguins vary greatly. The largest is the emperor penguin of the Antarctic seas. Scarcely smaller is the king penguin of Kerguelen Island. The emperor penguin stands some 3.5 feet high, and may weigh as much as 78 pounds. The gentle penguin, or Johnny of the sailors, is next in size, but being little smaller than the king penguin. This species inhabits Kerguelen Island and the Falklands. The crested penguins, or rockhoppers, of which there are several species, are much smaller. They occur in the Falkland Islands, New Zealand, and the Antarctic. The South African form is known as the black-footed penguin. Its nearest allies are Humboldt's penguin of western South America and the jackass penguin of the Falklands. The smallest of all is the little blue penguin of South Australia and New Zealand, standing only 17 inches high. The tube-nosed birds. Until recently, these birds were believed to be closely related to the gulls, but it is now generally agreed that they are really distant relatives of the divers and penguins. The association with the gulls was pardonable, for they certainly bear a superficial resemblance to them. The birds now under discussion may be readily distinguished from the gulls by the fact that the nostrils open into a tube on the top of the beak, or a pair of tubes, one on either side, hence the name of the group. Like the gulls, they are seabirds and web-footed. Their young are downy and for a time helpless. One egg is laid, which is white and in some cases spotted with red at the large end. As a rule, no nest is made, but the egg laid on bare ground in a hole or burrow or in crevices of rocks. The albatrosses build a nest of earth, tufts of grass and moss, the whole structure raising the sitting bird well above the ground. The giant and fulmar petrels also build nests. The albatross is said by Professor Moseley to hold the egg in a pouch while sitting, as in the case of the king penguin. The nature of this pouch has never been described. Although occurring in the seas of all parts of the world, the southern hemisphere must be regarded as their headquarters, since here the greatest number of species are found. All are carnivorous, and, with the exception of one small group, the diving petrels of the Strait of Magellan, are birds of powerful flight. A large number of species belong to this group, but an enumeration of all would be wearisome. A few of the more striking have, therefore, been selected for description. The albatrosses. It was an albatross which brought such woe upon the ancient mariner whose pitiful story is so feelingly told by Coleridge. But the tables are occasionally turned, for men falling overboard in southern seas are liable to be attacked by these powerful giants. The albatross is mostly renowned for its majestic flight. Mr. Froude has given us a wonderful description of this flight, which is quoted with approval by Professor Newton. It runs as follows. The albatross wheels in circles round and forever round the ship, now far behind, now sweeping past in a long, rapid curve, like a perfect skater on an untouched field of ice. There is no effort. Watch as closely as you will, you rarely or never see a stroke of the mighty pinion. The flight is generally near the water, often close to it. You lose sight of the bird as he disappears in the hollow between the waves, and catch him again as he rises over the crest. But how he rises and whence comes the propelling force is to the eye inexplicable. He alters merely the angle at which the wings are inclined. Usually they are parallel to the water and horizontal, but when he turns to ascend or makes a change in his direction, the wings then point at an angle, one to the sky, the other to the water. Professor Hutton, speaking with similar enthusiasm of the wonderful flight, gives us, however, another side to the picture. Suddenly, he says, he sees something floating on the water, and prepares to alight. But how changed he now is from the noble bird but a moment before, all grace and symmetry. He raises his wings, his head goes back, and his back goes in. Down drop 2 enormous webbed feet, straddled out to their full extent, and with a hoarse croak between the cry of a raven and that of a sheep, he falls souse into the water. Here he is at home again, breasting the waves like a cork. Presently he stretches out his neck, and with great exertion of his wings runs along the top of the water for 70 or 80 yards, until at last, having got sufficient impetus, he tucks up his legs and is once more fairly launched in the air. For the wonderful photographs of the albatross at home, we are indebted to the Honorable Walter Rothschild. They are from his book on the avifauna of Laysan Island, in the North Pacific. Unfortunately for the albatrosses and other birds, traders have been attracted to Laysan for the sake of the guano deposits. The birds were strictly protected during the occupation of Mr. Preece, but when he left they had no friend to shield them, and their eggs were taken in cartloads, as the accompanying photograph shows. When an albatross makes love, Professor Moseley tells us he stands by the female on the nest, raises his wings, spreads his tail and elevates it, throws up his head with the bill in the air or stretches it straight out forwards as far as he can, and then utters a curious cry. Whilst uttering the cry, the bird sways his neck up and down. The female responds with a similar note, and they bring the tips of their bills lovingly together. This sort of thing goes on for half an hour or so at a time. There are several different kinds of albatross. The largest measures over 11 feet across the outstretched wings. They are inhabitants of the southern seas. After the albatrosses, the largest bird of the group is the giant petrel. Sailors call it breakbones, Nelly, or stinker. In habits, it differs much from its aristocratic relative the albatross, haunting the coasts in search of dead seals and whales and the bodies of other birds. Professor Moseley aptly likens it to the vulture. It soars all day along the coast, on the lookout for food. No sooner is an animal killed than numbers appear as if by magic, and the birds are evidently well acquainted with the usual proceedings of sealers, who kill the sea elephant, take off the skin and blubber, and leave the carcass. The birds gorge themselves with food, just like the vultures, and are then unable to fly. I came across half a dozen at Christmas Harbor in this condition. We landed just opposite them. They began to run to get out of the way. The men chased them. They ran off, spreading their wings but unable to rise. Some struggled into the water and swam away, but 2 went running on, gradually disgorging their food in the utmost hurry until they were able to rise, when they made off to sea. The Fulmar petrel is a British bird. On St. Kilda, Professor Newton tells us, from 18,000 to 20,000 young are killed in 1 week in August, the only time when, by the custom of the community, they are allowed to be taken. These, after the oil is extracted, serve the islanders for winter food. The storm petrel is a small bird which breeds abundantly in St. Kilda and the Orkneys, and so fearless that it will allow itself to be taken from the nest by hand. Immediately this is done, the bird vomits a quantity of pure oil from its mouth. The wild fowlers make use of this habit, capturing the bird, collecting the oil, and setting the prisoner free again. A story is related of a storm petrel which was kept in a cage for 3 weeks. It was fed by smearing its breast with oil, which the bird swallowed by drawing the feathers separately through its beak. These birds are popularly supposed to be seen only before stormy weather, and therefore are not welcomed by sailors, who call them devil's birds and witches. This bird seems to commend itself to some palates. Thus the late Mr. Seabohm says, "Cooked on toast like snipe, we found them delicious eating, very rich, but not at all fishy." We cannot refrain from a brief mention of the remarkable little diving petrel. Remarkable because of its unlikeness to all the other petrels and its strong resemblance to the auks, but its tubular nostrils and certain anatomical characters proclaim its true affinities. This is a petrel, says Professor Moseley, that has given up the active aerial habits of its allies and has taken to diving, and has become specially modified by natural selection to suit it for this changed habit, though still a petrel in essential structure. On 2 occasions Professor Moseley met with them in the Strait of Magellan, and describes the water as being covered with these birds in flocks extending over acres, which were made black with them. End of section 6. Habit. 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 For this changed habit. For this changed habit.
Section 7, Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 7, Storks, Herons, and Pelican Tribe, by W.P. Pycraft. Part 1. The Storks, Herons, and Pelican tribe form a group of closely allied but externally very unlike birds, distantly related to the petrels on the one hand, and the cranes and hawk tribe on the other. There are a few birds which have figured more prominently in the realms of fairy tale and fable than the white stork. Today it is almost universally held in affectionate regard, and in Holland, Denmark, and Germany is afforded the strictest protection, every effort being made, in localities where it is plentiful, to induce it to build its nest upon the house roof. Sometimes, to effect this, its fondness for a stage of some sort of being known, a cartwheel is set up, and this generally proves successful, the grateful bird erecting thereon its nest. Once occupied, it may be held by several generations of tenants, and year by year additions are made to the nest so that the original shallow structure at last attains a height of several feet. The material used in its construction consists of sticks and other substances. He considers himself a fortunate man indeed who can boast a stork's nest on his house. To show how widespread is the regard in which this bird is held, we may mention that in Morocco, according to Colonel Irby, almost every Moorish hovel has its stork's nest on the top, a pile of sticks lined with grass and palmetto fiber, and he goes on to relate that in Morocco and Fez and some other large towns in the Moorish Empire, there is a regular stork's hospital, and that should one be in any way injured or fall from the nest, it is sent to this institution, or rather enclosure, which is kept up by subscriptions from wealthy Moors who regard the stork as a sacred bird. Though the nest appears to be generally placed upon buildings, it is, when these fail, built in trees, and the selection of such sites must be regarded as representing the original practice of the species. The stork is one of the very few birds which appear to be quite dumb. It supplies the want of a voice by a very remarkable clapping noise made by the long, horny beak. But even this noise is rarely made, and appears to be prompted by unusual excitement. During the breeding season, Mr. Howard Saunders tells us, storks keep up a clappering with their bills, and this sound may frequently be heard proceeding from a number of birds circling in the air at such a height as to be almost invisible. The affection displayed by storks for their young is proverbial. They feed them by thrusting their beaks down into the gaping little mouths and injecting the half-digested remains of their last meal, which may represent reptile, frog, or fish, varied by a small mammal, young bird, worms, or insects. The white stork is a really beautiful bird, except the quill and some of the smaller wing feathers, which are black. The plumage is snow white, whilst the bill and the legs are bright red. Like the swallow, it performs extensive migrations, traveling in flocks, numbering many thousands, at an immense height. Scarcely less beautiful is the black stork, and like its white-plumaged ally, it is also an occasional visitant to Britain. It is a handsome bird, having the plumage of the upper parts black, richly glossed with purple, copper, and green, the underparts pure white, and the legs and beak red. But it is far less sociable, and consequently less known, than the white stork, shunning the haunts of men and seeking seclusion for its nest in the lofty trees of large forests. The largest members of the stork tribe are the adjutant storks and jabiroos. The adjutants are also, to our eyes at least, singularly ugly birds. In spite of this very natural disadvantage, they have won a very high place in the regard of the people among whom they dwell, on account of the fact that both in Africa and India they perform, with the vultures, the work of scavengers. Yet there is something of quaintness about these birds, if they are watched from a distance too great to reveal the character which imparts the ugliness to which we have referred, and their actions not seldom border on the grotesque. The name adjutant has been bestowed upon them on account of the peculiar gait, which bears a fanciful resemblance to the measured pacing of an officer on parade. Like all storks, they have large bodies and very long legs, but they have outstripped all their relatives in the enormous size of the beak. The features which have earned this unenviable reputation for ugliness are the peculiarly unkempt and unwashed appearance of the head and neck. These are but scantily clothed in very shabby brown-looking down feathers, and the neck is made still more, we might almost say, repulsive by the presence of a large bare pouch, which can be distended with air to an enormous size at will. The Arabs, on account of this pouch, call the species resident with them the father of the leather bottle. Some, however, say that the correct translation of the native name would be the father of the beak. But it is not only on account of their scavenging propensities that the adjutants are esteemed, for it is from the under-tail coverts of these birds that the much-prized marabou, or comercauli, feathers are obtained, at least the finest kinds, for some appear to be furnished by that chief of scavengers, the vulture. More precious still is the celebrated stone called Zahir Mora, or poison killer, of great virtue and repute as an antidote to all kinds of poison, to be procured only by splitting open the head of the bird before death. Needless to say, the existence of this stone lives only in popular superstition, though how many poor birds have fallen victims thereto is not pleasant to contemplate. Adjutants choose almost inaccessible pinnacles of rock on which to build their nests, though they sometimes nest in trees. From 2 to 4 white eggs are laid, from which, if all goes well, as many young covered with fluffy white down are hatched. The jabiroos are distant relatives of, and scarcely inferior in size to, the adjutants. There are 3 species, one occurring in the Indian Peninsula, New Guinea, and Australia, one in Africa, and one in South America. It is to this last species that the name of jabiroo correctly applies. Furthermore, there can be no doubt that it is one of the handsomest of its tribe. The whole plumage is pure white, and the upper parts are made additionally resplendent by an indescribable satin-like gloss. The beautiful whiteness of its plumage is enhanced by the fact that the head and neck, bill and feet, are jet black. Some would give the palm of beauty to the African saddle-billed stork. Black and white, as in the American form, are the contrasting colors, but the plumage of the body, instead of being pure white, is plentifully enriched with black, with beautiful purple reflections. More or less nearly allied to the storks are several species familiar enough to the professional ornithologist, but not well known generally. One of the rarest and most interesting of these is the whale-headed or shoe-billed stork of the Nile, remarkable for its enormous boat-shaped bill. More common but equally interesting are the beautiful flamingos. Apart from the brilliancy of their color, the most noticeable feature of these birds is the curious beak, which is bent downwards at a sharp angle and provided on its inside with horny plates resembling those of the ducks and swans. The tongue of this bird, unlike that of the stork tribe generally, is thick and fleshy, and also resembles that of the duck. The flamingo is the only member of the stork tribe which builds a mud nest, its foundation laid often in as much as 15 inches of water and rising above the surface from 6 to 8 inches, with a diameter at the top of 15 inches. It forms a pile of no mean size. Strangely enough, though these birds are never so happy as when wading knee-deep in water, yet after the construction of the nest the incubation of the eggs is delayed so long that before they are hatched the water has disappeared, leaving a burning plain of sun-baked mud. On the top of this nest the parent sits with its long neck neatly curled away among the back feathers, with its long legs doubled up and projecting behind her for some distance beyond the tail. Until quite recently it was believed that the bird incubated its eggs by sitting astride the nest, the length of the legs forbidding any other position. This has now been proved beyond cable to be an entirely erroneous opinion. The eggs, 2 in number, are peculiar in that they are encased in a thick outer chalky coat, which on removal reveals a greenish-blue shell. The characteristic crooked beak of the adult is not at all apparent in the young bird, and only appears as it approaches maturity. The huge flocks in which these birds consort are graphically described by Mr. Abel Chapman as follows. In herds of 300 to 400, several of which are often in sight at once, they stand feeding in the open water, all their heads under, greedily tearing up the grasses and water plants from the bottom. On approaching them, which can only be done by extreme caution, their silence is first broken by the sentries, who commence walking away with low croaks, then hundreds of necks rise at once to full extent, every bird gaggling its loudest as they walk obliquely away, looking back over their shoulders as though to take stock of the extent of the danger. Pushing a few yards forward, up they all rise, and a more beautiful sight cannot be imagined than the simultaneous spreading of the crimson wings, flashing against the sky like a gleam of rosy light. In many respects these birds bear a strong resemblance to geese. Like them, flamingos feed by day, and great quantities of grass, etc., are always floating about the muddy water when a herd has been feeding. Their cry is almost indistinguishable from the gaggling of geese, and they fly in the same catenarian formations. The spoonbills and ibises also belong to the stork tribe. The former are remarkable chiefly for the strange spoon-shaped bill. One species, a few hundred years ago, nested in England. This remarkable beak is associated with a peculiar method of feeding, well described by the late Mr. Whalley. During the operation, he says the beak was passed sideways through the water and kept open till something palatable came within its grasp. But the action by which the bird effected this was most singular, for instead of turning only its head and neck, it turned its whole body from left to right and from right to left, like the balance wheel of a watch, its neck stretched out and its beak immersed perpendicularly to about half its depth. This semicircular action was kept up with great vigor and at a tolerably quick march. A graphic description by Mr. Alfred Crowley of a visit to the breeding haunts of the spoonbill, about 15 miles from Amsterdam in 1884, is well worth reproducing here. Taking a small boat in tow, we were punted across the open water, over which were flying numbers of sand martins, swifts, common and black terns, and black-headed gulls, the reeds being full of coots, moorhens, sedge and reed warblers, etc., and in the distance we saw, rising above the reeds occasionally, a small spoonbill or purple heron. On nearing a large mass of reeds, one of the boatmen struck the side of the punt with a pole, when up rose some 50 spoonbills and 8 or 10 purple herons. As we came closer to the reeds, they were soon hovering over our heads. Within easy shot, some 200 of the former and 50 or 60 of the latter. Strange to say, not a note or sound escaped from the spoonbills, and only a few croaks from the herons. On reaching the reeds, we moored our punt, and 2 of the men, waiting in the mud, took us in the small boat about 50 yards through the reeds, where we found ourselves surrounded by spoonbills' nests. They were placed on the mud among the reeds, built about 1 foot or 18 inches high and 2 feet in diameter at the bottom, tapering to 1 foot at the top, where there was a slight depression in which lay 4 eggs, or in most cases 4 young birds, many ready to leave the nest, and several ran off as we approached. In the nests with young there was a great difference in age and size, one being about a day or so old, and the oldest nearly ready to leave the nest, some 2 or 3 weeks old, so that evidently the birds lay their 4 eggs at considerable intervals, and begin to sit on depositing the first. After wandering about, a matter of difficulty on account of the mud, we found a clutch of only 3 eggs, and 1 of 4 which I managed to blow. We also obtained 2 clutches of eggs of the purple heron, but some of the latter had young. The ibises, though much alike in form, are strangely diverse in color. One species was sacred to the ancient Egyptians. The reverence and affection they showed to this bird above all others is probably largely due to its migrating habits, which obtained in that far past just as they do today. The naturalist Brehm says on this subject, "When the Nile, after being at its lowest ebb, rose again, and the water assumed a red tinge, then the ibis appeared in the land of the Pharaohs as a sure guarantee that the stream, the giver and preserver of life, which the people in their profound reverence raised to the rank of a god, would once again empty the wellspring of plenty over the thirsty land. The servant and messenger of an all-bounteous deity commanded of a necessity for reverence of a poetic and distinguished character. By reason of its importance, he too must be a god." Another species, the glossy ibis, occurs sometimes in Britain. Perhaps the most beautiful of all is the scarlet ibis of America, numbers of which can be seen in the Zoological Gardens of London. On account of the curved, sickle-shaped bill, the ibises were at one time believed to be related to the curlews. This, however, is now known to be quite incorrect. It was at one time believed that the ibis was adopted as part of the arms of the town of Liverpool. This bird is termed a liver, from which that flourishing town derived its name, and is now standing on the spot where the pool was, on the verge of which the liver was killed. The arms of the town of Liverpool, however, as Mr. Howard Saunders points out, are comparatively modern, and seem to have no reference to the ibis. The bird which was adopted in the arms of the extinct Earls of Liverpool was described in a former edition of Burke's Peerage as a cormorant, holding in the beak a branch of seaweed. In the Plantagenet seal of Liverpool, which is believed to be of the time of King John, the bird has the appearance of a dove, bearing in its bill a sprig of olive, apparently intended to refer to the advantages that commerce would derive from peace. The glossy ibis has been found breeding in colonies of thousands in Slavonia. The nests are large structures formed of sticks and a few weeds, never far from the water, and many even, in the colony referred to, were so near the surface that they appeared to be floating. The eggs, 3 or 4 in number, are of a beautiful greenish blue. The young, while still unable to fly, climb actively among the branches of the trees in which the nest is placed, clinging so firmly with the feet as to be removed with difficulty. In the first mentioned of these two groups, the common heron is the best known in the British Islands. Indeed, there must be few who have not encountered it in a wild state at some time or another. In suitable spots it may occasionally be met with standing mid-leg in water on the lookout for eels and other fish and frogs, a diet varied by an occasional young bird or small mammal. Sometimes this prey is hunted, so to speak, the bird walking along with a slow, measured step, striking with lightning rapidity and wonderful precision the moment its victim is sighted, whilst at others it stands motionless, as when fishing, striking the instant the unsuspecting eel or flounder comes within range. From the earliest times until the reign of William IV, the heron was specially protected by law, being held in high regard both as an object of sport and a desirable addition to the dinner table. So late as James I's time, an act was passed making it illegal to shoot with any gun within 600 paces of a heronry. The favorite way of taking the heron was by hawking, a sport which has furnished material in abundance for both poet and painter. Herons breed in more or less extensive colonies, the nests somewhat bulky structures made of sticks and lined with twigs being placed on the tops of high trees. From 4 to 6 is the normal number of eggs, and these are of a beautiful sea-green color. The young are thinly clad in long, hairy-looking down, and for some considerable time are quite helpless. Similar in appearance to the common heron is the American great blue heron, though it is by no means the largest of the herons, as its name might seem to imply. This distinction belongs to the Goliath heron. A native of Africa, it is remarkable not only for its size, but for an extraordinary development of long, loose feathers hanging down from the lower part of the breast, and bearing a strange resemblance to an apron, concealing the upper part of the legs. Passing over many species, we pause to descant on the egrets. These are numbered amongst the most unfortunate of birds, and this because of the gracefulness and beauty of certain parts of the plumage worn during the breeding season, which are coveted alike by Eastern magnates and Western women. The feathers in question are those known as egrets, or more commonly ospreys, and their collection, as Professor Newton points out, causes some of the most abominable cruelty practiced in the animal world. The wearing of these feathers can no longer be excused, for Sir William Flower in England and Professor W.E.D. Scott in America have given the greatest publicity to the horrible barbarities and sickening scenes which are perpetrated by the men sent to gather in this harvest. The egrets, however, are not the only victims, as a glance at the milliners' windows will show the distorted and mangled bodies of almost every known species of the smaller birds being therein displayed. Many of those who wear these ornaments offend unwittingly. It is certain that if they realized the suffering and waste of life that this method of decoration entails, they would eschew any but ostrich feathers forever. The cattle egret, better known as the buff-backed heron, breeds in the southern portion of the Spanish peninsula, where from March to autumn it is very common in the marshes of Andalusia, thousands congregating there, herding with the cattle, from the backs of which they may be often seen picking off the ticks. Hence the Spaniards give them a name meaning cattle cleaners. The night herons are comparatively small birds, and derive their name from their habit of turning night into day, waking up only as the shades of evening fall to hunt for food. Only during the breeding season is this habit broken through, when they are obliged to hunt for food for their young during the daytime. They breed in colonies, in bushes or low trees in the neighborhood of swamps. In some places they are protected, as for instance round the great Honam temple at Canton, where these birds are held sacred. Colonel Swinhoe, says Mr. Howard Saunders, describes the nests as placed thickly in some venerable banyans, the granite slabs that form the pavement beneath these trees being bedaubed with the droppings of old and young, while from the nests arose the chattering cry of the callow broods, for which the parent birds were catering the whole day long, becoming more active at sunset. As darkness set in, the noise and hubbub from the trees rose to a fearful pitch. In Hungary, large numbers of herons and egrets breed together in the marshes, egrets and night herons breeding together with the common and purple herons. Landbeck, an enthusiastic ornithologist, writes of such heronries. The clamor in these breeding places is so tremendous and singular in its character as almost to defy description. It must be heard before a person can form any idea of what it is like. At a distance, these hideous noises blend with a confused roar, so as in some way to resemble the hubbub caused by a party of drunken Hungarian peasants, and it is only on a nearer approach the separate notes of the two species, the common and the night heron, can be distinguished, namely crake and quack, to which the notes of the young, zek, 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 in different keys serve as an accompaniment. When close to, the noise is tremendous and the stench unbearable. This, together with the sight of dozens of young herons in every stage of putrefaction and teeming with maggots, is perfectly sickening, though the contemplation of life and movement in this immense heronry is a matter of interest to the true ornithologist. The tops of the highest trees are usually occupied by the nests of the common heron, a little lower down is the habitation of the shy and beautiful great egret, while in the forks of the lowest branches the night heron takes up her abode. All these species build in one and the same tree, the nests numbering not infrequently as many as 15 in a single tree, and yet peace invariably reigns amongst all these varieties. High over the trees appears the common heron, laden with booty, announcing his arrival with a hoarse crach. When changing his tone to a goose-like da-da-da-da, he either jerks the provender down the throats of the ever-hungry youngsters, or throws it up before them, when the fish are greedily swallowed, amid a desperate accompaniment of go-hee-hee-hee-hee, go-hee-hee-hee-hee, a sound much resembling the frantic cry of a calf which is being lifted into a farmer's market cart. The conduct of the more cautious egret is very different. Circling far above the nest, she first satisfies herself that no foe is hidden below before she alights among her family, which are much quieter and less hasty than their cousins. The night herons, on the contrary, approach their nests from all sides, high and low, their crops filled with frogs, fish, and insects. A deep quack or goek announces the arrival of the old bird already from some distance, to which the young answer, while feeding, with a note resembling quet, quet, or kwe-hoa-he, kwe-hoa. As soon as the parents have taken their departure, the youngsters recommence their concert, and from every nest uninterrupted cries of tsick, 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 tsek, 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 and get are the order of the day. This amusement is varied by the nestlings climbing out among the branches till they reach the top of the tree, whence they can have a good lookout, and can see the old birds returning home from a long distance, though they are in many cases often mistaken in their identity. A common North American bird is the so-called green heron, known by many local aliases such as fly up the creek, chalkline, and chucklehead. Seen at short range, its plumage is lustrous and beautiful, but this disappears as soon as the bird takes wing. The nest is of very loose construction, and a story is told of one which was such a shaky concern that every time the old birds jarred it, a stick fell off, and the structure grew smaller and smaller, until the day when the young were ready to fly, there were but 3 sticks left. Finally, these parted, and the little herons found themselves perching on the branch that once held the nest. The end of Section 7 by Dave Currier. Section 8, Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 7, Storks, Herons, and Pelican Tribe, Part 2, by W.P. Pycraft. The bitterns. These are birds of a remarkable type of coloration, adapted to aid their skulking habits. The coloration partakes so completely of the nature of the undergrowth among which they dwell, that aided by certain peculiar habits described below, they succeed in harmonizing so perfectly with their surroundings as to render themselves invisible to their enemies. The best-known species is the common bittern, though this epithet is no longer applicable, for at the present time it is but an occasional visitant to Britain. Once it was plentiful enough, as the frequent references both in prose and poetry bear witness. These references have been inspired mainly by its very peculiar note, made apparently only during the breeding season. This sound is variously described as booming, bellowing, and bumping, and many are the theories which have been invented to account for its origin. Thomson, in The Seasons, says that it's made whilst the beak is thrust into the mud. The bittern knows his time, with bill engulfed to shake the sounding marsh. Chaucer, that it is caused whilst it is immersed under water, and Dryden represents it as made by thrusting the bill into a reed. Mr. J.E. Harding is one of the few who have actually watched the bird during the production of the sound, and from him we gather that it is made by expelling the air from the throat whilst the head is held vertically upwards. The protective coloration and the peculiar habits associated therewith have only recently been recognized. These birds, when threatened, do not take flight, but immediately bring the body and the long neck and pointed head into one vertical line, and remain absolutely motionless so long as the cause of alarm persists. The peculiar coloration of the body harmonizes so perfectly with the surrounding undergrowth that, as just remarked, detection is well nigh impossible. Although the pattern and tone of the coloration vary in the various species of bittern, which occur all over the world, this principle of protection obtains in all. The drainage of the fins is answerable for the extinction of the bittern in England. We would draw special attention to the great length of the feathers on the neck, which, when the bird is excited, are extended on either side to form an enormous feather shield. This is admirably shown in the photograph below, which represents a bittern preparing to strike. It is a curious fact that, when extended, the hind part of the neck is protected only by a thin coat of down. When the excitement has passed, the elongated feathers fall again and, curling round the unprotected area, give the bird the appearance of having a perfectly normally clothed neck. A wounded bittern will strike at either man or dog, and is extremely dangerous, owing to the sharpness of its dagger-like bill. If a dog advances on one not entirely disabled, the bird immediately turns itself upon its back and fights with beak and claws after the fashion of a wounded hawk or owl. Owing to the way in which the neck can be tucked up by throwing it into a series of curves and then suddenly extended, great danger attends the approach of the unwary. The bittern is by no means particular in its choice of food, small mammals, birds, lizards, frogs, fishes, and beetles being alike palatable. The writer remembers taking from the gullet and stomach of one of these birds no less than 4 water voles, 3 of which had apparently been killed only just before it was shot, for the process of digestion had hardly begun. On migration, these birds appeared to travel in flocks of considerable size, since Captain Kelham reports having seen as many as 50 together high up in the air, when between Alexandria and Cairo. Curiously enough, they flew like a gaggle of geese in the form of a V, but every now and then he noticed they, for some reason or other, got into great confusion. At one time, the flesh of the bittern was much esteemed as food for the table, being likened in taste and color to the leveret, with some of the flavor of wild fowl. Sir Thomas Browne, who flourished during the middle of the 17th century, says that young bitterns were considered better eating than young herons. In the 14th century, it bred in considerable number in the fens of Cambridgeshire, and was so highly esteemed as a bird for the table that the taking of its eggs was forbidden. At a court baron of the Bishop of Ely, according to Mr. J. E. Harting, held at Littleport in the 11th year of the reign of Edward II, several people were fined for taking the eggs of the bittern and carrying them out of the fen, to the great destruction of the birds. Decreasing steadily in numbers, the bittern continued to breed in Britain till the middle of the 19th century, one of the last nests being taken in Norfolk in 1868. The members of the pelican tribe may be readily distinguished from other living birds by the fact that all their toes are united in a common fold of skin or web. In the ducks and other web-footed birds, only the front toes are so united. The pelican tribe embraces several apparently dissimilar forms, whose only claim to be grouped together, judged from a superficial point of view, lies in the fact that they possess the peculiar type of foot above mentioned. With the general appearance of the pelican itself, probably everyone is familiar, but we had better mention here that the other representatives of the group with which we have now to deal are the cormorants and gannets, common on the British coasts, and the less-known darters, frigate birds, and tropic birds. These, as we know from their anatomy, are all closely allied forms, and with the pelicans make up a somewhat isolated group, whose nearest allies appear to be the members of the stork tribe. The pelican figures largely in ecclesiastical heraldry as the type of maternal tenderness. Tradition has it that the bird, in admonishing its young, occasionally did so with such violence as to slay them. Remorse immediately following, the distracted parent drew blood from its own breast, and therewith sprinkled the victims of its wrath, which thereupon became restored to life again. The exhaustion following on this loss of blood was so great that the young had perforce to leave the nest to procure food for themselves and the sinking parent. If any, through lack of filial affection, refused to aid in this good work, the mother, on recovering strength, drove them from her presence, but the faithful children she permitted to follow her wherever she went. One of the most remarkable features of the pelican is the pouch which hangs suspended from the underside of the beak. This is capable of great distension, and is used when fishing as a sort of bag net, of which the upper jaw serves as the lid. The young are fed by the female, which, pressing her well-filled pouch against her breast, opens her mouth and allows them to take their fill therefrom. Pelicans display great sagacity when fishing, a flock often combining to form a horseshoe, and driving the fish into a mass take their fill. This method, of course, is only possible when fishing in the estuaries of rivers or lakes, where the fish can be rounded up, so to speak. Clumsy as the pelican looks, it is yet capable of wonderful powers of flight. Indeed, it shares the honor with the vultures, storks, and adjutants as an expert in the peculiar form of flight known as soaring. A North American species of pelican is remarkable in that during the breeding season the beak is ornamented with a peculiar horny excrescence, which is shed as soon as that period is over. Pelicans are natives of the tropical and temperate regions of the Old and New Worlds, and live in flocks often numbering many thousands. The nest is placed on the ground, and therein are deposited 2 white eggs. The young are helpless for some time after hatching. In all, some 36 species of cormorants are known to science, of which 2 are commonly to be met with round the British coasts, one of which also travels inland to establish itself on such lakes and rivers as may afford it support. In various parts of the world, cormorants are taken when young and trained to catch fish, sometimes for sport, or as in China, to furnish a livelihood for their owners. At one time, the master of the cormorants was one of the officers in the royal household of England, the post having been created in 1611 by James I. The method of hunting is as follows. After fastening a ring around the neck, the bird is cast off into the water, and diving immediately makes its way beneath the surface with incredible speed, and seizing one fish after another, rises in a short space of time with its mouth full and throat distended by the fish, which it has been unable to swallow by reason of the restraining ring. With these captures it dutifully returns to its keeper, who deftly removes the fish and either returns the bird to the water or, giving it a share of the spoil, restores it to its perch. Cormorants nest either in trees or on the ground. They lay from 4 to 6 eggs, and the young feed themselves by thrusting their heads far down the parents' throats and helping themselves to the half-digested fish which they find there. The cormorant has a certain sinister appearance equaled by no other bird, so that its introduction in Milton's Paradise Lost, Book 4, 194, seems particularly appropriate. Satan, it will be remembered, is likened to a cormorant. So clomb this first grand thief into God's fold. Thence up he flew, and in the tree of life, the middle tree and highest there that grew, sat like a cormorant. The curious bottle-green plumage, green eyes, long-hooked beak, and head surmounted by a crest of the smaller sea-loving representative of the 2 bird species were doubtless familiar enough to Milton before blindness overtook him. Some of our readers may have made the acquaintance of the cormorant's nearest ally, the darter, or snake-neck, in the fish house at the Zoological Gardens of London. For the sake of those who have not, we may say that the darter may be described as a long-necked cormorant, with somewhat lighter plumage. The head is small and flat, and armed with a pointed, dagger-like bill, whose edges are finely toothed, with needle-like points projecting backwards. The neck is very long and slender, hence its name of snake neck. Furthermore, it is remarkable for a very strange kink, formed by a peculiar arrangement of the neck bones, an arrangement intimately associated with its peculiar method of capturing its prey, which, as with the cormorant, is pursued under water. How dexterously this is done may be seen any day in the fish house at the Zoological Gardens, where, as we have already mentioned, these birds are kept. At feeding time they are turned loose into a large tank into which a number of small fish have been placed. The birds dive as soon as they reach the water, and with surprising speed chase their prey till within short range. Then, by a sudden bayonet-like lunge, made possible by the peculiar kink in the neck, a victim is transfixed, brought to the surface, released from the bill by a series of sudden jerks, tossed into the air, and dexterously caught and swallowed. The darter is found in Africa, India, the Malay region, Australia, and South America, frequenting the banks of rivers, lakes, and swamps, sometimes singly, sometimes in pairs or in immense flocks. Very different from either of the foregoing species, both in build and coloration, is the gannet. In its habits it is also different. The adult bird is about the size of a goose, white in color and armed with a powerful pointed bill. The young have a quite distinct plumage, being deep brown, speckled with white, this livery being worn for nearly 3 years. The greater part of a gannet's lifetime seems to be spent upon the wing, a fact which implies a very different method of feeding from that followed by the cormorant and darter, and this is actually the case. Preying upon shoals of herring, mackerel, sprats, or pilchards, the birds, flying singly or in flocks, as soon as the fish are discovered, rise, soar in circles to such a height as experience shows best calculated to carry them by a downward motion to the required depth, and then, partially closing the wings, plunge upon their prey, and rarely without success, the time which elapses between the plunge and the immersion being about 15 seconds. A flock of gannets feeding is a really wonderful sight, and can be witnessed in many places around the British coasts. for the gannet is one of the very common British birds. The pilchard fishermen off the Cornish coast learn when the shoals are at hand and the direction in which they are traveling by the actions of these birds. A very cruel experiment is sometimes practiced upon the gannet, based upon its well-known method of fishing. A herring is tied to a beam and set adrift, and the bird, not noticing the trap, plunges with its usual velocity upon the fish, with the result that it is killed instantly by the shock of the contact. Gannets breed in colonies of thousands on the islands off the east and west coasts of Scotland. They lay but a single egg in a nest composed of seaweed deposited in inaccessible crags of precipitous cliffs. The young are at first naked. Later they become clothed with long white down. At one time, says Mr. Howard Saunders, young gannets were much esteemed as food, from 1,500 to 2,000 being taken into a season during the month of August. They are hooked up, killed, and flung into the sea, where a boat is waiting to pick up the bodies. They are plucked, cleaned, and half roasted, after which they are sold at from 8d. to a shilling each. The fat is boiled down into oil, and the feathers, after being well baked, are used for stuffing beds, about 100 birds producing a stone of feathers. Gannets present one or two structural peculiarities of sufficient interest to mention here. In most birds, it will be remembered, the nostrils open on each side of the beak, but of the gannet, no trace of true nostrils remains, and the same may also be said of the cormorant and darter. In gannets, however, a slight indication of their sometime existence remains, though the nostril itself no longer serves as an air passage, and these birds are compelled to breathe through the mouth. Again, the tongue, like the nostrils, has also been reduced to a mere vestige. Stranger still is the fact that immediately under the skin there lies an extensive system of air cells of large size, which can be inflated or emptied at will. Many of these cells dip down between the muscles of the body so that the whole organism is pervaded with air cells, all of which are in connection with the lungs. The frigate and tropic birds, which now remain to be described, are probably much less familiar to our readers than the foregoing species. Frigate birds are remarkable in more ways than one. To begin with, their general appearance may be described as that of a small, long-winged, fork-tailed albatross, mounted upon particularly diminutive legs, so short as to do little more than raise the body off the ground. Their flight is wonderfully graceful and capable of being sustained for considerable periods, for, like the gannets, they pass most of their time on the wing. They feed upon surface fish, which they capture from the surface of the water without alighting, or upon fish which they take from the gannets of the neighborhood. Frigate birds build their nests in trees, on low bushes, or on the ground, and sometimes upon ledges of precipitous cliffs. The nest is a loose structure composed of sticks, and its construction is accompanied by much pilfering from one another. Only a single egg is laid. About the beginning of January, the male acquires a very remarkable pouch of brilliant scarlet skin, which hangs beneath the beak. Frigate birds are found all over the world within the tropics. The tropic birds, or boatswain birds as they are sometimes called, are more like gulls or the heavier species of terns in general appearance, and in no way resemble superficially the forms for which they are associated, save in the fact that all the toes are enclosed in the same web. A study of their anatomy, however, leaves little doubt that these birds are really members of the pelican tribe. Either pure white, relieved with black, or of a beautiful apricot yellow, with similar black markings, with a powerful bill and long tapering tail, the tropic bird is one of the most beautiful of seabirds. There are altogether about 6 species of tropic birds distributed over the Pacific and Indian Oceans. They nest in hollows of cliffs or holes in trees and lay a single egg, which bears some resemblance to that of a kestrel. End of Section 8 by Dave Currier.
Section 9 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tommack, Tucson, Arizona. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 8, Screamers, Ducks, Geese, and Swans, by W. P. Pycraft. Familiar as are most of our readers with all save the first mentioned of these birds, yet few probably suspect how great a wealth of forms this group displays. All are more or less aquatic in their habits, of heavy build, with long necks and small heads, short legs, and short wings and tails. The young are hatched covered with a peculiar kind of down, which more nearly resembles that of the ostrich tribe than the down of other birds, and they run about or accompany their parents to the water either immediately or a few hours after hatching. Several species have become domesticated, and in some cases have given rise to peculiar breeds, whilst many are much in demand for the purpose of enlivening ornamental waters. The least known members of the group are the very remarkable and extremely interesting screamers of South America, of which there are 3 species. These are large birds presenting some resemblances to the game birds on one hand and the geese on the other. Not only the beak but the skull in certain characters recalls that of the game birds. The body may be described as goose-like, but in the longer legs and enormous toes, which are not connected by a web, these birds recall the megapodes or mound builders. The screamers are generally regarded as primitive members of the group with which they are now associated, but in many respects they are quite peculiar. Not the least interesting of their habits is the great predilection they observe for soaring in the air at immense altitudes, uttering the while the curious cry to which they owe their name. Several birds often do this at once. Yet stranger is the fact that they not seldom gather in vast flocks to sing in concert. Mr. Hudson, for instance, states that the species known as the crested screamer on one occasion surprised him by an awful and overpowering burst of melody, which saluted him from 500,000 voices at an out-of-the-way spot in the Pampas one evening at 9 o'clock, and again once at noon. He heard flock after flock take up their song round the entire circuit of a certain lake, each flock waiting its turn to sing and only stopping when the duty had been performed. Like the gannet, these birds are richly supplied with air cells between the body and the skin, and between many of the muscles. So highly are these cells developed that it is said a crackling sound is emitted when pressure is applied to the skin. The wings of these birds are armed each with a pair of powerful and sharp spurs, recalling those of certain of the plover tribe, though in the latter only one spur is present on each wing. The division of the remainder of this group into ducks, geese, and swans is generally recognized, but no hard and fast line can yet be drawn between the several sections. We must regard them as representing adaptations to peculiar modes of life, which appear to be most marked in the duck-like form. These may be divided into freshwater ducks, saltwater ducks, spiny-tailed ducks, and mergansers. Of the freshwater ducks, the most familiar is the wild duck or mallard. This is a resident British bird, and also the parent of the domesticated stock, which frequently closely resembles the wild form. In this species, as with the majority of the freshwater ducks, the males wear a distinctive livery, but the males for a few weeks during the summer assume more or less completely the livery of the female, a process aptly described as going into eclipse. The assumption of the female dress at this season is necessary, since it harmonizes completely with the surrounding foliage, and so effectually conceals the bird at a time when it is peculiarly helpless, for as with all birds the quills or flight feathers are cast off by the process known as molting once a year, but instead of being replaced in pairs and the flight remaining unaffected, they are shed all at once, so that escape from enemies must be sought by concealment. Usually among birds the male has the more powerful voice, but with the mallard and its allies the reverse is the case, the female giving forth the loud familiar quack quack, whilst the note of the male sounds like a feeble attempt to answer its mate, but smothered by a cold in the head. This peculiar and characteristic subdued voice is associated with a remarkable bulb-shaped bony enlargement at the bottom of the windpipe, just where it branches off to the right and left lungs, the female being without this swelling. The nest is composed of grass and lined with down plucked by the female from her own breast, with the sole object, it is generally believed, of keeping the eggs warm. But it is possible that the down is removed as much for the sake of bringing the warm surface of the body in closer contact with the eggs. The site chosen for the nest is exceedingly varied. Usually the nest is placed on the ground and near the water, but sometimes in a hedgerow or in a wood, and occasionally in trees, and instances are on record where the deserted nests of hawks and crows have been appropriated. At such times the young seem to be brought to the ground by the parent, which carries them down in her bill. It is some time before the wings of the young birds are big enough to carry them. Indeed, they are quite full grown as far as the body is concerned. At this stage they are known as flappers. Advantage at one time was taken of their helplessness in the sport known as flapper shooting. On other occasions, numbers of people assembled and beat a vast tract of country, driving these young flappers before them to a given spot where nets were placed, in which as many as 150 dozen have been taken at one time. Fortunately, this practice has been abolished by Act of Parliament. Several very distinct domesticated breeds of ducks have been derived from the mallard. The commonest breed differs but little, save in its great size, from the wild parent form, but the most esteemed are those known as the Rouen and Aylesbury. The penguin duck is the most aberrant and the ugliest of these breeds, having a peculiarly upright, awkward carriage and very small wings. The saltwater ducks, or diving ducks, are for the most part of a heavier build than the foregoing species, and many are of a somber coloration. All the species are expert divers, and in consequence have the legs, which are short, placed far backwards, and this causes them to assume a more upright carriage when on land. The curious bony bulb at the base of the windpipe, found in the freshwater species, becomes in the saltwater forms greatly enlarged, and its walls completely ossified, leaving large spaces to be filled by peculiarly delicate sheets of membrane. The majority of the species in this section frequent the open sea, but some occur inland. One of the most useful and at the same time most ornamental of this section is the eider duck, the male in full plumage being a truly magnificent bird. The female, as in the majority of ducks, is clad in sober colors. In Iceland and Norway, the eider duck is strictly protected, a fine being imposed for killing it during the breeding season, or even for firing a gun near its haunts. This most unusual care is, however, by no means of a disinterested kind, but is extended solely that certain privileged persons may rob the birds of their eggs and the down on which they rest, the latter being the valuable eider down, so much in demand for bed coverlets and other purposes. "The eggs and down," says Professor Newton, "are taken at intervals of a few days by the owners of the eider fold, and the birds thus kept, depositing both during the whole season. Every duck is ultimately allowed to hatch an egg or two to keep up the stock." Mr. W. C. Shepherd gives an interesting account of a visit to an eider colony on an island off the coast of Iceland. "On landing," he says, "the ducks in their nests were everywhere. Great brown ducks sat upon their nests in masses, and at every step started from under our feet. It was with difficulty we avoided treading on some of the nests. On the coast of the opposite shore was a wall built of large stones about 3 feet high and of considerable thickness. At the bottom, on both sides of it, alternate stones had been left out, so as to form a series of square apartments for the ducks to nest in. Almost every apartment was occupied. The house itself was a marvel. The earthen walls that surrounded it and the window embrasures were occupied by ducks. On the ground, the house was fringed with ducks. On the turf slopes of its roof, we could see ducks, and a duck sat on the door scraper. The grassy banks had been cut into square patches, about 18 inches having been removed, and each hollow had been filled with ducks. A windmill was infested, and so were all the outhouses, mounds, rocks, and crevices. The ducks were everywhere. Many were so tame that we could stroke them on their nests, and the good lady told us there was scarcely a duck on the island that would not allow her to take its eggs without flight or fear." The The nest is composed externally of seaweed and lined with down, which is plucked by the female from her breast as incubation proceeds, till eventually it completely conceals the egg. Each nest yields about 1/6 of a pound and is worth on the spot from 12 to 15 shillings a pound. The pochards, scaups, golden eyes, and scooters are relatives of the eider duck, but since all resemble the latter in their general mode of life, we need not consider them here. The mergansers and smews, to which reference has been made, differed markedly from all the ducks so far considered in the peculiar formation of the bill, which is relatively long and narrow, with its edges armed with sharp, tooth-like processes projecting backwards towards the back of the mouth. These processes are really only horny spines and have no relation to teeth, although they are used as teeth would be for holding slippery prey, such as fish, which form the greater part of the diet of these birds. So far, in all the ducks which we have considered, the male differs conspicuously from the female in plumage, but in the forms we are now about to describe, both sexes are colored alike. The first is the common sheldrake, which seems to lie somewhere on the borderland between the ducks and the geese. It is a very beautiful bird, conspicuously marked with broad bands of orange chestnut, white, and black, the beak being coral red in color, and further ornamented by a peculiar fleshy knob at its base, serves to set off the glossy bottle green color of the head and neck. As appears to be inevitably the case where both sexes are colored alike, the female builds her nest in a hole, generally a rabbit burrow, whilst the young have a distinct livery, duller in tone than that of the parent. The female sheldrake breeds in Britain and may be frequently seen at sea flying in small parties, which have been likened to a flock of butterflies. The geese include birds of somewhat conspicuous coloration, besides a considerable number of more subdued aspect. The sexes are distinguished by different names, the female being known as the goose, the male as the gander, whilst the young is the gosling. As we have already mentioned, there is no hard and fast line to be drawn between these three sections of the group. The ducks are connected by the sheldrakes with the geese, though the spur-winged goose, the Egyptian and Orinoco geese, and certain other species which cannot be alluded to on this occasion. The spur-winged geese, of which there are two species, are African birds and derive their name from the long spur seated on the wing. A still more remarkable form is the half-webbed goose, so called from the fact that its feet are only partially webbed. It has a black and white plumage, a hooked beak, and a large warty prominence on the front of the head. It spends most of its time perched on the branches of the Australian tea trees, and rarely enters the water. The windpipe is peculiar, being coiled in several folds between the skin and the breast muscles. From these peculiar forms we pass to the true geese. The largest living species is the Chinese or Guinea goose of eastern Siberia, regarded as the stock from which the domesticated geese of eastern countries have been derived. European domestic geese have been derived from the gray or gray-lag goose, a species at one time exceedingly common in England, breeding in considerable numbers in the fen districts, where the young were frequently taken and reared with the large flock of domesticated geese commonly kept at that time for the sake of their feathers. The gray-lag goose, however, has long ceased to breed in England, though a few still nest in Scotland. The most important breeds derived from the gray-lag are the Toulouse and the Emden. Other British species are the bean goose, pink-footed, and white-fronted geese, and the black brent and barnacle geese, in all of which the sexes are precisely similar in coloration and subdued in tone. In the New World, some very beautiful white geese are found, which are still more interesting in that the females have a different coloration. These are the kelp and upland geese of Patagonia and the Falklands. The female of the kelp goose is a brownish-black above and black barred with white below, whilst the female of the upland goose is rufous and black in color. The latter may be seen in London parks. Lastly, we have a few species known for their small size as pygmy geese of Australia, India, and Africa. Perhaps the best known is the Indian species called the cotton teal. These are tiny birds resembling small ducks rather than geese, and dive admirably, a feat which the larger species do not perform. The swans are linked with the geese through a very beautiful South American species known as the Corscoba swan. It is the smallest of all the swans, pure white in color save the tips of the greater wing quills, which are black, and the coral red bill and feet. Of all the swans, the best known is the mute swan, the semi-domesticated descendants of which are so common on ornamental waters. For hundreds of years the latter were jealously guarded, none but the larger freeholders being allowed to keep them, and then not without a license from the crown. With this license was coupled an obligation to mark each swan with a particular mark, cut with a knife or other instrument through the skin of the beak, whereby ownership might be established. It would seem that these swans and their descendants were not derived from native wild stock, but were introduced into England, it is said, from Cyprus by Richard I. At the present day, large swaneries have almost ceased to exist. Perhaps the largest is that of the Earl of Ilchester at Abbotsbury, near Weymouth. In 1878, between 1,300 and 1,400 swans were to be seen there at one time, but latterly the number has been reduced to about half. Although swans do not perhaps stand so high in the general esteem as table delicacies as with our forefathers, there are yet many who appreciate the flesh of this bird, but the St. Helens Swan Pit at Norwich is the only place in England where they are systematically fattened for the table. Here, from 70 to 200 cygnets, as the young swans are called, caught in the neighboring rivers, are placed early in August and fed upon cut grass and barley till Christmas, when they are fit for table, weighing when dressed about 15 pounds, and fetching, if purchased alive at the pit, about 2 guineas each. The pit is constructed of brickwork and about 74 feet long, 32 feet wide, and 6 feet deep, the water admitted from the river being about 2 feet deep. The food is placed in floating troughs. The birds, quote, "when so disposed," end quote, says Mr. Southwell, quote, "leave the water by walking up a sloping stage, and thus obtain access to a railed-in enclosure where they may rest and preen themselves." End quote. The beautiful swan-like carriage so familiar in the floating bird seems to belong only to the mute swan, the other species of white swans carrying the neck more or less straight and keeping the wings closely folded to the body. No greater anomaly could at one time have been imagined than a black swan. For centuries it was considered to be an impossibility. We owe the discovery of such a bird to the Dutch navigator Wilhelm de Vlaming, who more than 200 years ago captured the first specimen at the mouth of what is now known in consequence as the Swan River. A year after their capture, accounts reached England through the burgomaster of Amsterdam, and these were published by the Royal Society in 1698. The bird is now fairly common on ornamental waters, where its sooty black plumage, set off by pure white quill feathers and coral red bill, contrasts strongly with the typical snow-white mute swan generally kept with it. Equally interesting is the handsome black-necked swan of South America. In this species, the plumage is pure white save that of the neck, which is black. The distribution of this species is practically the same as that of the Corscoba swan. Breeding freely in confinement, it has become a fairly common bird on ornamental waters. It shares with the mute swan the reputation of gracefulness when afloat, swimming with the neck curved and wings raised. End of section 9. Recording by tommack.
Section 10 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in October 2020. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 9, Birds of Prey and Owls, by W. P. Pycraft. Birds of Prey. At one time, the boundaries of this group were much larger than now, for within them were included at least one form which has since proved to belong to the crane tribe. We allude to the Seriema, page 428, and also to the owls. This classification was based on the very remarkable superficial resemblance to the typical birds of prey which those forms bear. Modern ornithologists regard as birds of prey only the forms known as the New World vultures, the secretary bird, and the falcons, eagles, vultures, buzzards, and the numerous smaller forms commonly classed as hawks. The New World vultures. These may be distinguished from their distant relatives of the Old World by the fact that the nostrils are not divided from one another by a partition, and by their much weaker feet. The head and neck in all, as in the true vultures, is more or less bare, and, furthermore, is often very brilliantly colored, in which last particular these birds differ from the typical vultures. One of the most important members of the group is the condor, one of the largest of flying birds, and when on the wing the most majestic. When the condors, says Darwin, are wheeling in a flock round and round any spot, their flight is beautiful. Except when rising off the ground, I do not recollect ever having seen one of these birds flap its wings. Near Lima I watched several for nearly half an hour without once taking off my eyes. They moved in large curves, sweeping in circles, descending and ascending without giving a single flap. One which he shot measured, from tip to tip of the fully expanded wings, 8½ feet. The condor, like its smaller relatives, hunts by sight, and not, as was at one time believed, by smell, feeding on the dead bodies of guanacos, which have died a natural death or been killed by pumas, and upon other dead animals. In the neighborhood where sheep and goats are kept, they are much dreaded, as they will attack the young kids and lambs. The flock owners on this account wage constant war against them, capturing them by enclosing a carcass within a narrow space, and when the condors are gorged, galloping up on horseback and killing them, for when this bird has not space to run, it cannot rise from the ground. Sometimes the trees on which they roost are marked, and when night falls, a man climbs the tree and captures them with a noose, for they are very heavy sleepers. The condor ranges from the Andes of Ecuador, Peru, and Chile southwards to the Rio Negro on the east coast of Patagonia. It lays 2 large white eggs on a shelf of bare rock projecting from precipitous cliffs, and the young are said to be unable to fly till after they are a year old. As will be seen in the photographs, the head of the male is crowned by a bare, fleshy caruncle, which, like the surrounding bare skin, is of a dull reddish color. Lower down the neck is a frill of pure white down, which forms a conspicuous contrast with the glossy black plumage of the rest of the body and wings. The king vulture is a much smaller bird, but the bare parts of the head are much more brilliantly, even gaudily colored, the combinations being orange, purple, and crimson. The plumage is creamy white and black. It is a comparatively rare bird, and but little is known concerning its breeding habits. The female is much more soberly clad than her mate. The king vulture has a more northerly range than the condor, extending from Brazil to Mexico, Texas, and Florida. The commonest of the New World vultures is the turkey buzzard, which is found over the whole of temperate and tropical America. Of the 4 species commonly known as turkey buzzards, 3 are exclusively South American. The 4th ranges as far north as New York and British Columbia, and in the southern and middle United States is very common, perambulating the streets or perching on the housetops. Other species are the small black vulture, a dull, uninteresting-looking bird, and the Californian vulture. This latter is a large species, and in the expanse of wing may even exceed the condor. At one time its extermination seemed certain, owing to its falling a victim to the poisoned meat laid out by the stock keepers for carnivorous mammals, but in the more barren and inaccessible regions it appears to be on the increase. The secretary bird. The second of the 3 main divisions into which the birds of prey are divided is reserved for the secretary bird. This bird derives its name from the crest of long feathers, which bear a fanciful resemblance to the quill pens a clerk is supposed to stick above his ear. It differs from all the other members of the hawk tribe in the exceedingly long legs, which in the young are said to be so fragile as to fracture if the bird is suddenly alarmed. It feeds chiefly on insects and reptiles, especially snakes, for which last it seems to have a special liking. It attacks even the most venomous species, striking at them with its powerful wings and pounding them with its feet, jumping upon them with great force, till rendered helpless, when they are at once swallowed head foremost. On account of its great value as a snake-eater, it has been accorded special protection, though unfortunately there is a tendency on the part of English settlers to relax this, on account of the fact that it will occasionally eat animals coming within the scope of game. Valuable as the latter may be, there yet seems no justification for such a course. The secretary bird, which is a South African species, though extending northwards as far as Abyssinia, builds a huge nest of sticks in low bushes, under which will often be found numerous nests of the Cape sparrow, apparently the only available site on the veldt where bushes are scarce. Here the sparrows are efficiently protected from the icy winds which so frequently sweep across this region, and apparently suffer no fear of personal violence from the fierce owners of the domicile above them. When sitting, the female secretary is fed by her mate. The young do not appear to leave the nest for 5 or 6 months. They are frequently taken from the nest and brought up as household pets, becoming not only very tame, but exceedingly useful. The eagle and falcon tribe. From the perplexing wealth of species displayed among the forms herein bracketed together, we can only select a few examples, which embrace, however, all the more important and interesting forms. Beginning with the more lowly, we start with those members of small or medium size known as kites, and as an example of the group take the species known in the British Isles as the kite or glede. In former days this bird was extremely common in England, being found in numbers not only in the rural districts, but in London itself, where, as old records of the 15th century show, it occurred in such numbers near London Bridge as to excite the wonder of foreigners visiting the city. These birds found an abundance of food in the garbage of the streets, and also of the Thames itself, an observation, remarks Mr. Finn, which throws a lurid light upon the city sanitation. In the days of falconry the kite was royal game, not however by legal enactment, but by reason of the fact that none but specially trained falcons could secure a prey with such wonderful powers of flight. Consequently, the price of a falcon which had attained this degree of skill was beyond the purse of any but a king. Save on the wing, the kite is not a handsome bird, its general color being of a pale reddish-brown, but those who have had the good fortune to watch its flight are one and all impressed. Cowper admirably expresses the general admiration in the lines, "Kites that swim sublime in still repeated circles, screaming loud." The kites may be distinguished from other members of the tribe by their forked tails. Somewhat of a scavenger, as we have already hinted, the kite feeds also upon such small game as moles, frogs, young birds, rabbits, snakes, and fish. Its partiality for young birds caused it to be much dreaded in the farmyard in the days when it was common, and when, with the introduction of modern and improved firearms, game preserving became more strenuously prosecuted, its doom was sealed, for a ceaseless war was waged against it, which ended only with its extermination. Nearly allied to the kites, the honey buzzards next claim attention. The name honey buzzard is a misnomer, for honey forms no part of the bird's food. This species exhibits, however, a quite remarkable partiality for the immature stages of wasps and bees, the nests of which it tears in pieces with its feet, so as to lay bare the coveted morsels, devouring them on the spot, perfectly regardless of the stings of the infuriated insects, which seem unable to penetrate its feathers. When its favorite food is not to be had, it will feed upon corn, earthworms, beetles, slugs, small birds' eggs, and moles, a diet sufficiently strange for a bird of prey. Honey buzzards appear to be exemplary parents, for they are said to construct a bower of leafy boughs above the nest to screen the young from the sun, the boughs being replaced as they wither by fresh ones. The honey buzzard occurs but rarely in England, and nowhere appears to be a very common bird, though it is said to be more frequently met with in Arabia and Egypt than elsewhere. On migration, however, it appears in unusually large numbers, the late Lord Lilford recording an occasion when he observed many hundreds crossing the Straits of Gibraltar from Spain to Africa. These were apparently on their autumnal migration to warmer winter quarters. The dash, energy, and courage which we are wont to associate with the hawk tribe have certainly not been manifest in the members of the order which we have examined so far, but these attributes will be evident enough in the majority of the species with which we are now about to deal. One of the most interesting of these fiercer forms is the osprey or fishing hawk. As its name implies, it feeds largely upon fish, which it captures with great dexterity, seizing them either with its feet from the surface of the water or by plunging entirely beneath the surface, when it disappears amid a shower of spray, to emerge a moment later with a fish writhing in its talons. To ensure a firm grip of its slippery prey, the soles of its feet are armed with rough tubercles, whilst the foot is furthermore remarkable in that the outer toe can be turned backwards, so as to lie parallel with the hind toe, an arrangement rare in birds of the hawk tribe, but characteristic of the owls and some other birds. At times, it would seem, the osprey seizes a fish too large to be raised from the water, when, owing to the firm hold which the claws have taken, the bird is unable to release itself, and is speedily dragged beneath the surface and drowned. Some have suggested that the bird falls a victim not to inability to free itself, but rather to its obstinacy. The osprey is now rare in Great Britain, though it breeds occasionally in the wilder parts of Scotland. It enjoys an extensive range, however, being found all over the world. In America it appears to be very common. On an island "off the eastern extremity of Long Island, New York," writes Professor Newton, 300 nests were counted. The old birds were rearing their young close together, living as peaceably as so many rooks, and were equally harmless to other birds. Colonies of this kind are rare among birds of prey. Whilst the fiercer raptorial birds, which hunt and kill their prey, live only upon small or medium-sized animals, a certain section, known as the vultures, feed upon the carcasses of the largest mammals which they find either in the throes of death or already dead, and even far advanced in decomposition. Gathering to the feast in large crowds, even the largest bodies are soon demolished, and on this account the vultures are to be reckoned amongst the most useful of birds, speedily removing matter which in hot countries would rapidly endanger the health of neighboring communities. Many years ago a great controversy was waged over the question of the faculty which guides the vulture in the discovery of its food, since it was a matter of common knowledge that the traveller might sweep the horizon in vain for a sign of these birds. Yet, should a camel from a caravan fall out and die, or men fall in warfare, within an incredibly short space of time a crowd of vultures would be squabbling over the dead. Some held that the vulture was guided by scent, others by sight, and this latter view is now almost universally accepted. The bird's natural habit of soaring at an immense height enables it to survey not only immense tracts of country, but the actions of its neighbors soaring at the same altitude, though perhaps miles away. So soon as one descries food, it betrays the fact by its actions, making off in the direction of the prospective feast. It is then followed immediately by its yet more distant neighbor, and this by a third, and so the first serves as a guide to all the other soaring birds for miles around. This flight has been admirably expressed by Longfellow in Hiawatha. We need here mention only one or two of the more important species of vulture, and among these one of the most interesting is the lammergeier or bearded vulture. This species is one of the least vulture-like of the tribe, not only in general appearance, but also in habits, and is to be regarded as near the ancestral stock, whose descendants have become more and more addicted to feeding upon dead bodies. The lammergeier or bearded vulture is a bird of large size and majestic flight, differing from all other vultures in that the head and neck are clothed in feathers, whilst the nostrils are covered by long bristles. Beneath the bill hangs a tuft of bristles like those covering the nostrils, hence its name of bearded vulture, and this, coupled with a remarkable red rim to the eyes, gives the bird an almost diabolical appearance. It lives partly upon living animals and partly upon carrion, bones apparently being especially relished. These it breaks by dropping them from a height upon the rocks below, probably to get at the marrow. Land tortoises are treated in a similar manner, and it was possibly this species which caused the death of the poet Aeschylus, on whose bare head a tortoise is alleged to have been dropped. It was at one time common in Europe, and is still fairly numerous in West Africa, though rare in the East and South. Many stories are told of its strength and daring, some of which concern the carrying off of young children, but these are probably mythical, modern observers generally agreeing that the bird is by nature far from courageous. The more typical vultures differ from the lammergeier in having the head and neck more or less bare and often conspicuously colored, or covered with a short velvety down. The cinereous, griffon, Pondicherry, and Egyptian vultures may be cited as examples of these. The cinereous or black vulture is a heavy and repulsive-looking bird, feeding entirely on garbage. On the wing, however, this vulture shares with its relatives the admiration of all who have been privileged to watch it, sailing in graceful circles in the blue sky of the tropics, or hurrying from all quarters of the compass to some ghoulish feast. It forms a spectacle, once seen, never to be forgotten. It is found on both sides of the Mediterranean, and extends eastwards to India and China. This species, like the griffon vulture, has the head and neck down-covered, thus standing in strong contrast with the Pondicherry and sacred vultures of India and Africa, which have bare heads and necks ornamented by loose folds or lappets of skin of a pinkish color. These vultures hunt in pairs and are very self-assertive, driving away all other birds from their prey. They build enormous nests of sticks in bushes and trees, thus differing from the vultures previously described, which generally nest on ledges of rock on precipitous cliffs. These nests are made of sticks, lined with straw and leaves. A single egg is laid, which is white with red markings. The largest species rivals the condor in size. The Egyptian vulture, sometimes known as Pharaoh's hen, is the smallest of the vultures. The plumage is white, the head, throat, and forepart of the neck are naked and of a lemon-yellow color, whilst the feet are pink and the eyes crimson. Not only is it a carrion feeder, but it will also follow the plough, picking up worms and grubs. This species occurs in Europe, breeding in Provence and Savoy, the Madeiras, Cape Verde, the Canaries, North and South Africa, and India. On 3 occasions it has wandered to Great Britain. We pass now to the eagles, a group the exact limits of which it is impossible to define, since the forms so designated merge insensibly into buzzards, hawks, harriers, and so forth. Eagles occur all over the world, save only in New Zealand. An eagle, it is interesting to note, is the bird of Jove, the emblem of St. John and Rome, and at the present day of the American Republic. It also plays an emblematic part in Germany, Austria, and Russia. Of the true eagles, perhaps the best known is the golden eagle or mountain eagle, a British bird, breeding still, though in diminishing numbers, in Scotland. In Ireland it is fast verging on extinction, trap, gun, and poison having wrought its destruction. In times past it bred in the Lake District of England. Abroad, it is found over the greater part of Europe, northern Asia, India and China, and northern Africa, and America as far south as Mexico. It is a very fierce and powerful bird, attacking such large animals as antelopes, wolves, and foxes, as well as the more helpless fawns, lambs, hares, and rabbits, and ducks, geese, grouse, and so on. Very different from the free-roving golden eagle and its allies is the South American harpy eagle. This is a denizen of the forest, of great size and enormous strength, as the powerful bill and feet testify. Whilst other eagles are conspicuous for their powers of flight, the present species is rarely seen on the wing, being strictly a forest dweller, with short wings and tail, and of a somewhat owl-like plumage, the feathers being very soft. At rest, it is one of the most striking of all the eagles. The head is crested, the under parts of the body are white, and the upper dark gray, banded with black. It feeds upon sloths, peccaries, and spider monkeys. So recently as 1897, another forest-dwelling species was discovered in the Philippines, and this also preys largely upon monkeys. Its nearest ally is apparently the harpy eagle, and, like this species, it is a bird of large size and very powerful. It is further remarkable for the enormous size of the beak, which differs from that of all other members of this group in being much compressed from side to side. The sea, as well as the mountain and the forest, is also, as it were, presided over by members of this group, which are in consequence called sea eagles. One species, the white-tailed eagle or ernie, is reckoned among British birds, though it is fast verging on extinction. In former days it bred on the sea cliffs of Scotland and Ireland, and in the Lake District. The nest, or eyrie, as it is called, is commonly placed on inaccessible cliffs, but sometimes on the ground or in a tree, and, as is usual with the group, is made of sticks with a lining of finer materials. This eagle feeds principally upon fish, though hares, lambs, and rabbits, and carrion are occasionally taken. The hawk tribe, generally speaking, have the wings comparatively short, the legs long and slender, and the edges of the beak with a sinuous outline and unnotched, but it is impossible to sharply define the group. The best-known species are the sparrow and goshawks. The first named is still a common British bird, but the latter has now become very rare indeed. In both species, the male is a much smaller bird than the female, and is also more brightly colored. The goshawk was at one time used in falconry. It is a bird of extremely ferocious disposition, and in the days when hawks were used for sporting purposes, had to be kept very safely tethered, as, if it gained its liberty, it would at once proceed to kill every other hawk and falcon in the mews. The falcon tribe is divisible into two sections, the one containing the American carrion hawks and the other the falcons. The carrion hawks, or caracaras, are long-legged birds which spend most of their time on the ground and run well. They are said to hunt, not seldom in packs, after the fashion of wild dogs. One species at least affords an admirable example of mimicry, so rare among birds. This is the curassow hawk, so called from its resemblance to the curassow, one of the game birds. This resemblance is evidently advantageous, for thereby the hawk is enabled to sit quietly at rest till its prey comes within easy reach, mistaking the hawk for the inoffensive curassow. The falcons form an exceedingly interesting group, if only on account of the part which they played in the sports of medieval England. Birds of large size, and forms as small as sparrows, are included within the group. All are very powerful on the wing, and all feed on living prey, though, in the case of the diminutive forms, this may consist mainly, if not entirely, of insects. The members of the falcon tribe may be distinguished from the majority of the larger hawks by the fact that the eyes are dark hazel-brown instead of yellow, and that the bare, yellow, waxy-looking band of skin at the base of the beak, so characteristic of the birds of prey, is not sharply defined, but scantily clothed with fine bristles, passing insensibly into the feathers of the crown of the head. Some of the best-known members of this section of the group are the peregrine and gerfalcons, and the kestrel, hobby, and merlin. Only the peregrine and the kestrel, however, can now be called common. The peregrine is the falcon held so much in esteem by falconers, by whom the female only was called the falcon, the male, which is smaller, being known as a tiercel. The female was used for the capture of the larger game, such as herons and rooks, whilst the male was flown only at partridges and sometimes magpies. In a wild state, the peregrine falcon is regarded by other birds with the greatest fear and terror. Ducks feeding on the banks of streams or lakes, on perceiving it, immediately take to the water, whilst plovers and lapwings rise to an immense height in the air and remain there for hours. Mr. Usher, who has had many opportunities of studying this bird in Ireland, where it is quite common, relates an instance of the tenacity with which it follows its prey, in this case a lapwing. The falcon, he says, after several stoops, cleverly avoided by the lapwing, was so near clutching that the poor bird, quite worn out, dropped into the water, and the falcon, after rising from her stoop, poised a moment on her wings, and then quietly lowering herself with extended legs, lifted the lapwing from the water and bore her off. The eyrie is generally found halfway up some precipitous cliff. No nest is made, but the eggs are laid on the earth or gravel covering the selected ledge. When eggs are found in a nest, the latter has always been taken from some other bird, even the eagle being occasionally dispossessed. 3 or 4 eggs are laid, which are very beautiful and variable in their coloration. The young are attended by their parents long after they are able to fly. The gerfalcons are birds of large size and great beauty, and at one time were much in request by falconers, probably largely on account of their appearance, for they lack the power and spirit of the peregrine. Grey and black and white and black are distinctive colors of the various species, which are inhabitants of northern regions. The kestrel or wind-hover is one of the commonest birds of prey, much and most unjustly persecuted by gamekeepers. In its general appearance it closely resembles its much smaller relative, the so-called sparrowhawk of America, shown in the photograph on this page by Dr. Schufelt. The American sparrowhawk, it should be mentioned, is really a species of kestrel, and, like the British kestrel, belongs to the falcon group of the birds of prey. Like the peregrine falcon, the kestrel does not build a nest, but takes possession of the deserted nests of crows and magpies, or deposits its eggs on the bare earth of a recess in some cliff or quarry, which is overhung by a projecting shelf of rock. Occasionally a hole in a tree is chosen, the eggs then resting on the rotten wood at the bottom. That the kestrel is of a more confiding disposition than the majority of its tribe seems to be proved by the fact that it will often deposit its eggs in nesting boxes, if these are placed in suitable spots. On some English estates the harmlessness of this bird is fully recognized, and every encouragement is given it to breed by the erection of these nesting boxes. By way of illustration we may cite a case where, on an estate in Kent in 1900, 5 of these boxes were erected 20 or 30 feet from the ground round a single field, all of which were tenanted by kestrels, and though 1,000 young pheasants were reared in this field, not a single one of these was missed by the keepers. Besides its human enemies, the kestrel has to contend with crows and rooks, which spare no efforts to seize its eggs whenever the opportunity presents itself. The eggs, it should be mentioned, are of a bright ruddy color, but, like those of the peregrine falcon, lose much of their freshness of coloring during incubation. 4 or 5 in number, they are laid at intervals of 2 days or so, incubation commencing with the deposition of the first egg. As a result, the first nestling hatched may be more than a week older than the last. The food of the kestrel appears to consist mainly of mice, but frogs, earthworms, grasshoppers, cockchafers, and other beetles are also taken. Kestrels will also eat dead animals, as is proved by the fact that they are not seldom found dead from eating poisoned rats laid out for magpies. One instance is on record where a kestrel was taken with its claws entangled in the fur of a stoat, which fiercely defended itself. It is an easy matter, for those who will take the trouble, to find out what is the staple diet of the kestrel, for if the nest and its neighborhood be searched, numerous small rounded pellets of the size of a chestnut will be found, which, when broken up, will prove to be composed of the hard and indigestible parts of what has been swallowed. The majority of such pellets are made up of the fur and bones of mice. The little American sparrowhawk, which, as we have already pointed out, is really a species of kestrel, appears to be almost exclusively insectivorous during the summer months, preying mainly upon grasshoppers. An American ornithologist, Mr. Henshaw, writing on the subject, remarks that during a scourge of grasshoppers the sparrowhawks assembled in hundreds, and although on this occasion, owing to the vast myriads in which these insects had collected, the birds could make no visible impression, yet they must have done an immense amount of good. Ornithologists from all parts of the United States unanimously agree that grasshoppers form the staple diet of this hawk, though mice and gophers are also largely eaten, and especially during the winter months when insect food is scarce. Of the pygmy falcons there are several species, ranging from the eastern Himalaya through Tenasserim and Burma to the Malay Islands and the Philippines. The smallest is the red-legged falconet of Nepal, Sikkim, and Burma. It feeds largely upon insects, such as dragonflies, beetles, and butterflies, hawking them with a swallow-like speed. Occasionally, the members of this little group are said to hunt down and kill birds larger than themselves. Owls. Few birds have been more misrepresented in literature than the owls. For centuries they have been depicted as birds of ill omen, and accused of all kinds of diabolical practices. Shakespeare, for example, repeatedly makes the owl do duty for some evil sign, or fulfill some dire purpose. Thus, in Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 2, it was the owl that shrieked, the fatal bellman, which gives the sternest good night. And later on, in Act 4, it is an owl's wing which he makes the witches add to their cauldron of noisome things, when brewing their deadly potion. In Spain, the scops and tawny owls are believed to be devil's birds, and are accused of drinking the oil from the lamps suspended before the shrines of saints. The gamekeeper nails their bodies up on the barn door as offenders of the worst type, whilst the Malagasy believe owls to be the embodiment of evil spirits. It is therefore a relief to find this unwarrantable prejudice is not absolutely universal, since amongst some people, at least, the owl has found some favour. The best known instance of this is the case of the Greeks, who make the owl the symbol of wisdom, and chose as an emblem, singularly enough, the species known as the little owl, a bird which is notorious for its ludicrous behaviour, so much so that it has earned for itself the reputation of being the veritable buffoon of birds. Its grotesque and ridiculous antics are utilized by continental bird catchers who use it as a lure to attract small birds, tethering it for its purpose near nets, snares, or twigs smeared with bird-lime. Amongst other birds, strangely enough, the owl appears to be as much disliked as the fiercer and more dangerous members of the hawk tribe, and in consequence, should one venture abroad during the day, or be discovered in its retreat, the alarm is given, and every small bird within call is summoned to take part in a general mobbing. Although proverbially unpalatable, the little owl is said to be eaten in Italy, as are other species in the various countries in which they are found. Varying considerably in size, the owls, nevertheless, present a very general uniformity in appearance. All are remarkable for the peculiar softness of their plumage, which imparts to the wings the almost unique power of absolutely silent flight, the sound being deadened or muffled so that the prey can be approached suddenly and seized before escape is possible. This is very necessary when hunting in twilight hours. The owls are almost the only birds in which the outer toe is reversible, or capable of being turned either forwards or backwards. Furthermore, the members of this group are remarkable for the fact that the eyes look directly forward instead of outwards as in other birds, and that the feathers of the face are arranged round each eye in the form of a disc, and thus impart the familiar owl-like visage, seen elsewhere only among certain of the hawk tribe known as harriers. 4 species of owl are to be found sparsely distributed over Great Britain. We may regard as the typical owl the species known as the tawny or wood owl. It is the largest of the resident owls in England, and would be much more abundant, but that it is subjected to a rigorous and foolish persecution, born of long-standing prejudice and ignorance. It stands accused of the heinous offense of eating game, a charge which has never yet been fully proved. The benefits it confers are great, but unfortunately unrecognized, for its chief food consists of rats and mice. This is the bird which gives utterance to that weird hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo-hoo, one of the most charming of the many delightful sounds that break the stillness of the summer nights. It is interesting to note that this species is unknown as a wild bird in Ireland. Other and fairly common species in England are the long and short-eared owls, both remarkable for the fact that the aperture of the ear, which is of enormous size, is of a different shape on the right and left sides of the head. These owls, furthermore, are characterized by the possession of a pair of feathery tufts or horns springing from the top of the head, which can be erected or depressed at pleasure. These horns are found in many species of owl not necessarily closely related. The species under consideration are of medium size, with large eyes of a most wonderful golden yellow color, standing in strong contrast with those of the tawny owl, which are nearly black. Like the tawny owl, those 2 species, and especially the short-eared, live largely on rats and mice. The last named bird also devours great numbers of daw beetles and cockchafers. Amongst the largest of the tribe are the eagle and snowy owls, both of which are occasionally met with in Great Britain. The eagle owl may be described as a largely magnified long-eared owl in general appearance, though, as a matter of fact, the 2 are not very closely related. The snowy owl, as its name implies, is white in color, the white being relieved by more or less conspicuous black markings. This white livery, assimilating with its snowy surroundings, allows the wearer to approach its prey unperceived on the snow. Whilst the snowy owl is confined to northern regions, the eagle owl enjoys a wide distribution and is represented by numerous species, one of which, as we have remarked, occasionally visits Great Britain. The larger species of eagle owl are the most ferocious members of the order, and prey largely upon hares, rabbits, and the large game birds, whilst the snowy owl, though selecting similar prey, does incalculable good by devouring those destructive little rodents known as the lemmings. Solitary as owls usually are, some, as the American burrowing owls, live in what may be called colonies, and, stranger still, they live in burrows, which they share with the original excavators. Occurring both in North and South America, it is not surprising to find that the creatures with whom the burrowing owls elect to take up their abode are very varied, belonging for the most part to numerous groups of burrowing mammalia. In the prairies of North America they appear to quarter themselves upon the prairie dogs, ground squirrels, and badgers, and in the pampas of South America upon the Patagonian cavy, the vizcacha and armadillos, and occasionally lizards. It seems to be no unusual thing to find, in addition to the bird and mammal tenants of a single burrow, 1 or more full-grown examples of the much-dreaded rattlesnake, a truly wonderful happy family, if all accounts are to be believed. but many competent to speak on the matter throw out dark hints which would appear to show that the owl quarters itself on the tenants of a burrow too weak to resist its intrusion upon their domicile, and that occasionally this most masterful bird renders itself still more objectionable by devouring the progeny of its hosts, and sometimes even the hosts themselves. The species known as pygmy owls and little owls we mention here only on account of their small size, one member of the former group being little bigger than a lark. Thus they stand in strong contrast with the giant snowy and eagle owls. Finally, we have the white or barn owl, which with its allies forms a group distinguished from all the other owls by certain well-marked structural characters. The barn owl is also to be found in Great Britain, but is growing, like all the other owls in this area, more and more rare every year, owing to persecution at the hands of gamekeepers. It is a handsome bird, of a pale buff yellow, mottled with grey above to pure white beneath, and with the characteristic facial disc peculiarly well developed. It breeds in holes in trees, ruins, and church towers, and feeds almost entirely on mice and rats. From the piercing note which it occasionally utters, it is also known as the screech owl. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in August 2020. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. Book 2, Chapter 10. Nightjars, Swifts, and Hummingbirds by W. P. Pycraft. Nightjars. It is probable that the nightjars are the nearest allies of the owls. As pointed out in the last chapter, although the latter have acquired the habits of the hawk and eagle tribe, they are not really connected with that group by descent. Soberly clad as to be in complete harmony with its surroundings, with large eyes, huge mouth, and peculiarly short beak, beset with long bristles, the nightjar may be distinguished at once from all other British birds. By day it hides, squatting close to the ground, or perched on the thick branch of a tree, but when on the latter it sits along and not across the bough, like other birds, the complete harmony between its plumage and the bark rendering it as invisible as when on the ground. Not until the spring has far advanced does this bird leave its winter resort in Africa for Europe, making its presence known by its conspicuous habit of hunting its food, which consists of moths and beetles, after twilight has fallen. Later, its extraordinary churring note is heard, a note which has been likened to the noise made by a spinning wheel, and so powerful as to be audible half a mile off. This note is made while on the ground. On the wing, while toying with its mate, another equally peculiar sound is made, which has been likened to the noise made by swinging a whip-tongue through the air. No nest is made by this bird, but the eggs, 2 in number and beautifully marked, are laid on the bare ground. The young are covered with down and remain in the nest for some time. Another very remarkable feature is the fact that the claw of the middle toe has its inner edge curiously serrated, forming a sort of comb, the function of which is unknown. This comb-like claw occurs also in some few other birds, bitterns for instance. A very remarkable kind is the pennant-winged nightjar, in which one of the quill feathers in each wing is produced into a pennant of some 17 inches in length. The shaft of the feather is bare for the greater part of its length, and terminates in a feathery blade. It is an Abyssinian species about which not much is known. Some of the nightjars, as in the New World nighthawk and the Old World eared nightjars, are particularly owl-like, a resemblance imparted by long ear-like tufts of feathers which rise from the back of the head. Others, as the moor-pork of the Tasmanian colonist, or the frog-mouth, as it is called in Australia, are remarkable for the huge size of the mouth, bounded as it appears to be by huge lips represented by the short, round-edged beak. Very nearly related to the nightjars is the oilbird of South America, which lives in caves in Trinidad, Ecuador, and Peru, where it builds a nest which has been likened in appearance to a huge cheese, and in which are laid from 2 to 4 white eggs. Like the nightjars, these birds feed by night, emerging from their gloomy retreats at twilight with much noise and in great numbers. Their food, however, is entirely of a vegetable nature, consisting of oily nuts or fruits. The young, soon after they are hatched, become perfect masses of fat, and on this account are much in demand by the Indians, who make a special business of killing them and extracting the oil. Swifts. In general appearance, swifts bear a strong superficial resemblance to swallows. In reality, they are related not to those harbingers of spring, but to the nightjars on the one hand and the hummingbirds on the other. The common swift arrives in England during the early part of May, and stays till the end of August, or sometimes till September has half run its course. Black in color, relieved only by a white throat, it has little in the sense of beauty to recommend it. Nevertheless, there are probably few who do not cherish tender feelings towards this bird. The swift has a great buoyancy of spirits, as is manifested by the wild, exuberant bursts of screaming to which it gives voice as it rushes in small parties down the lanes or along the less frequented thoroughfares of towns as morning breaks or evening falls, and occasionally throughout the day. The greater part of its life is spent upon the wing. Indeed, it appears to rest only when incubating or sleeping, and of all the smaller birds it is the most graceful in flight, turning and twisting in fairy mazes high in the heavens for hours at a time. The swift chooses for its nesting place the eaves of houses and holes in church towers, and occasionally a crevice in the face of a quarry. The nest is formed of bits of straw, dry grass, and a few feathers, glued together by a secretion of the salivary glands into a compact crust. In this the bird deposits from 2 to 4 white eggs. The young, which are hatched naked and blind, never develop down feathers, but soon become more or less imperfectly clothed in a mass of tiny spines, representing the budding feathers. These give the bird somewhat the appearance of a young hedgehog. In adaptation to its remarkable powers of flight, the wing has undergone considerable modification in form, so that it differs from that of all other birds. On the other hand, the legs, being so little required, have diminished considerably and are remarkable for their smallness, a fact which hampers the bird considerably should it happen to alight on level ground, for, owing to the great length of the wings, it can arise only with considerable difficulty. Nearly allied to the common swift is Salvin's swift, remarkable on account of its nest, which has been described by Dr. Sharp as the most wonderful in the world. About 2 feet long and 6 inches in diameter, it looks rather like the sleeve of an old coat than a nest. It is made entirely of the downy seeds of plants, which, floating through the air after the fashion of such seeds, are caught by the birds when on the wing, and, partly felted and partly glued by the salivary secretion, are woven slowly into the characteristic woolly domicile. The sight and manner of fixation of the nest are scarcely less wonderful, for it is suspended from the flat surface of some projecting piece of rock on the face of a cliff, and is thus almost inaccessible. Yet, as if to make assurance doubly sure, 2 entrances are made, one at the bottom, which is really blind, and one at the top, near its foundation, if we may call it so, which leads to the nursery. Still more swallow-like in general appearance are the diminutive edible swifts, so called, not on account of the palatability of the birds themselves, but of their nests, which are in great demand by the wealthy Chinese for conversion into bird's nest soup. It has already been remarked that the salivary glands are unusually active in the swifts, their secretion bearing a very important part in the construction of the nest, and serving as a kind of cement. It is, therefore, not surprising that in some members of the group we find this secretion playing a still more prominent part, forming, at least in one species, the entire material of the nest. With these nests, writes Dr. Sharp, a large trade is done with China from many of the Malayan islands, over 3,500,000 nests having been known to be exported in a single year from Borneo to the latter country. In Borneo and other places, the caves in which the swiftlets build are leased to the collectors for a considerable sum, but it is only the white nests made of the pure secretion which are of any real value. The nests of those species which mix into their nests grass or feathers are not appreciated as an article of commerce. Colonel Legge gives some extremely interesting particulars concerning the nesting habits of these birds in Ceylon. It is noteworthy, he writes, that the partially fledged young, which were procured on this occasion for me and which I kept for the night, scrambled out onto the exterior of the nest and slept in an upright position with the bill pointing straight up. This is evidently the normal mode of roosting resorted to by this species. The interior of this cave, with its numbers of active tenants, presented a singular appearance. The bottom was filled with a vast deposit of liquid guano, reaching, I was informed, to a depth of 30 feet, and composed of droppings, old nests, and dead young fallen from above, the whole mingled into a loathsome mass, with water lodged in the crevices, and causing an awful stench, which would have been intolerable for a moment even, had not the hundreds of frightened little birds, as they screamed and whirred in and out of the gloomy cave with a hum like a storm in a ship's rigging, powerfully excited my interest, and produced a long examination of the colony. This guano deposit is a source of considerable profit to the estate, the hospitable manager of which informed us that he had manured 100 acres of coffee with it during that season. Hummingbirds. It is generally admitted that hummingbirds are nearly related to swifts, with which, however, they stand in the strongest possible contrast in the matter of plumage, the latter being always inconspicuously colored, whilst the former are for the most part clad in vestments so gorgeous as to render it extremely difficult to describe them in sober language. Moreover, so great is the wealth of species, some hundreds in number, and so varied are the form and coloration, and so closely do the various types pass one into the other, that their classification is a matter of extreme difficulty. Confined to the American continent and certain islands adjacent thereto, hummingbirds range from Canada to Tierra del Fuego in a horizontal direction, and rise vertically in the mountain range of Chimborazo to a height of 16,000 feet above the sea level, dwelling, as Professor Newton describes it, in a world of almost constant hail, sleet, and rain, and feeding on the insects which resort to the indigenous flowering plants. Hummingbirds surpass all others in the wondrous beauty of their plumage, which depends not so much on color as metallic luster reflecting all the hues of the most precious stones, amethyst, ruby, sapphire, emerald, and topaz, gleaming and sparkling from their bodies with a fire and intensity truly marvelous. In some cases, as Professor Newton aptly describes it, this radiance beams from the brow. In some it glows from the throat, in others it shines from the tail coverts, in others it sparkles from the tips of elongated feathers that crest the head or surround the neck as with a frill, while again in others it may appear as a luminous streak across the cheek. The feathers that cover the upper parts of the body very frequently have a metallic luster of golden green, which in other birds would be thought sufficiently beautiful, but in the hummingbirds its sheen is overspread by the almost dazzling splendor that radiates from the spots where nature's lapidary has set her jewels. Besides this brilliancy of color and variety in form, variety due to the development of these crests and frills, or to the forking and elongation of the tail feathers, still further changes are brought about by the modification of the bill, which may be produced into a long straight style, longer than the body of the bird, or turned up like that of the avocet, or down like that of the curlew. These changes are adaptations to the bird's methods of feeding, some seeking their food from the long tubular corollas of flowers, and requiring, therefore, very elongated beaks, others from more open and easily accessible flowers, whilst others hunt among leaves, especially the undersurfaces, the quarry consisting mainly of insects attracted by the honey secreted by the flowers, or those living on the leaves. Not only the beak but the tongue also has undergone great modification in this group, its outer sheath curling up on each side into a thin scroll so as to form a pair of tubes, the exact use of which is unknown. The wings, like those of the swift, have undergone a certain amount of change in the relative proportion of the several regions, and in the form and number of the quill feathers, whilst the legs have become considerably reduced in size. In some species each leg is surrounded by a little tuft of down, which may be black, brown, or snow-white in color. In size these birds vary from 8 inches to scarcely more than 3 inches. The beautiful nests of hummingbirds, writes Professor Newton, than which the fairies could not have conceived more delicate, will be found on examination to be very solidly and tenaciously built, though the materials are generally of the slightest, cotton wool or some vegetable down, and spiders' webs. They vary greatly in form and ornamentation, for it would seem that the portions of lichen which frequently bestud them are affixed to their exterior with that object, though probably concealment was the original intention. They are mostly cup-shaped, and the singular fact is on record that in one instance, as the young grew, the walls were heightened by the parents, until at last the nest was more than twice as big as when the eggs were laid and hatched. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 11, Parrots, Cuckoos, and Plantain-Eaters, by W.P. Pycraft. Parrots. The art of taming wild animals, writes Mr. Jenks in his History of Politics, and making them serve the purposes of man, is one of the greatest discoveries of the world. He holds, and there can be little question as to its reasonableness, that the domestication of animals converted the savage pack into the patriarchal tribe, and that the earliest domesticated animals were pets. How great a share, then, parrots may have had in this civilization and advancement no man can tell, for it is impossible to say how long these beautiful birds may have been esteemed as pets, or how early they were introduced to the notice of the civilized peoples of past generations. Certain it is, however, that for more than 2,000 years they have been held in the highest esteem. Modern discovery has added enormously to the list of known parrots, so that today more than 500 different species have been described, and these may be divided into nesters, lories, cockatoos, cockatiels, macaws, and kakapoos. Of the first name, the best known is the kea, or mountain nester, of the South Island, New Zealand. Dull in coloration and not striking in appearance, it has earned an unenviable notoriety, which appears to rest as much upon fable as upon fact. It seems that, since the introduction of sheep into this part of the world by the settlers, this bird has found a diet of flesh more stimulating than one of fruit. Exactly how this came to be is not known. 2 explanations have been advanced. The first has it that the birds settled on the skins of the sheep slaughtered for their wool, and picked off pieces of fat therefrom, as well as various tidbits from the carcasses of the same, and thus found out how toothsome or beaksome mutton was. From this they went a step further and did the slaughtering for themselves. Parties of them now go a-hunting, worry a sheep till exhausted, then dig down through the back, and so wound the intestines that death results. Another explanation is that the birds in the original instance mistook the sheep's backs for the huge masses of lichen common to this region, of which the birds are very fond. Not finding it to their taste at the top, they dug deep and soon came to the flesh, which, like the forbidden fruit, proved more palatable than that which was provided for them by a bountiful nature. The result is that they have become a menace to sheep farmers, and are on this account in danger of extermination. It has, however, been denied recently that the damage inflicted is anything like so serious as was at one time reported, since on one run, where the damage was unusually large, only 1 in 300 sheep was so attacked. This bird has also been said to attack horses. Very different in general appearance and in esteem are the lories. Like the nesters, the tip of the upper jaw or beak is smooth, or nearly so, and in this respect these two groups are to be distinguished from all the other parrots. But in the gorgeousness of their plumage they far eclipse their congeners. Absent in New Zealand, they are found elsewhere throughout the Australasian region, inclusive of Polynesia, and are highly esteemed as pets, combining great beauty with a very docile disposition and considerable talking powers. The birds of this section are also known as brush-tongued parrots, from the presence of a remarkable brush borne on the end of the tongue. This is a special adaptation, enabling the birds to feed upon honey. Some, indeed, have this brush particularly well developed, and are almost entirely honey seekers, whilst others, wherein the brush is less developed, live largely on fruits. Professor Moseley tells us that honey literally poured from the mouths of Blue Mountain lories which he shot at Cape York. The cockatoos are abundant in the Australian region, but have their headquarters in the Malay archipelago. Besides the familiar white-crested form so commonly kept in England, the group includes an iron-gray colored bird with a bright red head, and a huge black species which represents the giant of the order. It is a funeral-looking bird, the largest specimens inhabiting New Guinea. One of its most striking features is the beak, which is of enormous size. Its tongue differs from that of other parrots in that it is slender and cylindrical in shape, and of a deep red color instead of thick, fleshy, and black. It frequents, Mr. Wallace tells us, the lower parts of the forest, feeding upon various fruits and seeds, but displaying a marked partiality for the kernel of the canary nut, which grows on a lofty forest tree, and the manner in which it gets at these seeds, writes Mr. Wallace, shows a correlation of structure and habits which would point to the canary as its special food. The shell of this nut is so excessively hard that only a heavy hammer will crack it. It is somewhat triangular, and the outside is quite smooth. The manner in which the bird opens these nuts is very curious, taking one endways in its bill, and keeping it firm by a pressure of the tongue. It cuts a transverse notch by a lateral sawing motion of the sharp-edged lower mandible. This done, it takes hold of the nut with its foot, and biting off a piece of leaf, retains it in the deep notch by the upper mandible, and again seizing the nut, which is prevented from slipping by the elastic tissue of the leaf, fixes the edge of the lower mandible in the notch, and a powerful rip breaks off a piece of the shell. Again taking the nut in its claws, it inserts the very long and sharp point of the bill, and picks out the kernel, which is seized hold of, morsel by morsel, by the extensile tongue. Of the typical parrots, the best known is the common gray African parrot, with a red tail so valued on account of its great talking powers. Other species of this section which should be mentioned here are the pygmy parrots, macaws, hawk-billed parrot, budgerigars, and owl parrot. The first name are the smallest of all the tribe, remarkable as well for the splendor of the plumage as their size, which is less than that of the common sparrow. The long-tailed macaws, representing the most showy and gaudily colored of all the parrot tribe, inhabit the tropical forests of South America. Mr. Bates describes a flock of scarlet and blue macaws, which he came across one day, as looking like a cluster of flaunting banners among the crown of dark green leaves of a bacaba palm. The superb hyacinth macaw is one of the rarest of the parrot tribe, and was found by Bates in the interior of Brazil. As its name implies, it is of a deep hyacinth color, relieved by a bare patch of pure white skin round the eyes. It feeds on the nuts of several palms, especially those of the macoja. These nuts, which are so hard as to be difficult to break without a heavy hammer, are crushed to a pulp by the powerful beak of this macaw. Crests among parrots are common enough, but only one species wears a frill. This is the hawk-billed parrot of the Amazon Valley. It is closely related to the large and well-known Amazon parrots, and has been aptly described as a most extraordinary bird. Its coloration is striking, green above with a brown head. The frill or ruff around the neck shows up in strong contrast, being dark red with blue edges and barred with blue. The feathers of the breast and abdomen, like the frill, are also red and blue, whilst the undersurfaces of the tail and wings are black. It is only when the bird is excited or angry that the ruff is raised. The hanging parrots are about the same size as the well-known lovebirds, and remarkable for their habit of sleeping suspended head downwards by 1 foot from the boughs of trees. They are all brilliantly colored birds, and have a fairly wide range, extending from India and the Philippines through the Malay region as far east as Duke of York Island. The Australian budgerigars, or grass parakeets, need no description here, but it is interesting to note that nearly allied to them is a small species known as the swamp or long-tailed ground parakeet. As its name implies, it is a ground-dwelling species, and in accordance with this habit, has considerably longer legs than the tree-haunting species. This lengthening of the leg in arboreal species is seen also among pigeons and many other birds. The most interesting, perhaps, of all the parrots is the remarkable kakapo, or owl parrot of New Zealand. Like the species just described, it is also a ground dweller. Furthermore, it differs from all other members of the tribe in being flightless, and like the flightless members of the ostrich tribe, has completely lost the deep keel from the breastbone, which gives support to the muscles which move the wings. It is a large bird, green in color, mottled with yellow and black, and derives its name of owl parrot from the fact that the feathers of the face radiate from the eye outwards to form a kind of disc. When eating grass, it is said to graze, nibbling after the fashion of a rabbit. Occasionally it is said to climb trees, descending with extended wings, so as to break the force of its career. It has been described as a playful and affectionate pet in captivity, displaying also great cleverness and intelligence. Unfortunately, it is growing more and more rare, so that its final extermination is only a question of time, the ravages of dogs, cats, and pigs, introduced by the settlers, being mainly the agents of destruction. Once common all over New Zealand, the range of the owl parrot is now restricted to the mountainous regions of North Island and the northern half of South Island. During the day it remains concealed in the holes in rocks or under roots of trees, and if disturbed is difficult to rouse. When taken from its retreat, it runs swiftly and tries to hide, seeking shelter, if possible, under a heap of soft, dry grass. At sunset, however, it becomes very animated and travels, at least when possible, in companies, making tracks a foot or more wide across the herbage. It feeds greedily upon mosses, ferns, seeds, berries, and it is said even lizards, giving vent, when devouring some favorite morsel, to a kind of grunting noise. The kakapo nests in holes under trees and rocks, laying 2 or 3 eggs, which, like those of the parrots, are white. The natives take advantage of its feeble powers of flight, hunting it on foot by torchlight, aided by dogs, which it is said are not seldom seriously wounded by the powerful bill. When the breeding season is over, these birds appear to live in small communities, 4 or 5 occupying the same hole. They are apparently gifted with some foresight, inasmuch as they lay up a store of food to be drawn upon during bad weather. Cuckoos and Plantain-Eaters. The cuckoo tribe is somewhat unfortunate in that the numerous members of which it is composed are completely overshadowed by the prominence which has been given to the common cuckoo. Few birds, indeed, have managed to secure so much attention, the poet in particular having sung its praises without stint. This enthusiasm undoubtedly is but an echo of the general popular sentiment, for there are few birds to which we in Britain extend a more hearty welcome, its well-known cry possessing a peculiar charm for lovers of the country. Coming to us in April and leaving us again in July, its stay is of the shortest, but during the greater part of this time its whereabouts may generally be known by the familiar call cuckoo, cuckoo, though undergoing certain characteristic changes as the months glide by. Apart from its song, one of the most interesting things concerning the cuckoo is the fact that it goes about in disguise, the disguise of the ass and the lion's skin with a vengeance, for it is clothed in the garb of that terror of the countryside, the sparrowhawk. Nay, more, it has also successfully imitated the flight of that bogey, and this to frighten little birds, not however for the mere purpose of creating consternation amongst them, but for far more sinister ends. Somehow or another, in cuckoo society, the rearing of a family is a responsibility which is utterly repudiated. Great pains seem to have been taken to evade this duty, and yet to ensure the continuity of their distinguished house. The oviparous method of reproduction, which obtains in the feathered world, has been turned to good account. In fact, everything depends upon this. It seems to have suggested itself as far more convenient to drop an egg here and there into a neighbor's nursery, and leave the work of bringing it to life to the owners thereof. But to carry out this system of distributing foundlings requires tact, cunning, and the mutual cooperation of both the male and his, at least temporary, wife, hence the disguise. The plan of execution very frequently adopted is for the male to hover over the treasure house of the intended foster parents hawkwise. This is sure to call forth an attack from the poor little wretches threatened, which ends in an apparently hasty retreat of the marauder, followed by his fearless assailants. No sooner is the coast clear, however, than the wily female, taking her egg in her beak, slips quietly up to the nest and deposits her burden. Let us imagine that this home so lately threatened is that of the modest little hedge sparrow, and take a peep during the absence of the owners, after quiet has established itself once again. Lying side by side with the tiny sky-blue eggs of the hedge sparrow, we should find the relatively large grayish-green or reddish-gray egg of the cuckoo. What a contrast! If the hedge sparrows notice this too, they evidently do not mind, for they invariably hatch it with their own. But some birds are not so accommodating as this, and would ruthlessly destroy or reject any egg surreptitiously introduced into the nest. Consequently, more deception has to be practiced. The hawk-like garb still serves its purpose to draw off the intended dupes from the nest, but this is not enough, for to deposit an egg of the normal cuckoo type would be worse than useless, since it would meet with instant destruction on the return of the owners of the nest. But the cuckoo, strange to say, has proved equal to the occasion, and meets the difficulty by laying an egg to match those in the nest. The redstart, wagtail, sedge warbler, red-backed shrike, and meadow pipit may be cited as instances of, shall we say, exclusive birds which must be circumvented by colorable imitations. Perhaps the most wonderful of the cuckoo's successes in this direction is the imitation of the redstart's egg, which is blue. Naturally, these facts have given rise to too much speculation, but even now we cannot regard the discussion as finally settled. Some ornithologists held that the egg of every individual cuckoo was subject to great variations, and that the place of deposit of each egg was determined only after the bird had ascertained its color. If this were true, surely we should find blue cuckoos' eggs in hedge sparrows as well as redstarts' nests, but we don't. Others have sought to explain the existence of mimicking eggs to the influence of the food peculiar to the foster parent upon the germ of the young female cuckoo, which through this channel became transmitted to all its descendants. To support this hypothesis, it was necessary to throw overboard the old individual variability explanation, and to adopt one that is certainly nearer the truth, to wit, that each cuckoo chooses the nest of that species in which itself was reared as a depository, in turn for its own egg, and only when such is not available will it select some other species and trust to luck for its adoption. This would certainly account for many anomalies, but as it seems that there are more eggs unlike than like those of the selected foster parents, it cannot be a perfect explanation. A third explanation takes that part of the second for granted, which assumes that cuckoos select nests of the species which serve them as foster parents, and explains the mimicry, when this occurs, as due to the results of natural selection. Our interest, however, in the domestic economy of the common cuckoo is not to be allowed to drop with the incubation of the egg. The perfidy of the parents seems to have cast a somber shadow over the cradle of the offspring, an evil spell destined to bear fruit with terrible suddenness, for the young, before it is many hours old, and while yet blind and naked, perpetrates its first act of wrongdoing by committing murder. There is no case here of willful or ignorant misrepresentation and slander, such as many of our feathered friends are made to suffer at our hands. No foolish prejudice such has blasted the reputation of some of our most guiltless and useful of bird citizens. The witnesses of the crime of which we speak are many and unimpeachable. The facts are as follows. The parent cuckoo deposits her egg in the nest of some other bird with those of the owners thereof. All are hatched. In a few hours after the arrival of the young cuckoo, the foster brothers and sisters invariably disappear, and are not seldom found in the immediate neighborhood of the nest. That they must have been removed by force is certain, but this force cannot be attributed to the natural parents. The evidence of the first witnesses, therefore, was worthy of all consideration, and since their accounts have been frequently confirmed by most trustworthy observers, we must now admit the charge proved. One of the best known of these accounts is that of Mrs. Hugh Blackburn. She has given us a vivid picture of this most extraordinary of domestic tragedies. The victims in this instance were meadow pipits. Finding a pipit's nest with a cuckoo's egg therein, she kept it carefully under observation. At one visit she found the pipits hatched, but not the cuckoo. 48 hours later the cuckoo had not only arrived, but ousted his foster brothers and sisters, who were found lying outside the nest, but yet alive. They were replaced beside the cuckoo, which at once reopened hostilities for the purpose of maintaining its absolute possession of the nursery. This it did by burrowing under one of them, which bounced upon its back, it proceeded to eject by climbing up the nest tail foremost, till, reaching the brim, it could relieve itself of its burden by heaving it over the edge and down the bank. Pausing a moment, it then felt backwards with its wings to make sure the pipit was really gone, and having satisfied itself on this point, subsided to the bottom of the nest. Next day, when the nest was visited, the remaining pipit was found outside the nest cold and dead. But what struck me most, she writes, was this. The cuckoo was perfectly naked, without a vestige of a feather or even a hint of feathers. Its eyes were not yet opened, and its neck seemed too weak to support the weight of its head. The pipits had well-developed quills on the wings and back, and had bright eyes partially opened, yet they seemed quite helpless under the manipulations of the cuckoo, which looked like a much less developed creature. The great spotted cuckoo of South Europe and North Africa is a species which, though parasitic, does not seem to have sunk to such a depth as the common cuckoo. Its eggs very closely resemble those of certain magpies and crows within its breeding area, and it is in the nests of these that they are deposited. We may assume that mimicry has been resorted to and become perfected by the same means as have accomplished this end in the case of the common cuckoo. We notice here, however, 2 points of difference therefrom. In the first place, from 2 to 4 eggs are left in each nest instead of 1, and secondly, the young cuckoos seem to live in perfect amity with their foster brothers and sisters. There is no ejection of the rightful heirs. Having pledged themselves to a course of deception and treachery, there is no telling the lengths to which such conduct may lead. We have already seen that the bird has succeeded in laying what we call forged eggs, but we come now to an instance where the young has also to be disguised. This is furnished by a species of cuckoo known as the cole, inhabiting Palawan, an island in the Philippines. This bird shifts its parental duties upon the shoulders of a species of myna inhabiting the same island. Now the mynas are black, and their young, as is often the case where both sexes are colored alike, resemble the parents and are black likewise. With the cuckoo, the case is different. The male and female are conspicuously different in coloration, the former being black, the latter brown. In such cases, it is the rule for the young to wear the livery of the female. If this rule were adhered to in the case of the cuckoo, destruction would be more than probable, for the mynas would as likely as not destroy so outrageous a departure from mean a custom as a brown youngster. But the cole has proved equal to the occasion. by the simple expedient of attiring the young in the male instead of the female livery. Later on in life, the rule for the exchange of plumage is reversed, and the young female doffs the temporary black dress of the male for the brown one of the adult female, instead of vice versa. All cuckoos, however, are not parasitic. The species known as lark-heeled cuckoos, from the presence of a long, spine-like claw on the hind toe, building a nest and hatching their own eggs. They have a wide range, being found in Africa from Egypt to Cape Colony, Madagascar, India, China, New Guinea, and Australia. As a rule, the cuckoos are not conspicuously colored, but some species are clad in a livery resplendent with metallic colors. These are represented by the Indian and Australian bronze cuckoos and the African golden cuckoos. One of the most beautiful of all is the African emerald cuckoo, in which the upper parts are of a vivid emerald green, whilst the underparts are bright yellow. Finally, we must mention the ground cuckoos, which are comparatively long-legged terrestrial forms with small wings. One of the best known is an inhabitant of the southern United States, from Texas to New Mexico, southern Colorado, and California. It has obtained the name of roadrunner, writes Dr. Sharp, from the speed from which it flies over the ground, some idea of which may be gained from a statement of Colonel Stevenson, that when in Southern California, he saw on 2 occasions the ranchmen of that part of the country chase one of these birds on horseback for a distance of a mile or more at full speed, when the cuckoo, though still in advance, would suddenly stop and fly up among the upper limbs of some stunted tree or bush near the roadside, and the rider, having kept the bird in view all the way, would dismount and easily take the exhausted bird from its perch alive. That the African plantain-eaters, or tortoises, are related to the cuckoos there can be no doubt, although they do not bear any very close superficial resemblance to them. Striking in appearance and a beautiful plumage, they owe as much of the interest which now centers on them to the chemist as to the ornithologist. Long ago, it was noticed that the rich crimson color of the wing quills disappeared after exposure to a heavy rain, having been apparently washed out, a supposition justified by the discovery still later that the water in which captive species had been bathing was strongly tinged with color. A little more than 30 years ago, these facts came under the notice of Professor Church, who was, as a result of a thorough examination of the mystery, was enabled to announce the discovery of a new animal pigment containing copper, which he called tyrosine. There are 25 different species of plantain-eaters, which are all divided into 2 groups, those which have red in the quills and those without. All are forest dwellers, feeding upon various wild fruits, building a nest of sticks resembling that of a pigeon, and laying therein 3 white eggs. The majority of the species are crested and brilliantly colored, but a few are quite soberly clad. The largest of the tribe is nearly 3 feet long, and a brief description of his coloration will serve to convey a notion of the beauty of the more gorgeously clad members. In this species, then, the upper surface of the body is blue, the tail yellow, with a blue base and black bar across the tip, the under surface of the body rufous brown, the bill yellow, with a scarlet tip, and the eye red. Though the tops of the highest trees seem to be their favorite resort, these birds are found also among the dense tangled masses of creepers near the ground, flitting, when disturbed, in graceful curves, and alighting with crest erected and the tail turned sharply upwards. The powers of flight appear to vary among the different species, some being described as decidedly clumsy on the wing, whilst others, on the contrary, are light and graceful. Shy and very restless, they are very difficult to procure, when wounded running with great speed and taking shelter in holes in trees. Their flesh is esteemed a great delicacy by the natives. Save during rain or the heat of midday, they appear to be very noisy birds, having a harsh note, varied with cat-like mee-wings. This is the end of Section 12 by Dave Currier.
Section 13 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2. Chapter 12 Rollers, Kingfishers, Hornbills, and Hoopoes by W. P. Pycraft. Crow-like birds of brilliant coloration, the rollers have earned their name from the habit of occasionally rolling or turning over in their flight, after the manner of tumbler pigeons. One species at least visits Britain occasionally, only to be shot down at once by the insatiable pot hunter and collector of rare birds. They are birds of wide distribution, occurring over the greater part of the Old World, and, as we have already remarked, of brilliant coloration, blue and green, varied with reddish being the predominating colors. As with all birds of beautiful plumage, they are subjected to much persecution, thousands upon thousands being killed every year in India alone to supply the demands made by milliners for the decoration of ladies' hats. Rollers frequent forest country and travel in pairs or in small companies. Some species are entirely insectivorous. Others eat also reptiles, frogs, beetles, worms, and grain. 4 or 5 white eggs are laid in a nest made of roots, grass, hair, and feathers, and built in walls under the eaves of buildings or in holes of trees or banks. Equally beautiful as a whole, and far more widely known, are the kingfishers. But just as the common cuckoo has come to overshadow the rest of its tribe, so the common kingfisher eclipses all its congeners. For centuries, a wealth of fable, held together by a modicum of fact, served to secure for this bird a peculiar interest, whilst today, though shorn of much of the importance with which these fables had invested it, this kingfisher is still esteemed one of the most interesting and beautiful of its tribe. Green and blue are the predominating colors of its upper, and bright chestnut red of its under surface. But owing to structural peculiarities of the feathers of the upper parts, the reflection of the green and blue areas changes with the direction of the light from which the bird is viewed, in the same way that the peacock's train feathers change according as the light falls upon them. As is the rule where both sexes are brilliantly colored, this bird breeds in a hole, which in the present species is generally excavated in the bank of a stream, but sometimes in an old gravel pit or chalk pit a mile or even more from the water. Occasionally, the crumbling soil under the roots of an old tree affords sufficient shelter. No nest is made, although what is equivalent to a nest is ultimately formed from the bird's habit of ejecting the indigestible parts of its food onto the floor of the space in which the eggs are laid. In course of time, this becomes a cup-shaped structure, but whether, as Professor Newton remarks, by the pleasure of the bird or the moisture of the soil, or both, is unknown. With care the nest may be removed entire, but the slightest jar reduces the whole to the collection of fish bones and crustacean skeletons of which it was originally composed. There is a tradition, not yet extinct, to the effect that these nests are of great pecuniary value, and scarcely a year passes without the authorities at the British Museum being offered such a treasure, at prices varying from a few pounds to 100. The nest chamber is approached by a tunnel sloping upwards, and varying from 8 inches to 3 feet in length, terminating in a chamber some 6 inches in diameter, in which the eggs are laid. These, from 6 to 8 in number, have a pure white, shining shell, tinged with a most exquisite pink color, which is lost when the eggs are blown. The young seem to be reared under very unsanitary conditions, for the ejected fish bones and other hard parts are not reserved entirely for the nest, but gradually distributed along the tunnel approaching it. Later, fish brought for the young, but dropped on the way, and the fluid excreta of the parents are added, forming a dripping, fetid mass swarming with maggots. The young, on leaving the nest, are at first tenderly fed and cared for by the parents, but towards the end of the summer seem to be driven away to seek new fishing grounds for themselves. Of the many legends that have grown up around this bird, some are well worth repeating. Specially interesting is one related by Professor Newton on the authority of the French naturalist Rolland. This has it that the kingfisher was originally a plain gray bird and acquired its present bright colors by flying towards the sun on its liberation from Noah's Ark, when its upper surface assumed the hue of the sky above it and its lower plumage was scorched by the heat of the setting sun to the tint it now bears. Not a few virtues were also attributed to this bird. Its dried body would, it was believed, avert thunderbolts, or, kept in a wardrobe, preserve from moths the woolen stuffs contained therein. Whilst hung by a thread from the ceiling of a room, it would serve, like the more conventional weathercock, to point the direction of the prevailing wind. Persecuted though it is, the kingfisher is by no means a rare bird in England, and those who will may generally see it by the banks of some slowly flowing stream or lake, or even shallow brook, sometimes even by the seashore. It feeds upon small aquatic insects and crustacea and small fishes, sometimes even, it is said, upon leeches. Perched on some bough overhanging the water, or stump or railing on the bank, it watches patiently, silent and motionless. The moment its prey comes within striking distance, it plunges down upon it, disappearing for a moment beneath the surface, to appear the next with its capture in its beak. If this be a fish, it is held crosswise and borne upwards to the station from which the plunge was made, there to be stunned by a few sharp blows, tossed into the air, dexterously caught, and swallowed head foremost. At times, however, perhaps when hunger presses, more activity in the capture of food is displayed, the bird hovering suspended over the water, after the custom of the kestrel hawk. Although essentially fish-eating birds, a considerable number live far removed from water, obtaining a livelihood by the capture of insects in forest regions, whilst some appear to feed mainly on reptiles. These are known as wood kingfishers, to distinguish them from the water kingfishers, the typical member of which group has been just described. Of the wood kingfishers, or king hunters as they are also called, the most beautiful are the racket-tailed kingfishers, so called from the fact that the two middle tail feathers are produced into two long rods, terminating in a spoon-shaped enlargement. Although represented by no less than 20 distinct species, they have a somewhat limited range, being found only in the Moluccas, New Guinea, and northern Australia. One of the handsomest of all is the one occurring in Amboina, an island in the Malay archipelago, where it was discovered by Mr. A. R. Wallace. The bill, he tells us, is coral red, the undersurface pure white, the back and wings deep purple, while the shoulders, head, and nape, and some spots on the upper part of the back and wings are pure azure blue. The tail is white, narrowly edged with blue. These birds live upon insects and small land mollusca, which they dart down upon and pick up from the ground, just as the fish-eating species pick up a fish. Of the forest-haunting species, however, the best known is probably the large and, for a kingfisher, dull-colored laughing jackass or settler's clock of Australia. Its food is of a very mixed character, small mammals, reptiles, insects, and crabs being devoured with equal relish. Since it is not seldom to be seen bearing off a snake in its bill, it may be regarded as a useful bird, supposing, of course, the snake to be of a poisonous variety. A good idea of the bird in its native haunts is given by the late Mr. Wheelwright. About an hour before sunrise, he writes, the bushman is awakened by the most discordant sounds, as if a troop of fiends were shouting, whooping, and laughing around him in one wild chorus. This is the morning song of the laughing jackass, warning his feathered mates that daybreak is at hand. At noon the same wild laugh is heard, and as the sun sinks into the west, it again rings through the forest. I shall never forget the first night I slept in the open bush in this country. It was in the Black Forest. I woke about daybreak after a confused sleep, and for some minutes I could not remember where I was, such were the extraordinary sounds that greeted my ears. The fiendish laugh of the jackass, the clear flute-like notes of the magpie, the hoarse cackle of the wattlebirds, and the screaming of thousands of parrots as they dashed through the forest, all giving chorus, formed one of the most extraordinary concerts I have ever heard, and seemed, at the moment, to have been got up for the purpose of welcoming the stranger to this land of wonders on that eventful morning. I have heard it hundreds of times since, but never with the same feelings that I listened to it then. The laughing jackass is the bushman's clock, and being by no means shy, of a companionable nature, and a constant attendant on the bush tent, and a destroyer of snakes, is regarded, like the robin at home, as a sacred bird in the Australian forests. It is an uncouth-looking bird, nearly the size of a crow, of a rich chestnut brown and dirty white color, the wings slightly checkered with light blue, after the manner of the British jay. The tail feathers are long, rather pointed, and barren with brown. It is a common bird in all the forests throughout the year, breeds in the hole of a tree, and the eggs are white. Whilst the kingfishers are remarkable for the wondrous beauty of their coloration, the hornbills, their allies, attract our attention rather by the grotesqueness of their shape, due to the enormous size of the bill, and the still more remarkable horny excrescences which surmount it in not a few species, forming what is known as a casque. Absent in some of the smaller and possibly more primitive forms, its gradual development may be traced, beginning with a series of corrugations along the ridge of the base of the bill, gradually increasing to form, in the most extreme cases, huge superstructures of quaint shapes and apparently of great solidity. As a matter of fact, however, these casques are practically hollow, save in the case of the helmet hornbill of the Malay countries, in which the horny sheath is backed by solid supports of bone, whilst the front of the sheath itself is of great thickness and surprising density, and is used by the natives for carving and making brooches and other ornaments. The use of this powerful hammer, for such it may possibly be, is unknown. Hornbills are forest birds, feeding upon fruit and insects, the latter being captured on the wing. With large bill and wings, a long tail, and a relatively small body and short legs, they are rather unwieldy birds, and yet, for many reasons, unusually interesting. Their nesting habits are unique, and quite worth recounting here at some length. Of the many accounts, one of the most interesting, as well as one of the latest, is that of Mr. Charles Hose of Borneo. The nest, he writes, is always built in the hollow of a large tree, the hollow, be it noted, being always due to disease of the tree or the ravages of termites, not to the personal labors of the birds. The bottom of this cavity is often plugged by a termite's nest, an accumulation of decayed wood, and on the upper surface of this is made the nest, a very rough and ready structure, composed simply of the feathers of the female. The hollow of the tree communicates with the exterior air by means of a long aperture, which, just before the period of incubation, is closed up almost entirely by the male, simply leaving a long slit open, up and down, which the beak of the enclosed female can move. The substance used in thus closing the aperture closely resembles some vegetable resin, and is probably composed of a gastric secretion combined with the woody fragments of fruit. It should be noticed that this slit is always in close proximity to the nest, so that the female can easily protrude her beak for food without moving from her sitting position. During incubation, the male bird supplies the female with food in the form of pellets of fruits, seeds, insects, portions of reptiles, etc., the pellets being enclosed each in a skin of rubber-like consistency. While feeding the female, the male clings to the bark of the tree or sits on a branch if conveniently near, and jerks these pellets into the gaping beak of the hen, 2 to 4 pellets forming a meal. During mastication, for it is a mistake to suppose that the hornbills always bolt their food entire, some fragments of the pellets fall to the ground, and seeds, which these fragments may contain, take root, germinate, and sprout, and the natives can judge approximately of the date of incubation by the age of the seedlings. When these are four-leaved, the eggs have been hatched out for 2 or 3 weeks. At this stage, though not always so early, the mother bird leaves the nest, breaking down the gluey substance with her beak to effect an exit. Having left the nest, the aperture through which she left is carefully closed up again, leaving the slits as before, and now both male and female devote their energies to feeding the young birds, which in course of time follow the example of their mother and leave their place of imprisonment. It is more than probable that this gluing up first of the mother bird and her eggs and afterwards of the nestlings alone is solely a means of protection against predaceous carnivora. The nesting season is during May and June, and it is noteworthy that the birds, if undisturbed, return to the same nesting place every year. The saplings at the foot of the tree, sprung from seeds dropped in the first year of pairing, afford signs to the natives of the number of years during which the tree has been occupied. If, during pairing or incubation, the female or female and young are destroyed, the male takes to himself another mate and repairs to the same nesting place. If, however, the male and female are destroyed, the nest is never reoccupied by other pairs. An interesting incident was observed while on Mount Dewlitt. Espying on a tree the external signs of a hornbill's nest and a male rhinoceros perched close by, I shot the male, and while waiting for my Dyak collectors to make a ladder up the tree to secure the female, I observed several young male birds fly to the nest and assiduously ply the bereaved widow with food, a fact which seems to indicate a competition in the matrimonial market of the bird world as severe as that among human beings. It is no easy matter to procure embryos or nestlings of hornbills, for the natives are inordinately fond of both as articles of diet, and, further, are always anxious to secure the tail feathers of the adults to adorn their war coats and hats. The native method of catching the female during incubation is ingenious, though decidedly brutal. The tree is scaled, the resin-like substance is broken away, and the frightened bird flies from her nest up the hollow trunk of the tree, but is ignominiously brought down by means of a thorny stick, the thorns point downward, which is thrust after and twisted about until a firm grip in her plumage is obtained. The Dyaks, never very faithful observers of nature, believe that the female is shut up by the male, so that after hatching her eggs she may die, the maggots in her putrefying body affording food for the young. One very curious habit of the rhinoceros hornbill, which I have not hitherto seen noted, is the rapid jumping up and down on a branch with both feet together. This jumping motion is imitated by the Kyans and Dyaks in their dances, the figure being known to the Kyans as Wan Blingong. That the Hoopoes, unlike as they may be in general appearance, are nevertheless intimately related to the hornbills, there can be no doubt. Graceful in contour, and pleasing in coloration, it is a pity that the species which so frequently visits Britain, and has on more than one occasion nested there, should be so ruthlessly shot down immediately its presence is discovered. Save the wings and tail, the body is of a light cinnamon color, whilst the head is surmounted by a magnificent crest of black and white tipped feathers, which can be raised or depressed at the pleasure of the bird. The excepted portions of the plumage, the wings and tail, are buff, varied with bands of black and white. Thus, it may be truthfully said to be a conspicuously colored bird, yet this same livery also seems to come under the head of protective coloration, for we are assured that, when danger threatens, the bird throws itself flat upon the ground, spreads out its wings, and at once becomes transformed into what rather resembles a heap of rags than a bird. Escape by flight, however, instead of subterfuge, seems also at times to be resorted to, since, when pursued by a falcon, It will mount rapidly to a great height and not seldom effect its escape. The domestic habits of the hoopoe are, however, by no means so charming as one would expect to find in so beautiful a bird. All observers agree, writes Professor Newton, in stating that it delights to find its food among filth of the most abominable description, and this especially in its winter quarters. But where it breeds, its nest, usually in the hole of a tree or of a wall, is not only partly composed of the foulest materials, but its condition becomes worse as incubation proceeds, for the hen scarcely ever leaves her eggs, being assiduously fed by the cock as she sits, a feature strongly recalling the custom of the hornbills, and when the young are hatched, their feces are not removed by their parents, as is the case with most birds, but are discharged in the immediate neighborhood of the nest, the unsanitary condition of which can be readily imagined. Worms, grubs, and insects, generally, form the hoopoe's food, and upon it they get so fat in autumn that they are esteemed a delicate morsel in some of the countries of southern Europe, and especially by the Christian population of Constantinople. Beside the European hoopoe, which also extends into northern Africa, 4 other species are known, 3 of which are African, whilst a 4th ranges from India to Hainan. Nearly related to the birds we have just described are the wood hoopoes. They differ from their allies in being crestless, having a more curved bill and a plumage of metallic purple, with a white patch on the wings and white markings on the tail. Their habits resemble those of their more highly colored relatives. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. Book 2, Chapter 13. Bee-Eaters, Motmots, Toadies, Collies, and Trogons by W.P. Pycraft. In the present chapter, we deal with a number of birds of singular beauty and gracefulness. In their coloration, green predominates, thus recalling the rollers, parrots, plantain-eaters, and kingfishers, all of which groups, as we have seen, contain a large proportion of green species. The bee-eaters, like the kingfishers, hornbills, and hoopoes, have a foot of quite peculiar structure, the middle and outer toes being joined together throughout the greater part of their length. They are an Old World group, ranging from the British Islands to Australia. In the American continent, their place being taken by the motmots and jacamars, of which we shall speak presently. They are especially plentiful in the African region, somewhat less so in the Indian, the temperate regions of the Old World possessing but few species. On rare occasions, one species visits the British Islands. This is, furthermore, one of the most beautiful of the group. It has the head, neck, upper back, and broad wing bar of ruddy brown color, the lower back buff color, green wings and tail, with black tips to the middle tail feathers, which are longer than the rest. The forehead is pale green and white, the ear coverts are black, and the throat bright yellow, divided from the greenish-blue underparts by a black band. The name bee-eater, writes Mr. Evans, is well deserved, for in Spain it is a perfect pest to the beekeeper, catching the workers as they enter and leave the hives. Like the kingfishers, the indigestible parts of the food are cast up and deposited around the eggs, though bee-eaters do not appear to form a nest of them, as with kingfishers. From 4 to 6 eggs of a beautiful glossy white color are deposited in holes in banks, or, and this is worthy of special notice, in tunnels bored vertically downwards in level ground for a distance of from 3 to 10 feet. How this is done is a mystery, for the bird's beak and feet look by no means equal to such a task. No nest appears to be made, the eggs being deposited at the extremity of the burrow without further preparation. 2 species of the group, however, are said to form an exception, constructing a nest of straw and feathers. These 2, as well as members of the genus to which the British bird belongs, apparently breed in colonies. Unfortunately for the bee-eater, its flesh is palatable, whilst its plumage is in great demand for millinery purposes. Its persecution is of long standing, since more than 300 years ago Belon witnessed a particularly cruel experiment practiced by the boys in Crete. transfixing a beetle with a bent pin, to the head of which a thread was tied, and then holding its other end with their hand, they would let the insect fly. The bee-eater, which catches most of its prey on the wing, would dart upon it, and, swallowing the bait, be caught by the hook. Not unlike the bee-eaters in general appearance and coloration, the motmots are birds of peculiar interest, and this is on account of a remarkable habit of one of their tribe, a habit which is perfectly unique, and to which we shall return presently. Belonging, as we have already remarked, to the New World, they range from southern Mexico to Paraguay, inhabiting dense forests, and being but rarely seen. The plumage is somewhat loose in the character, green, blue, cinnamon, and black in color. The beak has the margins serrated, or saw-like, whilst the feet resemble those of the kingfishers and bee-eaters. As with the bee-eaters, no nest is made. The eggs, 3 or 4 in number and creamy white in color, are deposited in a hole bored by the birds themselves in a tree or bank, both sexes sharing in the work of incubation. Their food consists of insects caught in the air, small reptiles, and fruit. The remarkable habit to which we have referred is displayed by the species known as the racket-tailed motmot, from the fact that the 2 middle tail feathers project beyond the others, and have the greater part of the shaft bare, but terminating in a spoon-shaped expansion. In this there is nothing unusual, for such racket feathers are common amongst birds. In this particular case, however, the feathers were originally entire, and acquired their characteristic shape artificially, the bird nibbling away the vein on either side of the shaft with its bill until the required shape is obtained. Such an act of conscious decoration on the part of the bird is elsewhere unknown throughout the whole class. The toadies are diminutive allies of the motmots, frequenting hilly districts and woods. They sit with the beak pointed upwards, the head drawn in close to the body, and the plumage puffed out, apparently oblivious of all around them. At least it would seem so, since at such times they may be caught with a butterfly net. Like their larger allies, they are green in coloration, but have a light red throat, and yellowish-white or pinkish underparts, with green or pink flank feathers. They vary in length from 3 to 4.5 inches. The collies, or mouse birds, of South Africa are small, crested, long-tailed, loose-plumaged birds whose exact relationships are somewhat puzzling. The name mouse bird is given on account of the habit of creeping along the boughs of trees with the whole foot applied to the branch. The toes are peculiar in that all turn forwards, and are so commonly retained. About 10 species are known, ranging from Abyssinia southwards. Resplendent without doubt are the majority of the forms which we have been lately considering, but probably the palm for gorgeous coloration should be given to the trogons. At least they must be allowed to share the honors with the hummingbirds. The most splendid of all is the quezzle, the male of which has a train of great length, resembling at first sight a tail. But, as in the peacock, this is formed by enormously elongated tail coverts, concealing the true tail. These tail coverts differ, however, markedly from those in the peacock in that they are not erectile, but pendant. The head is ornamented with a large rounded crest, the ground color of the upper parts of the plumage is of brilliant metallic green, the underparts from the chest downwards are of a deep blood red. Certain of the covert feathers of the wing form elegant drooping plumes, hanging down on either side and giving a wonderfully beautiful effect. The late Mr. Salvin's account of this bird in its wild state is well worth quoting. Hunting with a native for this bird in the forest, where alone it is to be met with, he writes, "A distant clattering note indicates that the bird is on the wing. He settles, a splendid male, on a bough of a tree, not 70 yards from where we are hidden. Cipriano wants to creep up to within shot, but I keep him back, wishing to risk the chance of losing a specimen rather than miss such an opportunity of seeing the bird in its living state, and of watching its movements. It sits almost motionless on its perch, the body remaining in the same position, the head only moving side to side. The tail is occasionally jerked open and closed again, and now and then slightly raised, causing the long tail coverts to vibrate gracefully. I have not seen all. A ripe fruit catches the quezzle's eye, and he darts from his perch, hovers for a moment, picks the berry, and returns to his former position. This is done with a degree of elegance that defies description." End of section 14. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Section 15, Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 14. Toucans, honey guides, jacamars and puffbirds, barbets and woodpeckers, by W.P. Pycraft. Gaudy in plumage and somewhat ungainly in appearance, It must nevertheless be admitted that the toucans form an exceedingly interesting group of birds. On account of their huge and gaily colored beaks, they have been imagined to be related to the hornbills. But even judging by this character, the two groups may be readily distinguished, for whereas the typical beak of the hornbill is surmounted by a large casque, the beak of the toucan is never so ornamented. The solid appearance of the beak in the toucan, by the way, is as much a fiction as with the hornbill, since the horny sheath is supported, not on a core of solid bone, but on a frame of delicate bony filigree work, the spaces being filled by air. The coloration of the plumage, which is somewhat loose in character, as well as the bare skin round the eye and the beak sheath, is most brilliant and displays immense variation amongst the different species. Shy and restless in their habits, toucans travel generally in small flocks amongst the forest trees and mangrove swamps in search of food, which consists mainly of fruit and seeds, varying this diet occasionally with ants and caterpillars. It is to this diet of fruit that the great size of the bill and its peculiar saw-like edges are to be traced. At least this is the opinion of the great traveler naturalist Bates, who had so many opportunities of watching these birds. Flowers and fruit, he writes, on the crowns of the large trees of South American forests grow principally toward the end of slender twigs, which will not bear any considerable weight. All animals, therefore, which feed principally upon fruit, or on insects contained in flowers, must, of course, have some means of reaching the ends of the stalks from a distance. Monkeys obtain their food by stretching forth their long arms, and in some instances their tails, to bring the fruit near to their mouths. Hummingbirds are endowed with highly perfected organs of flight, with corresponding muscular development, by which they are enabled to sustain themselves on the wing before blossoms whilst rifling them of their contents. And the long bill of the toucan enables it to reach and devour fruit whilst remaining seated, and thus to counterbalance the disadvantage which its heavy body and gluttonous appetite would otherwise give it in the competition with allied groups of birds. Toucans appear to be much esteemed as articles of food, at least during the months of June and July, when these birds get very fat, the flesh being exceedingly sweet and tender. They nest in holes of trees at a great height from the ground and lay white eggs. One of the most remarkable of the group is the curl-crested toucan, from the fact that the feathers on the crown of the head are peculiarly modified to form scroll-like glossy curls, which have been compared to shavings of steel or ebony. Mr. Bates writes, I had an amusing adventure one day with one of these birds. I had shot one from a rather high tree in a dark glen in the forest, and entered the thicket where the bird had fallen to secure my booty. It was only wounded, and on my attempting to seize it, set up a loud scream. In an instant, as if by magic, the shady nook seemed alive with these birds, although there was certainly none visible when I entered the jungle. They descended towards me, hopping from bough to bough, some of them swinging on the loops and cables of woody lianas, and all croaking and fluttering their wings like so many furies. If I had a long stick in my hand, I could have knocked several of them over. After killing the wounded one, I began to prepare for obtaining more specimens and punishing the viragos for their boldness. But the screaming of their companion having ceased, they remounted the trees, and before I could reload, every one of them had disappeared. With neither charm of color nor peculiar shape, the small African birds known as honey guides are some of the most remarkable of birds, and this on account of a quite unique habit of inducing other animals, not even excepting man, to hunt for them. Sir John Kirk, writing of his habits in the Zambesi district, says, The honey guide is found in forests and often far from water, even during the dry season. On observing a man, it comes fluttering from branch to branch in the neighboring trees, calling attention. If this be responded to, as the natives do by whistling and starting to their feet, the bird will go in a certain direction and remain at a little distance, hopping from one tree to another. On being followed, it goes further, and so it will guide the way to a nest of bees. When this is reached, it flies about, but no longer guides, and then some knowledge is required to discover the nest, even when pointed out to within a few trees. I have known this bird, if the man, after taking up the direction for a little, then turns away, come back and offer to point out another nest in a different part. But if it does not know of 2 nests, it will remain behind. The difficulty is that the bird will point to tame beeves in a bark hive as readily as to those in the forest. This is natural, as the bee is the same, the bark hive, being simply fastened up in a tree and left for the bees to come to. The object the bird has in view is clearly the young bees. It will guide to nests having no honey, and seems equally delighted if the comb containing the grubs is torn out when it is seen pecking at it. An old rumor had it that honey guides occasionally lured men onto spots where lions or other large and dangerous beasts lay hid. No credence whatever is now given to such tales, it being readily understood that the bird's course may by accident pass directly above perils of this kind, without the slightest cognizance of this on the part of the bird. The honey guide, however, presses into its service one of the lower mammals, the radle. The fondness of this animal for bees is well known, and by none better than this little bird, which by pointing out nests to its more powerful companion, earns as a reward the broken bits which remain after the feast. Allies of the somber-colored honey guides are the jacamars and puffbirds. The former are rather handsome birds, though small, having the upper parts of a metallic coppery golden green, and more or less rufous below. Ranging from Mexico to South Brazil, they may usually be found on the outskirts of forests, near water, sitting perched on the bare boughs of lofty trees for hours at a time. They feed on moths and other insects, caught on the wing, and brought back and crushed against the bough before swallowing. They lay white eggs in the holes of trees. The puffbirds, though closely allied to the foregoing, are more soberly clad. Black, brown, and rufous in hue, they lack the resplendent metallic markings of the jacamars. Their geographical range extends from Guatemala and Honduras to Argentina. Though numerous species and genera are known, the nest and eggs appear to have been discovered in the case of one species only. These were found in a hole in a bank and contained 2 shining white eggs. The barbets are possibly more closely related to the honey guides than the jacamars and puffbirds. Brilliantly colored, and having a plumage exhibiting violent contrasts of red, blue, purple, and yellow on a green ground, sometimes with crests, bare skin round the eye, and brightly colored bills, the barbets are, in spite of a somewhat hairy appearance, exceedingly attractive birds. Forest dwellers, like their allies, they feed upon fruit, seeds, insects, bark, and buds, but so noiseless are they said to be when feeding that their presence is betrayed only by the falling of berries they have accidentally released. It is interesting to note that the geographical range of the barbet is much wider than that of its immediate allies, extending through tropical Asia, Africa, and America. The woodpecker tribe constitutes a large group, generally divided into 2 sections, the woodpeckers and the wrynecks. The former are characterized by their large heads and very powerful bills and long and exceedingly stiff tails. The feet are also peculiar, 2 toes pointing directly forwards and 2 backwards. Beak, feet, and tail are all specially adapted to the peculiar habits of these birds, which pass their lives upon trees, climbing the trunks, and searching the interstices of the bark for ants, or drilling holes into the unsound portions of the trunk itself for the purpose of extracting the grubs which feed upon decaying wood. That ants and other small insects form the staple diet of the woodpecker is evident from the extraordinary length of the tongue. This is a long, worm-like structure, capable of being protruded many inches from the beak, and covered with a sticky secretion so that, thrust into colonies of ants, it quickly becomes covered with them, to be withdrawn immediately into the mouth and cleared again for further action. Woodpeckers are all birds of bright plumage, some particularly so, and have a wide geographical distribution, inhabiting all parts of the world save Madagascar, the Australasian region, and Egypt. 3 species occur in the British Islands, though they are exceedingly rare in Scotland and Ireland. The green woodpecker is a particularly handsome bird. Grass green is the predominating color of its livery, relieved by a light scarlet cap, a golden patch over the lower part of the back, and checkered bars on the wings and quills. Scarcely less beautiful in their way are the greater and lesser spotted woodpeckers. The plumage of these birds has a very rich effect, steely blue-black and white being contrasted with scarlet. The spotted and black woodpeckers are remarkable for a curious drumming sound, so powerful as to be distinctly audible even a mile off. It appears to be caused by hammering vigorously on the bark of some rotten branch, the bird's head moving with amazing rapidity as it beats out this curious tattoo. 3 North American species, known as sapsuckers, have the curious habit of piercing the boles of trees for the purpose of procuring the sap which flows copiously when the tree is so tapped. Another species of the same region seems to be possessed of a persistent dread of famine, storing up immense quantities of nuts, which it appears never afterwards to use. These nuts are tightly fixed into holes in the bark of trees, and in such numbers that a large pine 40 or 50 feet high will present the appearance of being closely studded with brass nails, the heads only being visible. The wrynecks differ from the woodpeckers mainly in that the tail feathers are soft instead of spiny. Although somber, the plumage is yet very beautiful, having a velvety appearance, variegated with pearl gray, powdered or dusted over a general groundwork of nut brown, buff, and gray. Bars and fine lines add still more to the general effect and render description still more difficult. One species is common in England. It is known also as the cuckoo's mate and the snake-bird. The former name is given in allusion to the fact that it arrives with the cuckoo, the latter from its strange habit of writhing its head and neck, and also on account of its curious hissing note, made when disturbed on its nest. It has the long worm-like tongue of the woodpecker, but without a barbed tip. The habit of writhing the head and neck often serves the wryneck in good stead. Nesting in a hole in a tree, escape is difficult so soon as the discoverer has come to close quarters. The untried egg collector, for instance, peering down into the nest and seeing nothing distinctly, but only a moving head and hearing a hissing sound, imagines the hole to be tenanted by a snake and beats a hasty retreat, only to catch a glimpse, a moment later, of the bird hurrying out of its perilous hiding place. Should he, however, discovering the true state of affairs, put down his hand and seize the bird, it will adopt yet other resources. Clinging tightly to its captor's finger, it will ruffle up its feathers, stretch out its neck, and at the same time move it jerkily and stiffly about, and finally, closing its eyes, hang downwards as if dead. Then, before the puzzled captor has had time to realize what has happened, it loosens its hold and takes instant flight. The young are easily, though rarely, tamed and form extremely interesting pets, feeding readily from the hand and affording endless amusement by their remarkable manner of capturing flies and other insects, but they do not appear to live long in confinement. The wryneck is one of the few birds which will persistently go on laying eggs, no matter how many times they may be stolen from the nest. A case is on record where as many as 42 were laid in a single summer by one bird, an exceedingly cruel experiment. The end of Section 15 by Dave Currier.
Section 16 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Broussard. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 15, The Perching Birds, by W. P. Pycraft. Such an enormous host are included under this head. Nearly 6,000 out of the total of 13,000 known birds. And so great are the difficulties connected with their systematic arrangement that it has been considered best to begin the present chapter with the highest instead of the lowest types of the group. The extensive group of perching birds is defined mainly from the characters afforded by the structure of the voice organ, and these are of much too technical a nature to be discussed here. Suffice it to say that, on account of these characters, the group is further divided into 2 sections, and each section again divided into 2. The crows, orioles, finches, and their allies. At the head of the tribe stands, by general though by no means universal consent, the crow family, of which the recognized chief is the raven, a bird which has for thousands of years commanded a more than passing interest among mankind. Renowned as the truant from the Ark, or as the wonderful minister of the prophet Elijah, there are few, even of the youngest amongst us, who do not know of its striking personality. The poet and the dramatist have both made use of the raven, and it would seem that it has even found a place in the mythology of the Red Indian. The smaller relatives of this celebrated bird, the rook, the carrion crow, and the jackdaw, and more distantly the jay and the magpie, are doubtless as familiar to our readers as the raven. Although probably unknown to many, the chough, with its glossy black plumage and brilliant red bill and feet, is a British bird, and lives still in certain parts of England, though fast verging on extinction. Another very remarkable member of the family is the huia, and this on account of the fact that the male and the female differ markedly in respect of the shape of the bill, this being, in the female, long and sickle-shaped, and in the male, short and cone-shaped. This bird frequents the wooded regions of North Island, New Zealand, living upon grubs found in decaying wood and on berries. The female procures the grubs by probing the holes which they have made in the sounder wood, the male by breaking away the decayed portions of the tree. But occasionally, it happens that, having cleared away much of the decayed material as possible, the latter is unable to reach its prey, in which case he calls up the female and yields his find to her, to extricate with her longer bill. So great a difference in the form of the bill in the sexes of the same species is elsewhere unknown among birds. The crows hold the important position of head of the class birds. Yet, they are far outshone in splendor by many of the groups already examined, though, with the exception perhaps of the hummingbirds, these all pale before the birds of paradise. Varying in size from a crow to a thrush, the best known of the latter is the great bird of paradise, which was discovered towards the end of the 16th century, if not earlier. On their first discovery, it was popularly supposed that these birds lived in the air, turning always to the sun, and never alighting on the earth till they died, for they had neither feet nor wings. Hence, the Malay traders called them God's birds, the Portuguese birds of the sun, and the Dutch paradise birds. 17 or 18 inches long, these birds have the body, wings, and tail of a rich coffee brown, which deepens on the breast to a blackish violet or purple brown. The top of the head and neck are of a delicate straw yellow, the feathers being short and close set, resembling velvet. The throat feathers have a scaly appearance and are emerald green in color. The flank feathers, on either side of the body, form a dense mass of long, delicate, waving plumes, sometimes 2 feet in length, of an intense orange color, and shining with a wonderful gloss. These feathers can be raised and spread out at pleasure, so as to almost conceal the wearer in a fountain-like rain of feathers. This wonderful plumage is worn by the male only, the female being quite plainly dressed. In May, when they are in full dress, the males assemble early in the morning to exhibit themselves, forming what are known as dancing parties, which take place on the topmost boughs of some giant tree. "From a dozen to 20 birds assembled together," writes Mr. Alfred Russel Wallace, "raise up their wings, stretch out their necks, and elevate their exquisite plumes, keeping them in continual vibration. Between whiles, they fly across from branch to branch in great excitement, so that the whole tree is filled with the waxing plumes in every variety of attitude and motion. The native hunter marks these playing places, builds a shelter of palm leaves in a convenient situation among the branches, and ensconces himself under it before daylight, armed with a bow and a number of arrows terminating in a round knob. When the dance is in full swing, he shoots through the roof of his shelter with the blunt arrows, stunning every bird he strikes, which, falling down at once, are immediately picked up by a boy in waiting below. Often, a considerable number will thus be secured before the alarm is taken. Without colored figures or very numerous photographs from living birds, which we can hardly hope to get, it would be impossible, except at risk of being wearisome, to describe all of the wonderful combinations of form and color which the feathers of the birds of paradise display. Breast shields of metallic sheen, fans and crests in wonderful variety, feathers of a texture like velvet or gorgeous colors confuse one in their variety and combination. Let it suffice to mention only the last discovered species, the King of Saxony's bird of paradise. "Velvety black above," writes Dr. Sharp, "and yellowish below, there is nothing very striking in the aspect of the bird itself, which is smaller than our song thrush, but the streamers which it carries, poised, on either side of the head is a long shaft-like plume, from which depends, on the lower side only, a series of little flags of blue enamel, each quite separate from the one which precedes it, and not a feathery structure in the least." Close allies of the birds of paradise are the remarkable bower birds of Australia. Conspicuously beautiful in coloration, as are some members of this tribe, they are celebrated not so much on this account as for an extraordinary habit of constructing bowers or playing grounds, a trait which appears absolutely unique among birds. "These constructions," observes Mr. Gould, "consist in a collection of pieces of stick or grass, formed into a bower, or one of them, that of the spotted bower bird, might be called an avenue, being about 3 feet in length and 7 or 8 inches broad inside. A transverse section, giving the figure of a horseshoe, the round part downwards. They are used by the birds as a playing house, or run, as it is termed, and are used by the males to attract the females. The run of the satin bird is much smaller, being less than 1 foot in length, and, moreover, differs from that just described in being decorated with the highly colored feathers of the parrot tribe. The spotted bower bird, on the other hand, collects around its run a quantity of stones, shells, bleached bones, etc. They are also strewed down the center within. More wonderful still are the structures reared by the gardener bird of New Guinea, presenting, as Professor Newton remarks, not only a modification of bower building, but an appreciation of beauty perhaps unparalleled in the animal world. This species builds at the foot of a small tree a kind of hut or cabin, some 2 feet in height, roofed with orchid stems that slope to the ground, regularly radiating from the central support, which is covered with a conical mass of moss, and sheltering a gallery around it. One side of this hut is left open, and in front of it is arranged a bed of verdant moss, bedecked with blossoms and berries of the brightest colors. As these ornaments wither, they are removed to a heap behind the hut, and replaced by others that are fresh. The hut is circular and some 3 feet in diameter, and the mossy lawn in front of it nearly twice that expanse. Each hut and garden are, it is believed, though not known, the work of a single pair of birds, or perhaps of the male only, and it may be observed that this species, as its trivial name implies, is wholly inornate in plumage. Not less remarkable is the more recently described bower of the golden bower bird. This structure is said to be piled up almost horizontally around the base of a tree to the height from 4 to 6 feet, and around it are a number of hut-like fabrics having the look of a dwarfed native camp. Allied species, though building no bowers, yet clear a space of ground some 8 to 9 feet in diameter, on which to display themselves, and ornament this with little heaps of gaily tinted leaves, replacing them as they fade with fresh specimens. We pass next to the birds of the starling family, of which the British starling is the type. A bird so familiar needs no description here, but we may draw attention to the many interesting phases of plumage this species undergoes. The first plumage is a uniform grayish-brown. Later, black feathers with large white spots at the tips make their appearance among the brown. These spotted feathers eventually replace the brown, and the bird enters upon a second, quite distinct phase, a black spotted with white. Gradually, this gives place to the plumage entirely unspotted, the feathers on the breast being spear-shaped. In the adult dress, a wondrous variety of metallic reflections is acquired, green, purple, and violet. Associating in the autumn and winter in large flocks, starlings move from place to place in search of food. Sometimes, the number of birds in these combined flocks rises to an enormous figure. One of the largest of these gatherings recorded in England existed on the property of the late Mr. Miles near Bristol. This locality is an evergreen plantation, covering some acres, to which these birds repair of an evening, by millions from the low grounds about the Severn, where their noise and stench are something altogether unusual. By packing in such myriads upon evergreens, they have stripped them of their leaves, except just at the tops, and have driven the pheasants, for whom the plantation was intended, quite away from the ground. In the daytime, when the birds are not there, the stench is still excessive. Mr. Miles was about to cut the whole plantation down, to get rid of them, 2 years ago, but I begged him not to do so, on account of the curiosity of the scene, and he has since been well pleased that he abstained. A similar, but still larger, congregation has been described. In this, about the year 1845, from 150,000 to 200,000 starlings were computed to rest every night, between the end of October and the end of March, in certain trees in the gardens of the Zoological Society in Dublin. The roof of St. Patrick's Cathedral in the heart of Dublin has from time to time been resorted to as many as 2,000 seeking shelter there. Possessing very considerable powers of wing, observes Yarrell, these are turned to account in an extraordinary manner by the birds composing the flock. They wheel, close, open out, rise and descend, as if each were obeying a commander. And all this is done with the utmost marvelous precision, while the flock is proceeding at a rapid pace through the air. At times, it may extend in a long and nearly straight thread. Suddenly, an undulation is visible along the line, and in a moment it takes the form of a thin and smoke-like cloud. Another moment, and it is a dense and almost perfect globe. Then, possibly, having preserved this appearance for a perceptibly longer time, it becomes pear-shaped, and in another instant, it has assumed a spiral figure. In an instant after, It is spread out like a sheet, and its members are streaming softly along the ground, perhaps to alight, or perhaps, once more, to mount aloft and circle as before. There are few more magnificent sights in the world than a flock of starlings when performing evolutions of this kind. Differing much, not only in general appearance but also in coloration from the common starling, is the rose-colored starling, so called from the beautiful rose-pink color of the back and breast, set off by the rest of the plumage, which is black, glossed with violet, blue, and green reflections. This handsome bird occasionally visits Britain. Feeding largely upon locusts, these birds are much affected in their movements by the peregrinations of these pests, and this accounts for the sporadic appearance of the rose-colored starling in huge flocks in places where it is generally seldom seen. Dull in appearance, ungraceful in flight, and with a harsh, unmusical note, the starling known as the oxpecker would seem, at first sight, to have little to recommend it. Yet, it is one of the benefactors of the larger African mammals, clearing them of flies and other insect pests. Buffaloes, rhinoceroses, elephants are alike grateful for its services, as it climbs about their huge bodies, picking off the Lilliputian enemies by which they are beset. But little appears to be known of the breeding habits of these birds. In a strong contrast to the dull-looking ox birds are the beautiful glossy starlings and grackles. The African glossy starlings, indeed, represent the most beautiful of all the members of the starling tribe. In one of the handsomest and best-known species, the long-tailed glossy starling, metallic green and purple-violet are the predominating tones in the plumage, glossed with copper reflections, and relieved by black or darker bars of green and purple. In another species, the green glossy starling of eastern Africa, the shimmer of the plumage is so wonderful that the exact shades of color are difficult to describe, in that they change completely according to the light in which the bird is held. The grackles, or hillmynahs, are Indian birds, with glossy black plumage, relieved by bare flaps of yellow skin projecting backwards from the head immediately behind the eye. These birds make excellent pets, learning both to whistle and talk. We come now to the beautiful orioles, birds belonging to the temperate and tropical parts of the Old World. The males, as a rule, are clad in a vestment of brilliant yellow and black, but in some species the underparts are relieved by rich crimson. One species, the golden oriole, has on several occasions visited the British Islands, and even in one or two instances has nested there. But, as with all brightly plumaged birds in England, no sooner is their presence discovered than that they are doomed to fall to the gun of some local collector. The hang-nests, cowbirds, and rice birds are American birds, bearing in many respects a resemblance to the starlings, chiefly, perhaps, in the form of the beak, generally black in plumage, in many bright color is conspicuous. Hang-nests range from North and Central America to southern Brazil. As a rule, they are brilliantly colored, the livery being bright orange and yellow, set off by black and white. The majority of the numerous species build remarkable nests, looking like long stockings, which they hang from the underside of the bough of a tree. They are composed of coarse grass deftly woven together. The cowbirds are mostly South American, though the United States possess 2 or 3 species. Some, like the cuckoos, are parasitic, dropping their eggs into the nests of other birds to be hatched by the owners. The young cowbird, however, dwells in harmony with its foster brothers and sisters, instead of ejecting them from the nest, like the young cuckoo. The name cowbird is bestowed upon these birds on account of the persistent way in which they haunt herds of cattle for the sake of the flies which congregate about those animals. The rice birds are represented by some rather showy forms, and others of wonderful powers of song. The typical rice bird, or bobolink, is an especial favorite as a songster. Thoreau writes of this song, "It is as if he, the bird, touched his harp with a wave of liquid melody, and when he lifted it out, the notes fell like bubbles from the strings. Away he launched, and the meadow is all bespattered with melody." Where rice is extensively cultivated, however, this bird is by no means so enthusiastically welcomed, causing immense destruction to the standing crops, flocks numbering, it has been said, some millions alighting in the fields and leaving too little grain to be worth the trouble of gathering. We pass now to a group of exceedingly interesting birds, some of which are remarkable on account of the beauty of their plumage, others from their wonderful nesting habits. The group includes many familiar as cage birds, such as the long-tailed widow birds, the red-beaked waxbills, amadavants, Java sparrow, grass finches, munias, and so on, all of which are embraced under the general title of weaver birds, a name bestowed on account of their peculiar nests. Abundant in Africa and well represented in southeastern Asia and Australia, these birds bear a strong family resemblance to the finches, from which they differ in having 10 primary quills in the wings. One of the most peculiar is the South African long-tailed whydah, or widow bird. Strikingly colored, this bird is rendered still more attractive by the extremely elongated tail feathers, which are many times longer than the body, so long, indeed, as to impede its flight, which is so labored that children commonly amuse themselves by running the bird down. Kaffir children stretch lines coated with bird lime near the ground across the fields of millet and Kaffir corn, and thereby capture many whose tails have become entangled among the threads. In brilliancy of coloration, the whydah birds, for there are several species, are pressed hard by the bishop birds, the handsomest of which is the red species. Sociable in habits, this bird, throughout the year, consorts in immense flocks, which in the summer consist chiefly of males. Of the more remarkable nest builders, the most conspicuous are the baya sparrows, or toddy birds, of India and Ceylon, and the sociable weavers. The former suspend their nests by a solidly wrought rope of fiber from the underside of a branch, the rope expanding into a globular chamber, and then again contracting into a long, narrow, vertical tube, through which the birds make their exit and entrance. The latter, the sociable weaver bird of Africa, builds a still more wonderful structure. As a thing apart, it has no existence. A number of birds, varying from 100 to 300, joining their nests together, so as to form a closely interwoven structure, resembling, when finished, a gigantic mushroom. The structure is built among the branches of large trees, so that the tree looks as though it had grown up through a native hut, carrying the roof with it. Cartloads of grass are required to rear this structure, which is nearly solid. Seen from below, it presents a flat surface riddled with holes. These are the entrances to the nest. Closely resembling the typical finches in general appearance, and often gorgeous in coloration, is the group known as the tanagers, of which more than 400 distinct species are known to science. Exclusively American, the majority of the species are found in Central and South America, though a few move northwards into the United States in the summer. The most beautiful are the scarlet, crimson-headed, and white-capped tanagers. The last named is generally allowed to be the loveliest of the group. The entire plumage of both sexes is a beautiful cornflower blue, surmounted by a cap of silvery white feathers, a crimson spot on the forehead looking like a drop of blood. The identical coloration of the sexes is worth noting, as among the tanagers, generally the female is dull-colored. Among the finches, there is a considerable variety of coloration. Though but little in bodily form, they are all attractive birds and have the additional advantage that many are British. Distributed over both the northern and temperate regions of the eastern and western hemispheres, they are unknown in Australia. The group, which comprises of a very large number of species, may be divided into 3 sections: grosbeaks, true finches, and buntings. The grosbeaks, as their name implies, are characterized by the great stoutness of the beak, and some, as the evening grosbeaks of America, are remarkable for their beauty. Well-known British members of this section are the hawfinches and greenfinches. Common in many parts of England, though rare in Scotland and Ireland, the hawfinch contrives to make itself much disliked by the gardener, owing to its fondness for peas. Though, it fully compensates for the damage done in this direction by the number of noxious insects it destroys. The nest is a very beautiful structure. Outside, it is composed of twigs intermixed with lichens. Inside, of dry grasses lined with fine roots and hair. The site chosen varies, a favorite place being an old apple or pear tree in an orchard. But the woods and fir plantations are not seldom resorted to. The greenfinch is an equally common British bird. Of a more confiding disposition than the hawfinch, it makes an excellent cage bird, becoming with judicious treatment exceedingly tame. It is a useful bird, traveling during the autumn and winter in large flocks, and feeding on the seeds of wild mustard and other weeds. Its nest differs conspicuously from that of the hawfinch, being a somewhat untidy structure, composed of fibrous roots, moss, and wool, lined with finer roots, horsehair, and feathers. Among the true finches, distinguished from the grosbeaks by their less powerful bills, are several other well-known British birds. Of these, none are better known than the chaffinch. Gay in appearance and sprightly in habit, this is a general favorite everywhere, and much in demand as a cage bird. His short, though delightful song possesses a peculiar charm, coming as it does with the earliest signs of returning spring. The fascination of this song has never been better expressed than in Browning's lines. "Oh, to be in England, now that April's here, and whoever wakes in England sees some morning unaware that the lowest boughs of the brushwood sheaf round the elm tree hole are in tiny leaf, while the chaffinch sings on the orchard bough, in England now." The nest, which is an exceptionally beautiful structure, takes about a fortnight to build. Closely woven, it appears to consist mainly of wool, into which moss and lichens of various colors are deftly woven. The outside is cunningly decorated with bits of lichen and the inner bark of trees, such as the birch, the whole being secured by a thin veil of spiders' webs. The lichen and bark serve to render the nest inconspicuous by blending it with the general appearance of the brush or small tree in a forked bough of which it is placed. Inside, the wool is more closely felted even than on the outside, and is covered with fine hairs, amongst which a few feathers are intermixed. The work of building seems to be done by the female only, though the male helps by bringing the materials. Of the goldfinch, linnets, and bullfinch, by far the most popular and most beautiful is the goldfinch, which is, and probably will long remain, one of the most prized of cage birds. Gifted with the fatal gift of beauty, this bird is much persecuted by bird catchers, and indeed, partly owing to the depredations of these men, and partly to improved methods of agriculture which have diminished its feeding area, this handsome bird is growing more and more rare every year. Next to the goldfinch, perhaps, the linnet is the most sought after as a cage bird. Large numbers are taken during the autumn, when the birds congregate in large flocks before departure on migration. Those captured in the spring are said to be very impatient of confinement, and only a small percentage seem to survive. The linnet is one of the most variable of birds in the matter of plumage, and for a long while the opinion was generally held, especially by bird catchers, that several distinct species, the red, brown, and gray linnets, existed. It is now known that these are all phases of plumage common to one species. In the male, in full summer dress, the forehead and center of the crown are blood red, while the breast is of a glossy rose red. But these bright colors do not seem to be acquired so universally as is the case with other birds which don a special breeding dress, nor are they ever developed in captivity. Occasionally, what are called lemon-breasted varieties of the linnet occur in which the rose color of the breast is replaced by yellow. The bullfinch, though one of the common British birds, is by no means so abundant as the two foregoing species, for whilst the other two travel in small flocks, the bullfinch is a solitary bird. Few birds perhaps have earned a more evil name than the bullfinch, which is accused by the gardener of inflicting enormous damage on the flower buds of fruit trees in winter and spring. On the other hand, writes Mr. Hudson, he is greatly esteemed as a cage bird, and the bird catchers are ever on the watch for it. But the effect in both cases is pretty much the same, since the hatred that slays and the love that makes captive are equally disastrous to the species. That it is diminishing in many districts there can be no doubt, and perhaps its final extermination is only a matter of time. Though by no means a remarkable songster in a wild state, in captivity it is capable of learning to whistle strains and airs of human composition with some skill, good performers fetching high prices. The sparrow and the wild canary of Madeira, from the latter of which our cage pets have been derived, are also members of the finch tribe, but are too well known to need fuller mention. Closely allied to the finches are the buntings, which are really only slightly modified finches. Several species are British birds, one of the commonest being the corn bunting, a bird which bears a wonderful resemblance to a skylark, from which, however, it may be distinguished by its large beak and small claw on the hind toe. The yellowhammer, or yellowhammer, is another familiar roadside form in England, which scarcely needs description. The most celebrated of all the buntings is the ortolan, or green-headed bunting, a bird resembling its congener, the yellowhammer, but lacking its bright coloration. It has acquired fame from the delicate flavor of its flesh, and to supply the demand for this delicacy, immense numbers are netted annually by the bird catchers of the continent. Wintering in North Africa, these birds leave Europe in September in large flocks, and it is during this migration and the return journey in the spring that their ranks are so mercilessly thinned. Common over the greater part of Europe, it is somewhat surprising that the ortolan does not occur more frequently in the British Islands, where it is only an occasional spring and autumn visitor. The snow bunting, or snowflake, is a regular winter visitant to the British Islands, some pairs indeed remaining to breed in the Highlands of Scotland every year, whilst its presence serves to enliven some of the dreariest spots of high northern latitudes. The male, in breeding dress, is a handsome bird, having the upper parts black and the under white. Its mate is somewhat duller, the black parts being obscured by grayish-white fulvous and blackish-brown, whilst the white parts are less pure in tone. The full dress of the male is rarely seen in the British Islands, save in specimens procured from Scotland, for in winter, when the snow bunting is chiefly captured, the plumage is altogether more rufous. Unlike the buntings so far described, the reed bunting is to be found only in marshy places, but in suitable localities it may be found in the British Islands all year round, being as common as a species as the corn bunting, and therefore not called for a special description here. The eggs of the buntings are remarkable for the curious scribble-like markings which cover them, and serve readily to distinguish them from those of any other British bird. End of Section 16. Recording by Josh Broussard.
Section 17 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Mobley. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 16, Larks, Titmice, Honey-Eaters, and Their Kindred, by W.P. Pycraft. Confined almost entirely to the Old World, where they are represented by more than 100 species, many of which have undergone considerable specialization in the matter of plumage so as to enable them to live in desert regions. The larks constitute a well-marked group into the characters of which we need not enter here. The best-known member of the group is the skylark. Common throughout the British Islands, and of sober coloration, no bird is more universally beloved, and this largely on account of the sweetness of its song, which is second only to that of the nightingale. Poets and prose writers alike have sounded its praises, many in passages that will be remembered as long as our language lasts. The skylark is one of the few birds which sing while on the wing. The peculiar nature of the flight at this time all must have watched, entranced the while by the beauty of the song. Graham, in his Birds of Scotland, happily describes the nest as follows. The daisied lea he loves, where tufts of grass luxuriant crown the ridge. There with his mate he founds their lowly house of withered bents and coarsest spear-grass. Next, the inner work with finer and still finer fibers lays, rounding it curious with its speckled breast. This bird displays great affection for its young, removing them under the fear of impending danger or if the nest is meddled with. Occasionally, however, the bird sits close instead of seeking safety by flight. Brighton enjoys the credit of consuming more larks than any other place in England except London. It has been estimated that the number of larks annually entering the metropolitan markets alone reaches a total of 400,000, 20,000, or 30,000 being often sent together, and the numbers eaten elsewhere in the country must be enormous, quite as large, indeed, as abroad. Most are captured from the hosts which arrive on the east coast of Scotland and England from the continent on approach of severe weather. The birds making their appearance in thousands, forming a constant and unbroken stream for 2 or 3 days in succession. Close allies of the larks, the wagtails and pipits, come next under consideration. The former range over the Old World, but are unknown in Australia and Polynesia. The pipits have a similar range, but one species is found in, and is peculiar to, Australia. Like wagtails, pipits are unknown in Polynesia. Only 2 species occur in America. The wagtails are generally black and white, gray with yellow breasts, or yellowish-green with yellow breasts. In the last mentioned case, as in some specimens of the yellow wagtail, the yellow predominates. These birds frequent streams and stagnant waters, like the red and gray wagtails, or cornfields and meadows, as in the case of the yellow wagtail. All these are commonly met within the British Islands. The pipits are duller colored than the wagtails, have shorter tails, and evince less fondness for the water. The meadow, rock, and tree pipits are the commonest British species. Neither wagtails nor pipits are much given to perching, but the tree creepers spend their lives upon trees, some being specifically modified for this mode of life, their tail feathers being stiff and terminating in sharp points. By pressing its tail closely against the tree trunk up which it is climbing, the bird obtains a wonderfully reliable support. Beginning at the bottom of a trunk, creepers quickly work their way up in a spiral direction, or sometimes in jerky zigzags, searching every crevice for tiny insects, their eggs and larvae, and flitting from the higher branches, when these are reached, to the base of another tree. Creepers are mostly dull-colored, but the wall creeper has crimson patches on the wings. This bird, which has occurred in Britain, haunts mountain cliffs. The tree creeper, a resident in Britain, builds its nest behind pieces of loose bark, or under tiles, or in crevices of trees, walls, or hollow branches. In this nest are laid from 6 to 9 eggs, pure white, spotted with red, or with a creamy ground color, with the spots thicker around the large end. Intermediate in position between the creepers and the titmice are the nuthatches. Chiefly inhabitants of the northern parts of both hemispheres, they extend as far south as Mexico, whilst in the Old World they occur plentifully in the Himalaya. The largest species is found in the mountains of Burma. One species is frequently met with in England and occasionally in Scotland, but is unknown in Ireland. The English nuthatch may serve us as a type of the group. Its habits, writes Dr. Sharp, are a combination of those of the tit and woodpecker. Like the former bird, the nuthatch seeks diligently for its insect food on the trunks and branches of trees, over which it runs like a woodpecker, with this difference that its tail is not pressed into the service of climbing a tree, nor does it generally send from the bottom to the top as a woodpecker so often does. On the contrary, a nuthatch will generally be found in the higher branches and will work its way down from one of the branches towards the trunk, and is just as much at home on the underside of a limb as the upper. Its movements are like those of a mouse rather than of a bird, and it often runs head downward, or hangs on the underside of a branch and hammers away at the bark with its powerful little bill. The noise produced by one of these birds when tapping a tree is really astonishing for a bird of its size, and, if undisturbed, it can be approached pretty closely. Its general food consists of insects, and in the winter the nuthatches join the wandering parties of tits and creepers which traverse the woods in search of food. In the autumn it feeds on hazelnut and beech mast, breaking them open by constant hammering, and, like the tits, the nuthatches can be tempted into the vicinity of houses in winter and become quite interesting by their tameness. The nuthatch nests in hollow trees, plastering up the entrance with mud, and leaving an aperture only just sufficient to enable it to wriggle in and out. A remarkable nest may be seen at the British Natural History Museum. It was built in the side of a haystack to which the industrious birds had carried as much as 11 pounds of clay, and had thus made for themselves a solid nest in an apparently unfavorable position. The titmice occur in one form or another all over Europe, Asia, and Africa, and in the New World as far south as southern Mexico. The family may be divided into true, crested, long-tailed, and penduline tits and reedlings, all but the penduline tits being represented in England. Of the true tits, the best known is the blue tit, which is no stranger even in London parks. Traveling in small bands throughout the autumn and winter, they may frequently be met with during a country walk, their presence being made known by a pretty tinkling little note. This method of traveling is obviously advantageous, for the discovery of food at this time is an arduous task, and if undertaken individually, many would surely starve. As Professor Newton points out, a single titmouse searching alone might hunt for a whole day without meeting a sufficiency, whilst if a dozen are united by the same motive, it is hardly possible for the place in which the food is lodged to escape their detection, and when discovered, a few call notes from the lucky finder are enough to assemble the whole company to share the feast. One tree after another is visited by the active little rovers, and its branches examined. If nothing be forthcoming, away goes the explorer to the next that presents itself, merely giving utterance to the usual twitter that serves to keep the whole body together. But if the object of search be found, another chirp is emitted, and the next moment several members of the band are flitting in succession to the tree, and eagerly engaged with the spoil. These little birds display great affection for their old nesting places. An instance is on record where, so far back as 1785, a pair built their nest in a large earthenware bottle placed in the branches of a tree in a garden at Oxbridge, near Stockton-on-Tees. With two exceptions only, this bottle was tenanted by a pair of these birds every year till 1873. In 1892, Professor Newton, who had this account from Canon Tristram, was informed that the occupancy had ceased for 4 years. The long-tailed, or bottle-tit, is a British species, deriving its name from the long tail. It is a pretty little bird, black and rose color above, with a rose-colored abdomen, and the head, throat, and breast white. It enjoys the distinction of being one of the smallest British birds, and is found in woods and plantations all over England, though less common in Scotland. These tits have a curious habit of roosting during the winter, 6 or 7 huddling together in a row, with 3 or 4 others perched on their backs, and 2 or 3 on the top. The nest, which is placed in a tree or bush, is a model of industry. Oval in shape and roofed with a small aperture near the top, it is composed of moss, lichen, and hair, closely felted in line with an enormous collection of feathers, McGavelry having counted 2,779 in a single nest. Other species of titmice occurring in Britain are the great, marsh, coal, and crested tits. Whether the reedlings or bearded tits, as they are generally called, are really true titmice or peculiarly modified buntings is a moot point. There is but one species, which is British, though found also on the continent, but it is unfortunately becoming more and more rare every year. The general color of the upper parts is cinnamon rufous, except the head, which is pearly gray. Between the bill and the eyes hangs a tuft of long feathers, hence the name bearded tit. The underparts are white, tinged with yellow and pink, whilst the wings are variegated with white, black, and red. This tit lives in beds of reeds fringing the broads of the eastern counties of England, though even there it is now exceedingly rare. The same uncertainty that obtains with regard to the position of the reedlings confronts the ornithologist with regard to the affinities of the Lilliputian goldcrests. About 6 species are known from the northern and temperate parts of the Old and New Worlds, extending as far south in the latter as Mexico. 2 occur in Britain. One, known simply as the goldcrest, or golden-crested wren, is fairly common. The other, the firecrest, or fire-crested wren, is much rarer, but differs very little from its relative in general appearance. The gold crest is olive green above, yellowish-gray below, with a conspicuous crest of bright yellow and orange, banded on each side by 2 black lines. It has the distinction of being the smallest British bird, and it is partly on the account of its smallness, and partly owing to its shy, retiring habits, seeking concealment among the foliage, that it is so seldom seen, save by those who know where to look for it, and these may find it all the year round in suitable places. In the spring, this bird may be observed suspended in the air for a considerable time over a bush or flower, singing very melodiously, though few naturalists have ever witnessed this display. Mr. W. H. Hudson, one of these few, writes, "I have observed the male in the love season, hovering just above the bush, in the topmost foliage of which its mate was perched and partly hidden from view. It is when engaged in this pretty aerial performance, or love dance, that the golden-crested wren is seen at his best. The restless, minute, sober-colored creature, so difficult to see properly at other times, then becomes a conspicuous and exceedingly beautiful object. It hovers on rapidly vibrating wings, the body in an almost vertical position, but the head bent sharply down, the eyes being fixed on the bird beneath, while the wide-open crest shines in the sun like a crown or shield of fiery yellow. When thus hovering, it does not sing, but emits a series of sharp, excited chirping sounds. The nest is a singularly beautiful structure made of fine dry grass, leaves, moss, and spiders' webs, woven closely together, lined with feathers, and suspended like a hammock beneath a branch of yew or fir. In this are laid from 6 to 10 eggs of a pale yellowish white, spotted and blotched with reddish brown. The numbers of British goldcrests are vastly increased by the arrival on the eastern coast of goldcrests from the continent. In autumn, writes Mr. Howard Saunders, immense flocks sometimes arrive on our east coast, extending quite across England and the Irish Channel and into Ireland. In 1882, the migration wave of this description, commencing on August 6th and lasting for 92 days, reached from the Channel to the Faroes. In 1883, the migration lasted 82 days, and again in 1884 for a period of 87 days. On such occasions, bushes and gardens on the coast are covered with birds as with a swarm of bees. Crowds flutter round the lanterns of lighthouses, and the rigging of fishing smacks in the North Sea is thronged with weary travelers. In April, a return migration occurs. We pass now to the consideration of a few families of birds unknown in Britain, but interesting on account of the fact that they afford us another set of instances of adaptation to attain particular ends, so frequently to be met with in nature. All the birds in question, though probably not related, have peculiarly modified tongues, apparently specially designed to aid in sucking up honey from flowers. The first group for consideration are the honey-eaters of New Zealand and Australia. So great is the transformation which the tongue in these birds has undergone that it forms one of the most elaborate organs of its kind, surpassing even that of the hummingbirds. A description of this organ without the aid of anatomical terms and diagrams would be useless. Suffice it to say it is long, capable of being thrust out of the mouth, and brush-like. It is used to thrust up the tubes of honey-bearing flowers, as well for the sake of the juice as for the insects gathered in such situations to feed on it. The best known of the honey-eaters is the poe, or parson bird, of New Zealand. Glossy black in color, with vivid green and blue reflections, it is rendered still more attractive by a pair of white tufts of feathers hanging from the front upper part of the neck, whilst on the back of the neck, in the same region, the feathers are of a loose structure, long and curled forwards. Other honey-eaters are the white-eyes, sunbirds, and flower-peckers. The white-eyes, so called from a ring of white feathers around the eye, have a wide distribution, being found in Australia, India, Africa, Madagascar, and Japan. Besides honey, they are very partial to fruit, particularly figs and grapes, and also capture insects on the wing, after the fashion of the flycatchers. The sunbirds correspond in the Old World to the hummingbirds in the New, having, like the latter, a metallic plumage, varied in its hues and wondrous in its beauty. But they are not entirely dependent upon this luster for their charm, for much of their splendor is gained from the non-metallic portion of the plumage, which is often vividly colored. The females are dull-colored, whilst the males lose their beauty in the winter season. These birds are inhabitants of the tropical regions of Africa, India, and Australia, and seem to revel in the burning rays of the noonday sun. Nearly allied to the sunbirds are the flower peckers of the Indian and Australian regions. These are all small birds, remarkable as much for the beauty of their nest as for the splendor of their plumage. The nests are purse-like structures made of white cotton-like material and suspended from a branch instead of, as usual, resting on it. One of the most beautiful birds of the whole group, which includes numerous species, is the Australian diamond bird. Of a general ashy gray color, this species is splashed all over with spots of red, yellow, orange, and black, whilst the tail coverts are rich dark red. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Mobley. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 2, Chapter 17, Shrikes, Thrushes and Their Allies, Swallows, Lyre-Birds, Chatterers, Broadbills, etc. by W. P. Pycraft. The shrike family are an exceedingly interesting group of birds of worldwide distribution and of great diversity of appearance, varying in size from a bird as small as a titmouse to one as large as a thrush, and presenting a considerable range of coloration, some being very brightly, others dull-colored. From the hooked beak and the presence of a notch in the tip of the upper jaw, they were considered by the older naturalists to be allies of the birds of prey, a decision still further supported by their hawk-like habit of capturing living prey in the shape of small birds and mice, whilst the remarkable custom of impaling their victims, still living, on thorns has earned for them the popular name of butcher birds. The limits of the family, owing to the diversity of the forms involved, have not as yet been finally determined by naturalists, some having included species which others hold have no place there. 5 species are commonly included in the list of British birds, although only 2 occur with any frequency. Of these, the great grey shrike visits Great Britain every winter, whilst the smaller red-backed shrike is an annual summer visitor to those islands, breeding, however, only in England, occurring but occasionally in Scotland, and being almost unknown in Ireland, where only 1 specimen has ever been recorded. The red-backed shrike, writes Dr. Sharp, reminds us of a flycatcher in the way in which it captures its food, for it has undoubtedly favorite perches on which it sits, and to which it returns after the capture of an insect. It is frequently to be seen on telegraph wires, where it keeps a sharp lookout in every direction, and a favorite resort is a field of freshly cut grass. It also captures a good many mice and small birds, not pursuing them in the open like birds of prey, but dropping down on them suddenly. In the British Museum is a very good specimen of the larder of a red-backed shrike, taken with the nest of the bird by Lord Walsingham in Norfolk, and showing the way in which the shrike spits insects and birds on thorns, and the species has been known to hang up birds even bigger than itself, such as blackbirds and thrushes, as well as tits of several kinds, robins and hedge sparrows, while it will also occasionally seize young partridges and pheasants. Though undeniably unmusical, the red-backed shrike is nevertheless able to imitate with considerable success the notes of other small birds, decoying them by this means within striking distance, an accomplishment shared also by other members of the shrike family. The present species is attractively clothed in a plumage varied with black, gray, rufous, and chestnut brown, the last being the predominating hue of the upper parts, hence the name red-backed shrike. Habits of its congener, the great gray shrike, are precisely similar. A caged specimen which has become very tame would take food from its captor's hands. When a bird was given it, the skull was invariably broken at once, after which, holding the body in its claws, the shrike would proceed to tear it in pieces, after the fashion of a hawk. Sometimes, instead, the carcass would be forced through the bars of the cage, in lieu of thorns, and then pulled in pieces. Very different in appearance from the other members of the shrike family are a group of possibly allied forms known as waxwings. Of pleasing but sober coloration, they are remarkable for certain curious appendages to the inner quill feathers of a bright sealing wax red color, from which they derive their name. Similar wax-like appendages also occur sometimes on the tail feathers. Breeding in the Arctic Circle, waxwings occur in both the Old and New Worlds, though some species peculiar to the latter region lack the wax-like appendages characteristic of the majority of the species. These birds are erratic in their movement, and large bands occasionally visit the British Islands during the autumn and winter, the eastern counties being usually the most favored spots. But on the occasion of one of these immigrations, in the winter of 1872, many were seen in the neighborhood of the north of London. During the summer they feed on insects, but in autumn and winter on berries and fruit. At this time they become very fat and are then captured and sold in large numbers for food in the Russian markets, and occasionally are sent over to London. Passing over a small group of comparatively uninteresting American birds known as greenlets, we come to the warblers, a group which constitutes one of the largest families of birds in the Old World. The species included in this family vary greatly in their characters, so that it is by no means easy to give diagnostic characters, whereby they may be readily distinguished from the flycatchers on the one hand or the thrushes on the other. The thrushes, however, as a group, may be distinguished from the warblers by the circumstance that in the former the young have a distinctive spotted plumage, differing from that of the adults, while the young of the warblers are not so marked, their plumage differing but little from that of their parents. More than 20 species of warblers are included amongst British birds. Although some of them are but rare and accidental visitors in Britain, others are amongst the commonest of the spring migrants, remaining to the nest and leaving again in the autumn. Some, as the black-cap, white-throat, chief-chaff, garden, willow, and wood warblers, frequent woods, hedgerows, and gardens, whilst others, as the sedge and reed warblers, are found only near water affording sufficient shelter in the shape of reed banks or osier plantations. The blackcap and garden warbler rank as songsters of no mean talent, being held second only to the nightingale. As if by common consent, the two former never clash, so that where blackcaps are common, there are few garden warblers and vice versa. Most of these birds build a typical cup-shaped nest of dried grasses lined with finer materials and placed near the ground, but that of the reed warbler is a most beautiful structure, the dried grass of which it is made being woven around some 3 or 4 reed stems, making it seem as if the latter had, in growing up, pierced the sides of the nest in their course. The cup-shaped hollow is very deep, so that when the supporting reeds are bowed low in the breeze, the eggs rest perfectly safe. We must pass now to a consideration of the thrush tribe, which, as we have already hinted, are very closely allied to the warblers. Birds like the common thrush and the blackbird are so common and so well known that they scarcely need comment here. The same perhaps is true of many other members of this group not popularly associated with the thrush tribe, such as the redbreast or robin redbreast, as it is more generally called, and the nightingale. Few birds have inspired so many writers as the nightingale. It even holds a place in classical mythology. Professor Newton gives us one variant of the very common but pretty story. Procne and Philomela were the daughters of Pandion, king of Attica, who in return for warlike aid rendered him by Tereus, king of the Daulis in Thrace, gave him the first named in marriage. Tereus, however, being enamored of her sister, feigned that his wife was dead, and induced Philomela to take her place. On her discovering the truth, he cut out her tongue to hinder her from revealing his deceit. But she depicted her sad story on a robe which was sent to Procne, and the two sisters then contrived a horrible revenge for the infidelity of Tereus by killing and serving to him at table his son Ides. Thereupon the gods interposed, changing Tereus into a hoopoe, Procne into a swallow, and Philomela into a nightingale, while Ides was restored to life as a pheasant, and Pandion, who had died of grief at his daughter's dishonor, as a bird of prey, the osprey. A not infrequent error with regard to the redbreast may be pointed out here. Many people seem to suppose that the female is less brilliantly colored than her mate. As a matter of fact, this is not so. What are generally regarded as females of this species are the dull spotted young which, as we have already pointed out, assume this peculiar livery throughout the tribe. No less common in Britain, during the summer months at least, are the wheat-ears, stone-chats, wind-chats, and redstarts. Small and prettily colored species, these are all insect eaters and, with the exception of the wheat-ears, lay blue eggs, deposited in somewhat coarsely constructed nests placed on or near the ground, or in holes in ruins, trees, or walls in the case of the redstarts, or in burrows or under ledges of rock as among the wheat-ears, which lay white eggs. The bird commonly known as the hedge sparrow is a close ally of the thrush family, having nothing to do with the sparrows proper, which are finches, as its name would imply. Another nearly related form is the dipper or water ouzel. By no means brilliantly colored, it is nevertheless an exceedingly interesting bird, and one never met with away from mountain streams. The group has a wide distribution, occurring in suitable localities in Europe, Asia, and the Rocky Mountains of America, and extending from Colombia to Peru in Tucumán. Squat in form, with rounded wings and short tail, the ouzel seeks the greater part of its food on the bottom of swiftly running streams. It is everywhere, writes Dr. Sharp, of the commoner of the two British species, a shy and watchful bird, and, except in the breeding season, appears to be solitary. By patient watching near the dipper's haunts, however, it is possible to observe the bird scudding over the surface of the water with a rapid flight and a vigorous beating of the wings, something like that of a kingfisher, until it alights on a rock or large stone in the middle of the stream. Its white breast then stands out in bold relief, and, after pausing for a moment, the bird commences to edge to the side of the rock and either walks deliberately into the water or disappears suddenly beneath the surface, seeking its food at the bottom of the stream in the shape of larvae, caddisworms, water beetles, and small snails. The wrens are probably near allies of the dippers. The family includes a number of species of small birds, most largely represented in the New World, but distributed widely over the Old World also. Two occur in the British Islands. Of these, one, the common wren, is found throughout Europe, and occurs also in northern Africa, Asia Minor, and North Palestine, whilst the other, the St. Kilda wren, is only found on the island from which it takes its name. Considerations of space compel us to pass over 3 or 4 families of comparatively little interest to any save the scientific ornithologists, in favor of the flycatchers and swallows. The former, and that the young are spotted, appear to evince some affinity to the thrush tribe, but they have broad and flatter bills than the latter, whilst the mouth is surrounded by more or less conspicuous bristles. They are entirely Old World forms, having their stronghold in Africa. 3 species of flycatcher occur in England, though only one, the common or spotted flycatcher, usually breeds in Great Britain, coming late in the spring from Africa. As its name implies, it feeds upon small insects, capturing them on the wing by sudden sallies, and returning immediately after to some perch, generally a garden fence or the bare bough of a tree. As a rule, the prey is caught with a sudden dart, but sometimes only after prolonged flight, when the bird will double and turn, as the necessity arises, with great skill. Its nest, made of dry grass and moss, lined with horsehair, and covered externally with spiderwebs and lichens, is usually placed in some sheltered position, such as a crevice in the bark of a tree or in the creepers covering the trellis work of a house, and owing to the skillful way in which it is covered externally so as to resemble its surroundings, is difficult to find. The swallows and martins constitute an exceedingly well-defined group of birds, and one which holds a conspicuously high place in the regard of mankind, finding a welcome everywhere on account of the great benefits they confer by the removal of insect pests in the shape of the smaller gnats and flies. These, were they not kept and checked by the swallow tribe, would render most parts of the world uninhabitable. Rarely seen upon the ground, save when procuring mud for the construction of their nests, the birds of this group are all peculiarly strong flyers, turning and twisting with the greatest speed and precision. All have very short beaks and wide mouths, long wings and tails, and small and weak feet. A large number build their nests of mud, collected in small pellets and held together by the secretion of the salivary glands. These nests are commonly more or less cup-shaped and fastened under the eaves of dwelling houses or other buildings, or placed in a convenient beam or other ledge. The red-rumped swallows and fairy martins, species enjoying an enormous distribution, being found in India, Africa, America, and Australia, build very large flask-shaped nests having an entrance produced into a funnel often 8 or 9 inches in length. Others, like the sand martin, excavate long tunnels terminating in larger chambers in the faces of sandbanks, a performance which must certainly be regarded as wonderful when one realizes the feeble tools with which the task of excavating has to be performed. Some species utilize the holes made by other birds, in one species this hole being itself bored within the burrow of the viscasia. All are more or less migratory in their habits, some covering enormous distances and journeying to and fro between their winter retreats and their summer breeding places. The common swallow and house martin, for example, leave the shores of Africa early in the spring and distribute themselves over Europe, thousands visiting the British Islands. After rearing in their respective breeding places from 2 or 3 broods, they return with their offspring before the rigors of winter set into the African continent. The routes and destinations of the swallow are now well known, but as much cannot be said for the house martin, whose winter quarters are as yet enshrouded in mystery. That they must be somewhere in Africa is all that can at present be said. 3 species of the swallow tribe visit England regularly every year and remain to breed. These are the common or chimney swallow, and the house martin, just referred to, and the little sand martin. In the 2 first mentioned, the upper parts are of a dark steel blue color with a metallic gloss, but they are, nevertheless, easily distinguished from one another, since the swallow has a deeply forked tail and a bright chestnut patch on the throat, with a similarly colored band across the forehead, whilst the martin lacks the chestnut markings and is pure white beneath, with a large white patch on the lower part of the back, and a less markedly forked tail. Furthermore, the legs of the martin are feathered down to the claws, whilst the feet of the swallow are bare. The sand martin is a little grayish-brown bird with white upper parts. It is the earliest of the swallow tribe to arrive in Britain and the first to depart. Lyre-Birds and Scrub-Birds. At the beginning of the account of the Perching Birds, it was stated that the group was divided into 2 sections, and that each of these was further subdivided into 2. With the swallows, the first subdivision is the first section ended. The second we are to consider now in the very singular Lyre-Birds and Scrub-Birds of Australia. Rendered conspicuous on account of the remarkable lyrate tail from which the name is derived, the Lyre-Birds, on closer acquaintance, prove to be exceedingly interesting forms, though materials for a really complete biography of the 3 known species are not yet available. The males, it seems, are skilled mimics, reproducing the songs of other birds with great fidelity, this being especially true of the species known as Prince Albert's lyrebird. During the courting season, the males construct hillocks to which they resort to display their very beautiful and graceful tails, elevating them over the head, and drooping the wings after the fashion of a peacock, accompanying this display with a certain spasmodic pecking and scratching actions. They are solitary birds, more than a pair never being seen together, and even these are exceedingly difficult to approach, stratagem always being necessary. But a single egg is laid, which has the appearance of being smeared with ink, whilst the young bird differs from that of all other perching birds in the thickness of its downy covering and the great length of time in which it remains in the nest. The nest, made of sticks, moss, and fibers, skillfully interwoven, and lined inside with the leaf of a tree fern which resembles horsehair, is a large domed structure with a single aperture serving as an entrance. Lyre-birds are essentially ground dwellers, feeding upon insects, especially beetles and snails, and keeping to the wilder regions of the country. The scrub bird is an extremely interesting form scientifically. Only the males are known at the present time, and these are dull-colored birds of the size of a thrush. Of the female, eggs and nest, we as yet know absolutely nothing. chatterers, ant thrushes, broadbills, etc. The second major division of the perching birds embraces a few forms of considerable interest. The group of chatterers includes several remarkable forms of very diverse coloration, many representing the most gorgeous of all South American birds. One of the most remarkable is the umbrella bird. This bird is funereal in appearance, being clothed in a plumage of deep black, with a head surmounted by a large, drooping, flat-topped crest, resembling in shape the familiar crest of certain varieties of the canary, whilst from the throat hangs a long lappet of feathers reaching nearly down to the feet. The female is duller than her mate and lacks the peculiar plumes. The umbrella bird is a forest-dwelling species, confined to the upper Amazons and dwelling in the tops of the highest trees, where it finds ample sustenance in wild fruits. But few naturalists have ever seen it in a wild state. Equally wonderful are the bellbirds, so called on the account of their note, which bears an extraordinary resemblance to the sound made by a blacksmith upon an anvil, though it has often been likened to the tolling of a bell. 4 species are known, and 3 of which the males have a pure white plumage, with much naked, vividly colored skin on the face. 1 species has a curious pendulous process hanging from the forehead, thinly covered with feathers. By some, this is said to be capable of erection during periods of excitement. Like the umbrella bird, these are forest-dwelling species. For brilliancy of plumage amongst the chatterers, the palm must be given to the cocks of the rock, in the males of which orange-red predominates, whilst the general effect is heightened by the crests and curiously curled and frayed feathers, growing from the lower part of the back. The males indulge in remarkable love displays, the performances being held in some open space and in the presence of the females. 1 at a time, each male appears to go through a kind of dance, accompanying this peculiar steps and hops with much swaying of the head and extending of the wings. When tired, the performer gives a signal which is understood by his fellows and retires from the ring, his place being immediately taken by another. The nesting habits of the chatterers vary greatly, some building nests of mud and twigs, which they fasten on projections of rock in damp caves, others simply lining holes in trees with dry grass. Some build a cup-shaped nest of lichens, others a simple platform of sticks, while some of the thick-billed chatterers hang large nests of leaves, plant stalks, and wool from low branches, the entrance to the nest being from a hole in the side. The eggs vary in number among the different species from 2 to 4, and in color may be white, chocolate, pale salmon-colored, or greenish-blue, and are for the most part spotted. Closely allied to the cocks of the rock are the manakins, for the most part small and thick-set birds, and in many instances brilliantly colored, at least in the case of the males. Some 70 species are known, all of which are confined to South America. They must be sought for, as a rule, in the forests or thick undergrowth of marshy places. The manakin family contains several species of considerable interest, on account of the peculiar modifications which certain of the quill feathers of the males have undergone. In some species, what are known as the secondary quill feathers are peculiarly twisted, and have the shafts much thickened. With these modified feathers, the birds are enabled, probably by clapping the wings and bringing the thickened feathers violently together, to make a sharp sound, which has been likened to the crack of a whip. Other species have the quill feathers of the hand, the primaries, as they are called, similarly thickened, and they are probably also used to produce sounds. 1 species is known as the bailador, or dancer, on account of a very remarkable habit which the males have of dancing. 2 males, choosing some secluded spot, select a bare twig and, taking up a position about 1.5 feet apart, alternately jump about 2 feet in the air and alight again on exactly the same spot from which they sprang. With the regularity of clockwork, 1 bird jumps up the instant the other alights, each bird performing a musical accompaniment to the tune of "Toodle-doo, toodle-doo, toodle-doo," uttering the syllable "to" as he crouches to spring, lay while in the air, and "do" as he alights, and this performance appears to be kept up till the birds are exhausted. Some of the manakins are very beautifully colored. 1 species, for example, is black, with a blue mantle and a crimson crest. Another, black, with orange-colored cheeks and breast and similarly colored band around the neck, green rump and yellow abdomen. The females are generally duller in coloration. The ant thrushes, or pittas, are long-legged, short-tailed birds of brilliant coloration, having their headquarters in the Malay archipelago, but the family is represented in India, Australia, and West Africa. These birds are very shy and exceedingly difficult to approach. One species, the large ground thrush, is described by Wallace as one of the most beautiful birds of the East. Velvety black above, relieved by pure white, the shoulders are azure blue, and the belly a vivid crimson. The nest recalls, in the plan of its architecture, that of the ovenbirds, being more or less globular in form and having a lateral entrance. It is composed of twigs, roots, bark, moss, leaves, and grass, and is frequently cemented with earth. The eggs are usually spotted and have a creamy white ground color. The spots may be brown, reddish-gray, or purplish-black. The curious plant cutters of the temperate regions of South America are nearly related to the chatterers, though at one time it was believed they were allied to the true finches. Constituting but a small family, the plant cutters are remarkable for their strangely serrated beaks, the cutting edges of which are armed with a series of fine saw-like teeth. This beak is used in cutting down plants, and as these birds appear to cut down a great number in sheer wantonness, they are much disliked in the neighborhood of gardens and plantations. Plant cutters are not conspicuous for the beauty of their plumage and have a harsh and grating voice. The woodhewers constitute a group of over 200 species, all of which are South American. They are for the most part small and dull-colored birds, but nevertheless of considerable interest on account of their nest-building habits. The most remarkable members of the family in this respect are 3 species of ovenbirds. These construct a massive nest of mud, bearing a more or less fanciful resemblance to a baker's oven, hence the name ovenbird. Roughly globular in shape, its walls are of great thickness, and to prevent cracking hair and grass fibers are intermixed with the mud. The interior is gained through a small hole on one side of the nest, which leads into a passage terminating in a chamber containing the eggs, which are laid upon a bed of grass. Strangely enough, the bird seeks the most exposed situations, placing its nest on branches, in the forks of trees, on posts, rocks, or housetops. Another species, known to the Spaniards as the casarita, or little house builder, builds its nest at the bottom of a narrow cylindrical hole, which is said to extend horizontally underground for nearly 6 feet. Other species build nests of sticks and twigs or of grass, which are divided into chambers after the fashion of the mud nest of the ovenbird, the inner chamber being lined with wool and feathers. The variation in the form, habits, and coloration of these birds is very great, some recalling the woodpeckers and tree creepers, others the titmice. The family of the tyrant flycatchers, though numbering some 400 species, is less interesting, or rather contains fewer peculiar forms than the manakin family. The tyrant flycatchers are American birds and represent the flycatchers of the Old World. One of the best known is the kingbird, which is renowned rather for its pugnacious disposition than for beauty of plumage. The crested tyrant bird has a curious habit of lining its nest with the cast-off skins of snakes, a habit which has caused a great deal of discomfort both to juvenile as well as adult egg collectors, who, recognizing the skin by the touch, have hurriedly withdrawn the hand, lest the owner of the cast-off coat should be in the vicinity. All the tyrant birds are active and restless in their habits, and frequent marshy districts, sitting alone, perched on the dead branches of trees or bushes, whence they dart forth like the old-world flycatchers on their prey. Some species, however, frequent bare plains, others, also ground-dwellers, associate occasionally in flocks. Though the prey, which consists of chiefly insects, is, as a rule, captured on the wing, it is not invariably so. One species, for example, pounces down on crawling beetles, grasps them in its claws, and eats them on the ground. Some other species eat mice, young birds, snakes, frogs, fishes, spiders, and worms, the larger victims being beaten on a branch to kill them. 1 or 2 species will eat seeds and berries. The nest is often dome and skillfully felted with moss, lichens, and spiderwebs. The broadbills are the sole representatives of the final subdivision of the perching birds. After the brilliant coloration, the next most striking feature is the great breadth of the bill. Their range is very limited, extending from the lower spurs of the Himalaya through Burma and Siam to Sumatra, Borneo, and Java. They seek the seclusion of forests in the neighborhood of water, exhibiting great partiality for the banks of rivers and lakes, and feeding on worms and insects, many of the latter being captured on the wing. The nest of the broadbill is a large and not very neat structure, oval in shape, with an entrance near the top, which is often protected with an overhanging roof. It is generally suspended from a low branch or plants near the water, and made of twigs, roots, and leaves, and lined with finer materials. From 3 to 5 eggs are laid. With these birds, probably the most primitive of the perching birds, this section ends. Many forms have inevitably been crowded out, whilst others have been but briefly noticed. Nevertheless, all the really important groups have been more or less completely described, and in the majority of cases, well illustrated. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in August 2020. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. Book 3, Reptiles and Amphibians, by W. Saville Kent. Reptiles. Chapter 1. Crocodiles and Alligators. The reptile class, as defined by modern scientific limitations, includes among the living animals of the world the several groups of the crocodiles, the tortoises and turtles, the tuatera, the lizards, and the snakes. In the popular mind, the frogs and toads, and the newts and salamanders are often held to belong to the same main section, but these, as hereafter shown, claim as amphibians an independent position of equivalent rank and value. In bygone geological ages, the reptile class embraced a considerably larger number of groups. Some of the members, such as the extinct dinosaurs, comprised titanic monsters from 60 to 80 feet in length. The crocodiles and alligators of the present day are the only living reptiles which in any way approach the extinct saurians in their dimensions, or assist us in some small measure to realize their unwieldy forms and bulk. The members of the crocodile order, which, in addition to the alligators, includes also the caimans and so-called gavials or gharials, agree with one another in the more or less ponderous lizard-like shape of their body, supported on well-developed but short and comparatively weak legs, in their special adaptation to an amphibious existence, carnivorous habits, and restriction to tropical and subtropical climates. Among the salient characters of the crocodile as the representative of its tribe, which specially adapted for its aquatic habits, the long, powerful tail is strongly compressed and thus fitted for use as an organ of propulsion, and the feet are more or less webbed. The most striking of its structural adaptations is, however, associated with the formation of the creature's skull. The manner in which a crocodile or alligator contrives to breathe or to save itself from asphyxiation when opening and shutting its mouth under water, as it may often be observed to do in the Regent's Park menagerie, is a common source of wonderment to the onlooker. This seemingly difficult feat is compassed by virtue of the posterior nostrils or breathing passages, being set so far back in the skull and being so completely cut off from the mouth cavity by specially developed bones of the palate that they have no intercommunication with the mouth. It is this mechanism which enables a crocodile to seize and hold an animal underneath the water between its open jaws until it is drowned. Special valves at the back of the mouth prevent any water running down the creature's throat, while it is able itself to breathe unrestrainedly by allowing just the tip of its elongated snout with the anterior nostril apertures to remain above the water's surface. In many species, a conspicuous knob-like bony excrescence is developed at the extremity of the snout, by which the nostril openings are raised turret-wise above the surface of the water. The eyes also being usually elevated above the level of the creature's head, the crocodile is able to approach its floating or bankside prey practically unperceived, its huge body, limbs, and even the head, with the exception of the nose and eyes, being totally submerged. Although capable of moving with great activity in the water, crocodiles and their allies are usually accounted sluggish and slow movers on the land. Seen basking in the sun, as is their wont, by the hour together on some sandbank, or creeping lazily thereon among their fellows, such a conclusion is natural. The celerity, however, with which even a huge 25-footer, as witnessed by the writer in the Norman River, North Queensland, will make tracks for and hurl itself into the water if disturbed during its midday siesta by the near impact of a rifle bullet, is a revelation. Crocodiles, moreover, as might be inferred from the slit-like contour of the eye pupil, as shown by daylight, are to a large extent nocturnal, displaying their greatest activity and being in the habit of traveling long distances along and away from the river banks in search of food, or in connection with their migratory or mating instincts, under the cover of darkness. Of all living animals, the crocodile and its allies are probably equipped most efficiently for both defense and aggression. The thick, horny shields, quadrangular on the back, tail, and undersurface, and adapted in shape and size to cover the head, limbs, and sides, constitute an almost impenetrable cuirass. As weapons of offense, the formidable array of trenchant teeth, with which the powerful jaws are armed, have not alone to be reckoned with by the victim assailed. The crocodile's limbs and claws are relatively weak, and incapable of aggressive mischief, but in the long, compressed, muscular tail the reptile possesses a terribly effective weapon, wherewith, with one swift, unexpected side-stroke, it will sweep a smaller animal into the water, or deal a blow of sufficient power to fell or disable a man or bullock. Thus well nigh invulnerable, and cognizant of its marvelous power of jaw and tail, a full-grown crocodile will not hesitate to try conclusions with even such puissant adversaries as the bear, the tiger, and other large carnivora, when they approach the river's brink to drink. Not infrequently, too, the crocodile comes off the victor in these contests, while, as sometimes happens, both of the well-matched foes are found dead side by side at the water's edge. The dread in which crocodiles are held by the natives of tropical countries, and the heavy toll they levy upon the riverside population, and more especially the women folk in their accustomed avocations of water-carrying or laundry work, are too familiar to need dissertation. Hence it is that in every country, excepting those particular locations where the creature is a subject of misguided veneration or fetish worship, it may be said that every man's hand is against them, and the enmity most cordially reciprocated. All the members of the crocodile family propagate by egg production. The eggs are relatively small in size, those of the largest species not exceeding that of a goose in dimensions. In shape they are more or less symmetrically ovate, and encased with a hard, white shell. In the case of the crocodile, the female selects a suitable dry sandbank near the river's edge, in which it excavates a hole of about 2 feet deep, and, having deposited from 20 to 60 eggs therein, mounts guard over them, sleeping on top of the nest by day until the young are hatched. With the alligator, the site chosen for the nest is more usually among bushes or reeds at some distance from the water, and the eggs, which may be laid to the number of over 100, are covered over with leaves and vegetable debris, whose decomposition engenders the heat required for their successful incubation. In both instances, the parent jealously guards the nest and repels all intruders until the eggs are hatched, and ultimately conducts the young ones to the water, where they soon learn to shift for themselves. Numbers of them, nevertheless, in their young and weak state, fall victims to vultures, hawks, ichneumons, and all manner of birds and beasts of prey. From their birth the little saurians are most vicious and irascible in disposition, hissing and snapping at or laying hold with bulldog tenacity of a finger or other seizable object that may be held towards them. From their earliest days also they are eminently aggressive and carnivorous. Contenting themselves at first with flies and other insects, they speedily extend their attentions to frogs, lizards, fish, or any small animals which frequent the marshes and river banks, and finally, with their concurrently increased appetites and dimensions, requisition such larger prey as sheep, goats, deer, horses, and, as before mentioned, even the human species, if they can steal a march on them unawares. Crocodiles are provided with relatively small gullets, and are necessarily incapable of swallowing any prey whole which is of large dimensions. Accordingly, any big quarry which is seized and dragged into the river is disposed of piecemeal, the reptile rending the carcass in fragments with the aid of its terrible teeth and side wrenches of its ponderous body. Of crocodiles proper, as distinguished from alligators, there are some dozen known species. From their last named near allies they are distinguished by the entire absence of the supplementary bony armature which in most alligators underlies the outer horny cuirass on the under surface of the body. A more essential distinction is associated with the character of the teeth. The upper and lower teeth of the crocodile interlock, and the fourth lower canine-like tooth is received into a notch in the side of the upper jaw, and is consequently more or less visible when the mouth is closed. In the alligators, on the other hand, this bigger tusk-like tooth fits into a pit-like excavation in the upper jaw, and is invisible when the mouth is shut. The true crocodiles are found in the tropical regions of Africa, Asia, Australasia, and Central America. The largest is undoubtedly the estuarine species, ranging from the eastern shores of India through the Malay region to North and East Australia, New Guinea, and the Fiji Islands. This wide range is a natural concomitant of their brackish and saltwater proclivities. Individuals of the species are, in fact, not infrequently met with floating on the sea at some considerable distance from the land. An example of this estuarine species has been recorded which measured no less than 33 feet, while a length of 20 feet and over is by no means of uncommon occurrence. The method adopted in Queensland and North Australia for capturing these destructive monsters is that of a running noose, so attached to a suitably flexible mangrove tree growing in the vicinity of its nocturnal runs as to constitute a gigantic spring trap. A dead carcass or other suitable bait is added to lure the animal to its doom. The crocodiles thus caught are alive and uninjured and can be dispatched or reserved for a menagerie exhibition. A somewhat amusing incident attended the transport of a reprieved captive by steamship from Cairns to Brisbane, Queensland, a few years since. In the dead of night, when all but the watch and engineer had retired to rest, they have to anchor and lay to at night in the Great Barrier Reef channels, the saurian managed to free himself from his bonds and started on a voyage of discovery around the decks. Arriving at the stokehold, he either incontinently stumbled into it or descended of malice prepense, sniffing the chance of a supper or a good joke at the engineer's expense. Anyway, the engineer was aroused from his peaceful dozings with the impression that the last day of reckoning had arrived, and, rushing up the hatchway, awakened the whole ship's strength with his frantic outcries. The Nile crocodile, the most familiar form in European menageries, and once abundant throughout Egypt to the Nile's delta, has now retired to the upper reaches of that great river. It never attains to the dimensions of the estuarine form. By the ancient Egyptians, as is well known, this species was pampered and worshipped with divine honors while living, and after death embalmed and preserved in the catacombs. Other noteworthy crocodiles, of which space will allow only of the mention of their names, are the American or Orinoco crocodile and the long-snouted crocodile of West Africa, which distantly approach to the long-snouted gavial or gharial of India, in which the snout is elongated in a beak-like manner and armed with close rows of long, recurved teeth, specially adapted for its exclusively fish-eating propensities. Full-grown examples of the gavial may attain to a length of 20 feet. The typical or Mississippi alligator is, as its name denotes, a North American form, having the modified dental and other structural details previously referred to, but otherwise in size and its aggressively destructive habits nearly corresponding with the Oriental crocodile. A second species of alligator is found in China. In the tropical South American rivers, the place of the alligator is occupied by the caimans, some of which attain to huge proportions, and are distinguished from the former by the greater development of the bony armature of both their back and under surface, and by certain essential, but to the lay reader obscure, modifications of the skull. An example of the great caiman once did duty as a riding horse to the naturalist Waterton, as all those familiar with his book of travels will remember. The habits of the caiman differ somewhat locally. From the main stream of the lower Amazon, they are in the habit of migrating in the dry season to the inland pools and flooded forests. In the middle districts of the same river, where the drought is excessive and protracted, the caimans are addicted to burying themselves in the mud till the rains return, while in the upper reaches of the Amazon, where the droughts are not prolonged, the caimans are perennially present. The eggs of these reptiles are much esteemed for food by the natives of Dutch Guiana. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in October 2020. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 2, Book 3, Chapter 2, Tortoises and Turtles, by W. Saville Kent. The order of the chelonians, including the tortoises, turtles, and terrapins, with their allies, constitutes one of the most distinct and readily defined groups of the reptile class. The more or less complete bony shell, or carapace, which encases the body, and into which both head and limbs can in many cases be completely retracted, separates these reptiles very widely from the other orders. In some respects, certain details of the skull structure assimilate them to the crocodiles, but here again there is an entire absence of the rows of formidable teeth, the upper and lower jaws being sharply pointed, covered with horn, and thus converted into a trenchant beak. The two leading groups of the tortoises and the turtles are distinctly separated by the respective conformation of their limbs for a terrestrial or aquatic existence. The tortoises have normal walking legs, with toes and, in most instances, claws, fitting them for walking on the land or burrowing into the earth. In the true turtles, these limbs take the form of flattened paddles, and in no instance are more than 2 of the toes provided with claws. The tortoises are subdivided by zoologists into some 6 or 8 subordinate groups or families, for the most part distinguished by the respective modifications of their protective shells. This shell in all tortoises and turtles consists of 2 essential elements: the upper or back casing, known as the carapace, and the under one, or so-called plastron, which covers the ventral surface. In some forms, these 2 elements are completely welded into one another, forming a continuous box-like shell. In others they are more or less separate, while in yet another series the lower shell is rudimentary. These distinctions have been found to constitute a convenient basis for classification. In the true land tortoises, which invite first attention, the upper and lower shells are completely united in a box-like form, and the neck, bent in the form of the letter S, can be completely retracted within it. The limbs are club-shaped, covered with horny scales or tubercles, and adapted for walking, the toes being unwebbed and provided with strong, claw-like nails. Preeminent among this typical terrestrial series come the huge giant or elephant tortoises, formerly abundant, as their fossil remains indicate, in southern Europe, India, and North and South America, and now represented only in the isolated oceanic islands of Aldabra off Madagascar, the Seychelles, and the Galapagos groups. Even within historic times they were very abundant in the islands of Mauritius and Rodrigues, but their huge size and lethargic habits, combined with their esculent qualities, have brought about their extermination. Those remaining in the islands mentioned are now so reduced in numbers that there is a possibility of their becoming extinct at an early date, and this notwithstanding the strenuous endeavors that are being made to save them. A large percentage of the small residue of these giant chelonians have been transported from their island homes and presented to the London Zoological Gardens, where they are now comfortably housed. An instructive idea of the aspect and relative dimensions of these giant tortoises may be obtained by a reference to page 7 of the first volume, in which one of these chelonians is shown to be equal in size and strength to carrying a human rider. It is recorded that these reptiles were so abundant in the island of Rodrigues in 1691 that one might count as many as 3,000 of them in a single flock, and walk for over 100 paces upon their backs. All of these giant tortoises, as obtained from separate island groups or islets of the group, exhibit characteristic differences, indicating the length of time they have been separated from one another. The age to which these giant tortoises attain is altogether phenomenal. One example at Port Louis, Mauritius, originally brought from the Seychelles, is definitely known to have lived for over 130 years from the date of its transportation. It is stated to have been of large size when imported, and as these animals are notoriously slow growers, another couple of centuries may be safely added to its lifespan. The Galapagos Islands down to recent times have produced a greater number of species of these tortoises, the carapace of the largest of these not infrequently measuring as much as 4 feet in direct length, and the weight of such an animal being over 400 pounds. Highly interesting details concerning the Galapagos giant tortoises and their habits are contained in Darwin's Voyage of the Beagle. At the time of that illustrious naturalist's visit, they were still very abundant in the islands. He remarked that they abounded in both the higher and damper and the lower and arid districts, but gave preference to the former. The old males were invariably the largest, growing to such a size that they required 6 or 8 men to lift them, and yielded as much as 200 pounds of good, highly nutritious meat. On some of the islands there was no water, and in these cases, as also when they occurred in the dry and arid lowlands, they were observed to feed chiefly on the succulent cactuses. When water was plentiful, the tortoises exhibited a great fondness for it, drinking large quantities and wallowing in the mud. In the larger islands, where wells and springs existed in the higher and damper portions, regular well-beaten paths radiated in every direction, indicating the routes, like sheep tracks, regularly followed by the tortoises to and from the water-holes. It was these tracks which betrayed their presence and led to their first discovery by the older Spanish navigators. When traveling long distances to the watering places, it is recorded that they march night and day, pursuing the even tenor of their way at the rate of 60 yards an hour, 1 yard per minute, or 4 miles per day. During the breeding season, the larger males indulge in hoarse roarings or bellowings that can be heard for a considerable distance. The female deposits her eggs either in the sand, where this is plentiful, covering them up again, or, where the ground is rocky, drops them indiscriminately in any crevice or depression encountered. The eggs are white, spherical, and hard-shelled, as in all tortoises, and somewhat exceed those of a hen in bulk. The very antithesis of the giant land tortoises of the Galapagos Islands is the small and familiar Grecian tortoise, frequently exposed for sale on hand-barrows in the London streets, and acquired by the unsophisticated suburban resident as a quaint but not altogether estimable garden pet. Like the majority of tortoises, this is a vegetarian, and with Epicurean tastes that will guide it instinctively to select your choicest lettuces and the gems of your horticultural triumphs for the delectation of its fastidious appetite. The Grecian tortoise rarely exceeds 5½ inches in length, and is abundant throughout southeastern Europe, Sicily, Italy, and the Grecian archipelago, extending thence to Syria. In Algeria, an almost identical tortoise occurs, which grows to the greater length of 9 inches, while Greece produces yet a third form, the so-called margent tortoise, which attains the greater length of 11 inches, and is distinguished by the color of the carapace usually being black, with a small spot of yellow on each shield-like plate. All 3 of the foregoing species are collectively imported by shiploads for sale in England, and it would be interesting to know what fate befalls them. In Greece and Sicily they are regularly placed on the market as an article of food. When acclimatized in England, and even in their warmer native country, these Grecian tortoises bury themselves in the earth and hibernate during the cold winter months. Next to the typical land tortoises, the so-called hinged tortoises demand brief notice. The several members of this little group are denizens of tropical Africa, and notable for the circumstance that the hinder portion of their carapace is united with the anterior one by a movable ligamentous hinge. As a result of this peculiarity, the animal, when retracted within its shell, can entirely close up the hinder aperture. None of these forms exceed a length of 9 inches. In another group, distinguished by the title of box tortoises, a ligamentous hinge is developed across the center of the lower shell, or plastron, which, being freely movable with relation to the upper shell, enables the animal, when retracted, to completely close up both the anterior and posterior carapace apertures. The box tortoises are natives of the southeastern United States and Mexico, and, in addition to the foregoing structural peculiarity, are distinguished by the high or vaulted contour of their carapace. In some, the toes are slightly webbed, and their habits are mainly carnivorous, indicating affinity with the flesh-eating and essentially aquatic terrapins. Between the two, however, have been intercalated a little group known as the pond tortoises, one species of which is found in southern Europe and a nearly allied one in North America. These pond tortoises are distinguished by the smooth and depressed form of the carapace. The toes are fully webbed, fitting them for an aquatic life, while a ligamentous hinge, separating the anterior and posterior moieties of the plastron, enables them to cover in and protect their retracted head and limbs, after the manner of the box tortoises. The carapace of the European pond tortoise does not exceed 7½ inches in length, and is usually dark brown or black, ornamented with yellow dots or radiating streaks. This species inhabits both ponds and running water, and during the daytime creeps out on the banks, like the crocodiles, to bask in the sun. As with the crocodiles, however, the daytime does not represent the period of its greatest activity, this being during the night. The pond tortoises are highly esteemed for the table in the countries where they are indigenous. The true terrapins are all tortoises of essentially aquatic habits, differing, however, from the water-frequenting pond tortoises last referred to, in that they have no ligamentous hinge providing for the hermetical closure of the carapace apertures. The carapace and plastron, moreover, are firmly united by bone, so that the two form conjointly a rigid, continuous shell, as in that of the typical land tortoises. The terrapins are widely distributed, being found in North America, Japan, China, the Persian Gulf, Spain, and northwest Africa. Terrapin ranks highly as a table delicacy in the United States. The real diamond-backed species, however, is now becoming very scarce, the supply not being equal to the demand, and many inferior varieties being substituted in its place. The fishing for these terrapins is mainly prosecuted during the autumn months, when the reptiles become dormant, and are easily discovered and secured by probing the mud with sticks. The female terrapin, or cow as it is designated, is considered the greater delicacy. The eggs, to the number of 20 or 30, usually found inside its body, being the de rigueur garnishing of the dainty dish. The diamond terrapin rarely exceeds a length of 7 inches, but some of the inferior varieties, or sliders as they are termed, are of much larger dimensions and may weigh as much as 4 pounds. From an aesthetic standpoint, the painted terrapin undoubtedly bears the palm. Its smooth, depressed carapace is not more than 6 inches long, and its ground color is usually a dark olive green, yellow lines bordering its component central shields. The small marginal shields are sometimes almost crimson with black markings, and the bridge uniting the carapace and plastron exhibits the same brilliant coloration. The soft skin of the head, neck, and other exposed parts have yellow and red bands on a brown or blackish ground color. This beautiful little terrapin, which is a special favorite for aquariums, is a native of eastern North America. Passing the small and not peculiarly conspicuous group of the American mud terrapins, we arrive at the very distinctly differentiated family of the snappers, snapping turtles, or alligator terrapins, as they are variously called. These likewise are exclusively confined in their present-day distribution to the New World, though in former ages allied species inhabited Europe. The alligator terrapins are characterized by the relatively small size of the carapace, within which the animal is unable to completely retract its head and limbs, as in the preceding types. The head is relatively large and armed with a formidable hooked beak, while the tail greatly exceeds in relative length that of any of the ordinary tortoises or terrapins, and is scaly and crested, somewhat like that of a crocodile along its upper ridge, and has horny plates on the under surface. Their popular name has, in fact, been conferred upon these chelonians on the strength of their presenting the aspect to no inconsiderable extent of an alligator's body, to which the carapace of an ordinary terrapin has been united. The common alligator terrapin, or snapping turtle, is among aquatic chelonians an animal of considerable size. The carapace alone may be as much or more than 20 inches long, and to this have to be added the thick head and neck and elongated tail, which, taken together, are of almost similar dimensions. A second closely related member of this family, known by the name of Temminck's snapper, attains to yet longer proportions, and is the largest known river tortoise. The carapace in this species may measure over 2 feet in length, and has 3 strongly marked longitudinal ridges. The head is relatively larger and the tail somewhat shorter than in the preceding species. It is a denizen of the southern districts of the United States, being met with in Texas, Florida, and as far north as the Missouri. The habits of the two species are stated to be identical. Both of them frequent the rivers and swamps of the areas indicated, preferring the waters that have a muddy bottom and in some localities occurring in vast numbers. As a rule, they prefer lying in deep water near the center of the river or swamp they inhabit, but they also occasionally ascend to the surface and float in midstream with outstretched necks. Like other water tortoises, they come on land to find suitable locations for depositing their eggs. The name of snappers, commonly applied to these tortoises, bears reference to their inveterate habit of snapping and biting viciously at everything placed within their reach. Even from the egg, the young of Temminck's species is wont to display this trait. The animals are somewhat esteemed for food and are consequently caught for the market. They will take almost any bait, but manifest a predilection for fish. Considerable caution has necessarily to be exercised in dealing with them in the boats, and it is a common custom to decapitate them immediately they are hauled on board, otherwise they are capable of inflicting the most terrible wounds with their powerful cutting beaks on the persons of all or any who may remain within their reach. Bathing in waters tenanted by the pugnacious and distinctly aggressive snappers is a risky proceeding, and many cases of serious injuries that have happened to incautious adventurers in this direction have been recorded. The food of both the alligator and Temminck's snapper consists mainly of fish, and where common, these tortoises must be ranked among the most potent agencies in denuding the rivers and lakes of their finny denizens. Not content with fish, the larger examples have been known to drag under water and devour such large waterfowl as ducks and even geese. It is stated that the snappers exhibit a surprising amount of agility in the water and swim after and capture the fish on which they feed. Such a feat seems scarcely credible of a bulky adult individual, while, moreover, it is provided with a remarkable and effective adaptation for taking its prey by stratagem. A very fine example of Temminck's snapper was for many years confined in a tank in the reptile house in the Regent's Park Zoological Gardens. It usually lay prone at the bottom of its tank, giving little or no signs of life throughout the day, but was wont to display more activity and to move about its tank at night. At times, when ready for a fresh food supply, it was observed that it would lie motionless as a stone, as usual, but with its mouth open to its widest gape. This attitude it would maintain for several hours together. The singularity of this action was that the gaping jaws displayed to view two elongate worm-like structures, which sprang close to one another from the floor of the mouth just within its entrance. These worm-like appendages were continually writhing to and fro, and presented in both aspect and movements a most remarkable resemblance to actual living worms. With this naturally provided decoy for fish, there can be no need for the snapper to exhaust its energies in the strenuous pursuit of its quarry. To make the delusion complete, the head, neck, and chin of Temminck's snapper are decorated with small lobular or leaf-like membranous appendages resembling sponges or aquatic vegetation. The solid gray-brown triangular head of the animal itself might easily be mistaken for a piece of rock, and thus decorated with seemingly natural growths, the unwary fish coming browsing along it, rush upon the wriggling worms at the entrance of the cavernous chamber, and are lost. A photograph of this interesting chelonian is reproduced on page 560, which depicts it with its mouth open, and indicates both the position and the presence of the worm-like decoy appendages. There are several water tortoises presenting a considerable external resemblance to the forms already noticed, which belong to distinct family groups. Thus the mata-mata tortoise of northern Brazil has at first sight, except for its short tail and nose-like proboscis, much in common with Temminck's snapper. Fimbriated and foliaceous membranous outgrowths are developed on the head and neck to a much more luxuriant degree, and it would be interesting to ascertain if it possesses similar decoy appendages inside the mouth. The so-called snake-necked water tortoises of South America and the long-necked aquatic ones of Australasia possess modifications of skull structure and other details that indicate family distinctness. A broad external character that serves to separate this group from the terrapins and all preceding forms is that the neck, when drawn within the cavity of the carapace, is not flexed in the form of the letter S, but simply bent sideways along the anterior margin of the body. The species belonging to this group, which includes the mata-mata, snake-necked, and soft-shelled water tortoises, and also a few essentially terrestrial species, are distinguished collectively by the appellation of the side-necked tortoises. Turtles. Certain of the terrapins or water tortoises belonging to the groups above described frequent saline river estuaries and salt marshes, but none are strictly marine. With the turtle family, however, we arrive at an exclusively pelagic section, in which the animals are specially adapted for life in the high seas, the walking limbs of the terrestrial and freshwater species being replaced by long and powerful swimming flippers. The shell in these marine chelonians is more or less harp-shaped and flattened, and the carapace and plastron are always separate and never united in a rigid box-like form as with the land tortoises. In common with those freshwater tortoises which pass the greater portion of their existence in lakes or rivers, the marine turtles resort to the land to deposit their eggs. The locations chosen are the sand beaches or isolated sandy islands in tropical oceans, wherein, after excavating hollows to receive them, the eggs are covered up and left to hatch with the heat of the sun. The eggs of turtles differ from those of the land tortoises and terrapins in that their external covering is soft or leathery. So soon as the young turtles are hatched, they emerge from the sand and instinctively make their way to the water. Many, however, are the perils that beset their course, and few there be out of perhaps 80 or 100 turtlets which gain the shore and get through into deep water. Fish-hawks and sea-birds of every description are waiting ready to pounce down upon them immediately they make their appearance, or to thin their ranks as they run the gauntlet of perhaps 100 yards or so to reach the sea in safety. Even at the water's edge the ordeal is by no means past. Shoals of the smaller sharks and other predatory fish are continually cruising round in the shallow water, and have as high an appreciation of the toothsomeness of tender turtle as the proverbial London alderman. The writer was fortunate on one occasion, among the coral islands of the Australian coasts, to light upon a young turtle brood just emerging from their sandy nest. The majority were assisted to the sea, and a few, reserved in the interests of science, were liberated in a bath of sea water to have their first swim. Snapshot photographs were taken, one of which, reproduced on page 561, serves to illustrate the great relative length of the paddle-like limbs at this early stage and the variety of postures assumed during natation. Of the typical marine turtles, 3 distinctly characterized species are recognized by zoologists. These are the green turtle, indispensable for soup at aldermanic banquets, the hawksbill or tortoise shell producing turtle, and the loggerhead. Of these 3, the green turtle and the loggerhead more nearly resemble one another and are apt to be confounded by the uninitiated. Such an error is very readily detected when the chelonian comes to the table, the flesh of the loggerhead being rank and utterly unfit for food. In order, however, to be wise before the event, and to avoid a grievous misdirection of culinary energy, turtle being a standard dish in the coral seas, it is only necessary to count the number of large shield-like plates that flank each side of the central series in the creature's carapace. In the true green or edible turtle, there are only 4 pairs of these large lateral shields, while in the loggerhead there are never less than 5, and sometimes more. The loggerhead turtle also, as its name implies, has a conspicuously larger and coarser head than the esculent species. The fact that while the green turtle is a strict vegetarian, feeding entirely on seaweeds, the loggerhead is altogether carnivorous, readily accounts for the diametrically diverse gastronomic properties of these two chelonians. Both species attain to a considerable size, over 3 feet in length, the loggerhead being the larger, and are found inhabiting the same waters throughout the tropics. The hawksbill, or true tortoise shell-producing turtle, never attains to quite as large dimensions as the 2 preceding species, though its carapace may measure as much as 2 feet 6 or 8 inches long. The structural feature that at once distinguishes the hawksbill from either the green or loggerhead species is the character of the horny shields developed on the surface of the carapace. Instead of the edges meeting in juxtaposition, as in those 2 forms, they overlap one another like the scales of a fish, and are notable for their thickness and their exceedingly beautiful but variably marbled patterns. It is these marbled horny plates which constitute the tortoise shell of commerce. In young individuals the substance is thin and very transparent, but thickens with advancing age until in old individuals the plates may vary from 1/8 to 1/4 inch in thickness. Like the 2 preceding species, the hawksbill within tropical seas enjoys a cosmopolitan distribution. Its habits, like the loggerheads, are essentially carnivorous, but while the flesh is coarse and rank, the eggs are valued for the table. A remaining member of the marine turtle series is the so-called luth or leathery turtle. This chelonian differs so materially in structure from the foregoing species as to be referred to a distinct family. The horny plates, so conspicuous in all the other types, are entirely absent, the bony carapace, which is distinctly 7-ridged longitudinally, being covered with a homogeneous leather-like skin. Both jaws are formidably hooked and cutting throughout their edges, and the paddles are destitute of the 2 rudimentary claws found in the preceding species. The leathery turtle grows to an immense size. Specimens have been recorded measuring as much as 8 feet in total length and weighing over 1,600 pounds. Its flesh is not only unfit for food, but is reported to be of a poisonous character. The coasts of Florida and Brazil are among the areas where the leathery turtle is met with in the greatest abundance. The more ordinary method of capturing turtle for the market or to supply the deficiency of the larder aboard ship in tropical climates is to land at night, preferably when the moon is full, on the islands to which the females are in the habit of repairing to deposit their eggs. This function is invariably discharged during the night hours, and unless the moon is up, the presence of the reptiles is not easily determined. Time is generally given for the turtle to excavate its sand burrow and lay its eggs, usually over 100 in number, the proper moment for the capture being that when, the task accomplished, it sets forth to regain its more accustomed element. The creature is then seized and turned suddenly upon its back, where it is left to struggle and flounder helplessly, being perfectly incapable of righting itself, while other captures are made. On outlying coral islands such as those of the Lacepeds off the western Australian coast, several dozen of the chelonians may represent one good night's haul, the choice of the fittest examples being left until the return of daylight. In many places turtles are pursued in the water and speared, while in some locations, notably at Keeling Island, as recorded by Darwin, the animals are chased by the natives in sailing craft. One man steers the boat, the other one standing in the bows on the lookout for turtle. A chelonian being sighted, an exciting stern chase ensues, and on coming abreast with the quarry, the lookout man plunges into the water straight upon the turtle's back, and clings pertinaciously with both hands to the shell of the neck until the creature is exhausted, when it is dragged into the boat. The most remarkable method of taking turtle, however, is that practiced in Torres Straits, as also at Mozambique and formerly in the West Indies. The sucking fish, or remora, is in this case impressed into the service of the human fishers. Taking advantage of the fish's natural propensity to swim towards and adhere pertinaciously to any larger floating object, fishermen go out with specimens kept alive in a small well in the bottom of their boats. When in pursuit of turtle, a long light line is attached to the fish's tail, and coming within sight of a chelonian, the fish, with an abundance of slack or payout line, is thrown in the direction of the turtle. The remora immediately swims towards and adheres firmly to the under surface of the shell of the turtle, when it will suffer its body to be torn asunder rather than let go its hold of its newly gained sanctuary. Should the turtle be a small one, both fish and turtle are dragged with the line back to the boat. If, on the other hand, it is of large size, one of the natives plunges into the water and, following the line down, secures the turtle. In the island of Ascension, the cultivation and breeding of turtles for exportation in artificially constructed enclosures have for a considerable time been the subject of an important industry. There are doubtless many other locations on both the Australian coastline and in the British West Indies where this highly profitable trade could be established. In addition to the green turtle, attention might also be profitably directed at the same locations to the culture of the tortoise shell-bearing species. Tortoise shell possesses the singular and useful property of being susceptible of perfect amalgamation. Consequently, a number of small-sized pieces can be welded so indistinguishably with one another as to serve the same use as the larger plates for commercial purposes. This amalgamation is effected by beveling the edges of the two pieces that it is desired to unite along the proposed line of junction, and then, while they are held in juxtaposition in a metallic press, submitting them to the action of boiling water. End of section 20.